Pretty good hand in a three-handed poker game. It's good enough for Carlos to raise, that's for sure. He makes it 160,000 to go.
What do you have behind?
Look at this.
1 million.
You ask what you got behind. Now, Vince, he would know that answer because they asked him just the last pot. He just wants to hear Carlos talk a little.
Nothing wrong with that. This is poker, and the tank is going to call him.
And Carlos bet blind once again.
He bet 160,000 blind.
Oh, and what a flop for Frank as he's flopped top pair here. He has taken the lead with 2 kings.
Yeah, he's outflopped the Matador.
Now, last time, Frank had nothing on the flop and called him. This time he's got top pair, and he's just going to call him again. Doesn't raise here.
Turn card showing up. 4 diamonds helps neither player.
Well, Carlos is going to check now. Didn't like it when he got called on the flop there. And Frank going to check right behind him.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, going to the river.
Oh, an ace comes off.
Ouch.
Carlos now has the best hand with 2 aces. So the free card that Frank gave him, he's going to come back to burn him.
Yep, the tank let Carlos outdraw him there.
Well, Carlos is checking here.
That's surprising.
Well, he's not going to put his opponent on 2 kings because the guy didn't bet on the turn. So maybe he thinks he made a straight or 2 pair and was just trying to trap him. He didn't want to fall into any traps with 1 pair, so he checks the aces. I guarantee he's going to call in case Frank bets. But Frank opts to check, and wisely so, but right now very disgusted with himself for not betting that hand on the turn where he would have won that pot. So finally a break going to the way of Carlos Mortensen.
As soon as you check the river, I knew you just banked the ace.
Carlos turning it around. Maybe left a few Papas Fritas on the table. Didn't make the value bet. Nevertheless, he is coming back. We're coming back too on the World Poker Tour.
My nickname, the Matador.
The Matador slays another opponent.
I kill many people in the final tables.
One more time. I move on in. That is what he's talking about.
Maybe it's because I have no fear and I'm playing.
He's done it. The Matador is a 2-time WPT champion.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. That is the man with the red cape, the Matador, Carlos Mortensen.
Yep, he's going for his 3rd WPT title tonight. That would time with Gus Hansen for the most wins in the history of the World Poker Tour. Let's see if he can get it done.
Yeah, 3-handed poker, but the action goes to the former car salesman, Mike Mustafa. Peaks down at a 9-8 offsuit.
Well, he's on the button. He's in position, so he's going to raise it here. He's going to make it 75,000 to go.
Into Carlos, who's going to throw away a Jack-4. And now Frank the tank.
Well, he looks down at the King-4 diamonds, but Vince, most guys might just call with that. Not Frank the tank. He is firing it up to 200,000. He is re-raising with the King-4, and he's quickly called by Mike Mustafa.
Yep.
So we are starting to gamble it up here.
Got King-4 up against 9-8. Who's going to get lucky?
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo for Mike Mustafa. He has flopped the joint, the 9-high straight. He has the best hand possible right now. Action is on Frank, and look at this, Vince. He is reaching for a healthy dose of chips that he can just say goodbye to.
Oh, man, the tank is plunging ahead. It looks like a bet of 203,000.
Yeah, no way Frank can win this pot. It's just a matter of how much he loses.
Well, you're so excited if you're Mike, and he's just going to okie dokie call him. Trying to trap his opponent. Here we go with the turn card, Queen of Diamonds, irrelevant.
Well, action back on Frank. They got called on the flop for 203,000, so you can't like King-4 right now. You're actually hoping to make a straight with the King-4, but unfortunately for Frank, even if he makes it, it's just going to cost him more money.
Well, the tank is checked.
400.
Wow, 400,000 is the bet, and I say wow, because there's no flush possibilities. He's got the best hand possible. If his opponent had 2 pair or trips, he would have bet out, so.
Yeah, I don't understand this bet. I mean, what are you trying to protect? Let the guy possibly suck out on you, but you got such a huge hand, a 3-handed poker game at this moment.
Or catch a card,
yeah.
man. Suppose a 3 or an 8 comes off, he's gonna bust the guy.
A little bit of a eager bet there, but perhaps not in his eyes.
Can't wait to see what you have there.
You'll be shocked how cheap you got away from the hand.
When you have the nuts to win a big pot, you just don't feel like you can check on any
God,
street.
If you had anything, you would have went bust in the hand.
Because then the pot doesn't get that big. But in this case,
You know, he's a former car salesman. It's like, you know, over-talking your sale and just chasing the guy out of the dealership. It's just wrong.
Ah.
All right, back to this hand. Frank the Tank, this time with a pair of 8s.
And this time he's got a legitimate hand. And he is going to raise it. You can't blame him for that. He makes it 75,000 to go. Mike Mustafa has 2 7s. He is in dire straits this time around.
Oh boy, buckle up.
He just flopped the nuts to win a nice pot off Frank. But this time, we could see a reversal of fortune.
And Mike is going to get aggressive. He's going to raise here. Makes it 225.
Well, he's come right back over the top, raising with the 2 7s. Carlos gets out of their way.
Now back on Tank.
He's about a 4-to-1 favorite to win this pot. And Vince, if he gambles here, there's a good chance he's going to double up, that's for sure. It's going to cost him another 150,000 to make the call. The question is, do you call or raise? Wow, Vince, he does neither. He folds. Well, Vince, if Frank doesn't go on to win this tournament, he's going to look back at this hand right here and realize, wow, I had my chance. I should have gone for it right there.
So the car salesman, Mike Mustafa, sells his opponent the clunker, gets away with it. We're coming back with more action from the World Poker Tour in just a moment.
But I'm never quiet at a table. Should have called Carlos. So rock and roll. My buddies at home, they get sick of me. I talk so much. And I might be able to bust you, though. They put headphones on all the time so they don't have to listen to me. You guys are all too serious here.
Welcome back to the Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, where 3 players are still in the hunt to become the first Hollywood Poker Open champion.
Okay, let's check the chip count and get back down to the felt.
Well, we've had a reversal of fortune in the chip count, as you can see. Mike Mustafa now out in front with 1.9 million. Carlos Mortensen in second place with 1.5, and with just less than 900,000, Frank Carlo, who recently just had a big chip lead, and now he's in third place.
Yeah, Frank the Tank starting to struggle here as he quickly folds his hand. And the former car salesman, Mike Mustafa, with an ace-deuce. Looks like he's getting some raisin chips out.
Just don't raise too much.
No, keep it affordable for you to call.
Yeah, that's right.
Makes it 75,000.
I want you to fold.
75.
Well, he is putting out some Hollywood script right there in the events. Oh, I don't want you to fold. Betting enough so you can call. That's hokey pokey when you got ace-deuce offsuit.
I forgot what I had. Let me see again.
So Carlos with the best hand with ace-6. Well, Carlos thought about raising it there, but opts to just call. So we're going to have a flop here. Carlos with the ace-6, Mike with the ace-deuce.
Who will flop better?
Well, it's jack-7 deuce. So Mike has flopped bottom pair with top kicker. He is out in front now with 2 deuces, and he checks. Well, Carlos is going to bet now that his opponent checked. He fires out 80,000. Mike's going to make the call with 2 deuces. Carlos doesn't like that, I can promise you. 4 diamonds comes off.
Helps neither player. Again on Mike. He checks again.
Well, Carlos checks as well. Carlos hoping his opponent's got something like a 9-10 for a straight draw. About the only hand he can beat here.
King of hearts on the river.
Well, it goes check, check.
1 pair.
Mike is going to win this pot with 2 deuces.
And you might have to raise your bag and pre-flop.
Well, there you heard it. The Matador said he should have raised back before the flop and taken control of the hand. Chances are he would have won the pot instead of lost it.
Can't call pre-flop right now.
No, I'm not calling you. Make a 160. It looked like you want to make a 170 or something like that.
I almost did it.
Got an ace.
My bad.
Advance to Carlos to feel like he misplayed a hand. It's sort of like turning your back on the bull. It's just something you don't do. In the meantime, Mike Mustafa increasing his chip lead.
Yeah, quit the car business to do exactly what he's doing here tonight. Play big-time poker, and he's doing it well. Action's on him. He quickly mucks a king-9 of diamonds. Kind of surprising.
Well, very surprising to muck that in a 3-handed poker game, especially when you're the chip leader and you're on the button.
But the Matador with a pair of threes. It's going to pop it up a bit. Makes it 90,000 to go.
And Frank's got the suited connectors, the 5-4 diamonds. He wants to see a flop, so he makes the call.
Yeah. Some little cards.
Oh, now look at this, Vince. We've seen Carlos do this several times at this final table. He's betting 150,000 before the cards even come up on the flop. He doesn't know if they're going to help him or not. Well, flop is 5-4 deuce. Carlos has flopped an open end straight, but look at this. Frank has the top two pair, and he has Carlos in bad shape right now.
This could get very interesting. Carlos has bet in the blind 150. Now what will the tank do?
All in.
Frank coming back over the top.
Well, he's going all in
I call.
for nearly 800,000, and Carlos quickly calls him.
We've got a bullfight here.
Well, Frank turns up the top two pair. Carlos turns up the open end straight draw.
Come on, that 10 outs.
Yeah, Carlos says he has 10 outs.
10 outs, one
That
time.
means 4 aces, 4 sixes, and 2 threes. Those are the 10 cards he's talking about that he can win the pot with. He needs one of them now.
The tank plunging away. Out in front. Will he stay there?
Clubs can cancel.
Here comes 4th Street.
Oh, the 8 of diamonds comes off. Now that's a bad card for Carlos because it takes 3 of his outs away.
2 outs.
The ace, 3, and 6 of diamonds are no good for Carlos anymore. So
Still
all of a
8
sudden,
outs.
his outs have shrunk to 7.
Frank the tank in a great position to double up.
Oh, but the
no!
3 of hearts comes off. The Matador outdraws Frank on the river, and that's going to do it for the 22-year-old poker pro out of Syracuse, New York. That's a 1
Frank
out.
the tank imploding before our very eyes. Out in 3rd place, but he is going to pick up 167,000.
So Carlos Mortensen firing the bazooka to take the tank out of the tournament.
Oh man, it was so sick. I had a ton of chips, and then I just like ran bad once we got back from break. We were 3-handed and made a couple moves. They didn't really work out, and oh well, whatever happens.
Quiet on the set. The heads-up action is about to begin at the Hollywood Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back for more.
You know what? I'm not the greatest heads-up player. It's going to be something different for me, especially against Carlos, who's a great tournament player, period. So I got my work cut out for me.
And there is still work to do, you know. Can't say anything until the last player is down.
Welcome back to heads-up action on the WPT.
The cash, the trophy, and the WPT Tiffany bracelet are being put on the table. So much on the line for both these players.
Who is going to become the first champion of the Hollywood Poker Open? Let's check the chip count and then get back to the game.
So there you see Carlos Mortensen out front right now. He's got 2.2 million, but right on his heels, Mike Mustafa with 2 million in chips.
Carlos, you got enough bracelets. Let me get one, all right?
We got the former car salesman, Mike Mustafa, up against one of the true greats, Carlos Mortensen.
Well, with that suck out against Frank a moment ago, Carlos ensures himself to be the all-time money leader on the World Poker Tour.
All right, to the game we go. Action on Carlos. He picks up Queen Jack of Spades.
And that's a pretty good hand in heads-up poker.
And he's going to raise with it. Makes it 60,000.
Mike Mustafa has an ace-10. That also a pretty good hand in heads-up poker.
The 150.
And he's coming right back over the top. He's going to make it 150,000. And quickly, Carlos calls the raise. So here we go. Good action on hand number 1 of the heads-up battle. And what a flop this is for both players.
Wow.
Mike has flopped top pair with top kicker. Carlos has flopped a flush draw with 2 overcards.
And Mike not taking any time. He's going to put in 240,000.
How much you got left?
Well, Carlos says, how much are you playing? He's laughing because there's a good chance he could ship it here with this hand.
I call.
But he just calls. Doesn't raise with the flush draw, just makes the call.
Carlos hoping to get lucky. Here's our turn.
Oh, the Queen of Hearts comes off. So now Carlos has the best hand and the best draw.
250.
Mike is checked, and Carlos betting $250,000.
I call.
Well, Mike is going to make the call for $250,000.
This is getting expensive. Down to the river we go. 7 of clubs.
Well, the board pairs 7s.
Check.
250.
Again, Mike checks, and quickly, Carlos confidently bets 250,000.
I call.
And the car salesman is going to call it.
2 pair.
Well, Carlos turns up, queens up, and he's going to win the pot with it. And a healthy pot it was.
Nice hand.
He's 10,000 short, I think.
Then Mustafa hasn't showed his hand quite yet. Carlos says you're 10,000 short.
How you know you're getting it yet? How you know you're getting the pot yet?
Well, we know. And now he knows. The Matador takes his sword, pierces the bull.
Nearly 1.8 million in that pot, so Carlos Mortensen extending his chip lead.
Don't tell me you have a jacks.
Huh?
You don't have jacks.
Ace 10.
Ace 10's exactly right, my friend.
All right, Carlos. First hand, I give you 1,000,000 chips.
All right, the antes are going up with that hand to 4,000.
I put you on a flush draw, to be honest with you. I don't think you hit
Blinds
the
20
queen.
and 40,000.
Well, I made the exactly right bet to make this.
Mustafa says he loves to talk at the table.
Maybe.
And when he's playing in his home game, the guys just, you know, say, put the duct tape on. Just shut up for a moment.
Talking probably works a lot better in the home game, and it's going to work out here in the WPT against the likes of a Carlos Mortensen or a Daniel Negreanu, I can tell you that.
All right, it's on him, and he's got a pair of 5s.
Well, he's going to raise it here. Can't blame him for that. Comes in for 90,000.
I call.
Carlos with the suited Jack 4 of diamonds. He's going to make the call. Hard to steal his blind, Vince. And flop comes 10, 9, deuce, 1 diamond. Carlos checks, and Mike checks the 2 5s right behind him.
Yeah, flop helped neither player, but look at this ace of diamonds on the turn. That's going to help Carlos.
Well, Carlos checks again with the flush draw.
120.
And now Mike bets 120,000, trying to represent that he's got an ace in his hand. But look at this. Carlos is going to raise him. He makes it 240,000 to go. And Vince, most players would just immediately eject the 2 5s and throw them in the muck. But Mike has made the call.
Yeah.
Just knows Carlos is capable of making a play here. And now the joker comes off for Mike Mustafa. The 3rd 5 comes off. Well, Carlos checks.
All in.
And Mike now bets all in with the 3 5s. There's no way Carlos is going to call here, obviously, with the jack high. So he throws his hand away, but Vince, what a call by this guy on the turn. I mean, all you can beat is a stone bluff. It was a great raise by Carlos there.
Ace 5?
Pocket 3s.
No way.
Unfortunately, his opponent didn't go anywhere.
You have ace 5.
I don't have 2 pair, Carlos, I swear.
He's telling the truth right there.
I don't have 2 pair. You're going to be shocked.
You have flush draw?
No.
But you have a pair, at least.
I had a pocket pair, yeah.
Let's see if Carlos can figure this out.
So you have a set.
Oh, ole!
35.
3 5s, he calls it.
Stay with us. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
I thought I was a poker player until today. This is amazing what they brought here. If I grew up where they built this casino and nobody here would have dreamed of a poker game other than at a Legion Hall or somewhere, nothing with millions of dollars on the table. And Hollywood Casino has been such a great benefit to this community. We can't thank Hollywood enough for bringing Lawrenceburg into the limelight, and we appreciate everything they do.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. This is world-class Hollywood Casino.
Well, we appreciate being in the Midwest for a WPT event, and what a great spot to be, especially for these 2 guys fighting it out for this title.
To the felt we go. Carlos Mortensen first to act.
Raise.
With an ace deuce, he's going to raise.
I call.
Makes it 120,000 to go.
Yeah, Mike is going to make the call here, and why not? After catching that 5 on the river, feeling good a minute ago. Let's gamble it up here.
Mike with 9-7.
Ace, queen 9, great flop for Carlos. He's flop top pair, Mike is flop bottom pair.
120.
Mike checks, and Carlos is going to bet 120,000.
I call.
Now Mike is going to call him. He just thinks this guy's never got a hand, Vince. Oh, a 7 comes off. Mike has taken the lead with 2 pair here as he gets very lucky on the turn.
200.
Again, he checks. And again, Carlos bets, this time 200,000. And folks, get ready for the check raise.
What a dream card on the turn. And there it is, just like you said, Mike.
Well, actually, you're going to raise it here with 2 pair. In case your opponent's got a straight draw or just a pair of aces like he's got, you got to make him pay to catch.
Oh, yeah. Makes it 660 to go.
You're up like 700 behind?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a healthy $460,000 re-raise. Well, Carlos has top pair. He's got a bad kicker. He's been check raised on the turn. What do you do now with 2 aces? And he's getting out chips. And he knows there's a chance his opponent could have something like King 10 of diamonds where he made a flush draw and a straight draw on the turn. But chances are he's probably beat. Carlos Mortensen with some of the best instincts in the poker world. Can he get away from 2 aces here?
And you notice Mustafa's not talking much here.
He does throw away the aces, Vince.
Yeah, good lay down.
And another spot-on lay down by Carlos Mortensen. Vince, the guy just has a knack to know when he's beat.
Nice pickup on the turn for Mike. Got to be content with that.
Ace-7? Ace-7?
2 pair.
Queen 9?
2 pair. 2 pair.
Queen 9, gotta be Queen 9.
I don't know. You got to call.
Not really. You tell him everything anyhow.
What's your kicker with your ace?
Well, you're right,
6.
Vince. If I was this guy, I wouldn't be telling Carlos Mortensen a thing.
Gee.
Everybody thought you were going to make the call there. I even thought you were going to make the call there.
I'd be getting the duct tape and putting it over my own mouth.
He's just the sweetest guy, and he just sweet talks everyone, and they reveal everything.
Well, Vince, with that hand, these players are almost dead even in chips again. So we are back to the drawing board for Carlos Mortensen, who's going for his 3rd WPT title tonight.
And the antes are going up to 5,000. Blinds now 25 and 50. Action goes to Carlos.
There it is.
Has a miserable looking Jack 4, but that's not going to slow down the bullfighter. He makes it 150 to go. Mustafa with a King Jack makes the call.
Right now, Mike has him dominated. King Jack versus Jack 4. Carlos perhaps steaming a bit there. Well, here comes a flop.
You need glasses for Carlos.
Well, look at this. Carlos going to put on his sunglasses, Vince. It's a battle of the shades now. Carlos hadn't been having them on, but flop is Queen 9-5.
250.
No help to either player. It does give Mike a gut shot straight draw. He checks, and Carlos confidently bets 250,000.
Wow.
Yeah, he's been called with the gut shot straight draw, and why not, Vince?
There's Chris Bell back on the rail. Nice effort to be knocked out and come back and watch. Very rare.
Well, deuce of hearts comes off. You're right, Vince. Most people just run out straight to the bar when they get knocked out.
That is true. Now they both check.
Here comes the river card. Now a 10 comes off on the river. Again, the joker for Mike Mustafa. He has a stone cold nuts, the best hand possible.
500.
But he's going to bet $500,000 here. And Vince, I don't understand this bet. And Carlos quickly folds, and I say that because if Carlos has a big hand where he can pay off a $500,000 bet, why not give him a chance to bluff at the pot?
Which one of these players' tournament run is going to have a nice, perfect Hollywood ending?
Find out when we return with more action from the Hollywood Poker Open in just a moment.
Carlos, you got enough bracelets. Let me get one, all right? I'd love to play against Carlos heads up. That would probably be the perfect matchup. Just want to see how I stack up against one of the best.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The Hollywood Poker Open continues. Heads-up action.
Well, right now, Mike Mustafa stacking up pretty well against Carlos as he's got the chip lead. He's got 2.4 million. Carlos sitting on 1.8 million. So right now, the momentum on the side of Mike Mustafa.
Mike Mustafa, the former car salesman, got in the tournament through a $1,200 satellite, making things happen here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Carlos with a King 10 this time.
So he's been spanked too many times lately and opts to just limp in with a King 10. And Mike says, okay, let's have a flop as he looks down at a Jack Deuce. And there it is, Jack right in the door. It's come Queen Jack 6. So Mike has second pair. Carlos has the open-end straight draw.
Mike checks. Carlos checking as well.
Well, 4 hearts comes off. Mike thinking he's got the best hand now with 2 jacks, which he does. So he's going to bet. He bets just 50,000. Look at this, Vince. Carlos is going to raise him on the turn here after limping in and then checking on the flop. He has now raised him on the turn, and as you can see, Mike is trying to figure this out. And he said, well, I don't know what you got. I'm going to call you to find out, though.
For an additional 100, and he's been called by Mike down to the river.
Oh, the ace of spade comes off. This gives Carlos an ace-high straight. There is a possible flush out there. Well, Mike is going to check.
Just a perfect card for the Matador.
350,000.
Yeah, the perfect card would have been an offsuit ace, but 350,000 is the bet. And virtually all Mike can beat at this stage is a stone bluff, but...
And he's just stammering to himself, muttering.
He's been calling Carlos so many times here, thinking he never has anything. Will he do it yet again? If so, he'll get his wrist slapped this time.
What are you trying to represent, Carlos? Flush, straight, what? Ace?
Don't get too curious here.
Played this hand so odd.
You make this call, you'll be giving a lot of momentum back to Carlos.
I lay it down. I know it's good.
Wow, he did lay it down. Nicely done.
So Carlos Mortensen finally getting untracked a little bit and takes down a pot.
Carlos, originally born in Ecuador, later on moved to Spain.
Bluff.
Now lives in Vegas part-time.
You can't even hold it in.
You know what's amazing about him? He's taken 2 titles.
You can
He's
smile
wins a
now.
ton of money in the World Poker Tour, but he's only played 50-some-odd tournaments on the World Poker Tour.
Vince, the guy's averaged over $100,000 every WPT event he has entered. By far and away, the best out here in the World Poker Tour for players that have entered 20 events or more.
Back to this hand. It's on Mike again with the button and an attractive-looking king-queen offsuit.
Yeah, very attractive.
And he's going to raise it, makes it 125. And Carlos with a queen-jack coming back over the top.
Unbelievable. Carlos has re-raised 200,000 here, and as you can see, he has dominated. It's king-queen versus queen-jack, but let's see what Mike is going to do. Mike's going to make the call. So Mike just never believes Carlos has a big hand. In this case, he's right. He has him dominated.
And there's another blind bet here by Carlos Mortensen. He's just putting chips in before the flop.
You like doing that, don't you?
Put in 325,000. It could very well work with a flop of 3-3-4 with 2 hearts because Mike has none of that.
I'm all in.
Wow. Vince, he has pulled the trigger for all his chips. A stunning move by this poker pro out of Chicago. I mean, this play is going to work. Carlos cannot possibly call him here with a queen-jack, I don't think. But what a play to move all in with just king high here. Especially when the guy bet in the dark. After raising pre-flop, not just raising, coming over the top and re-raising.
It's really uncallable. I'm just seeing a little Spanish theatrics right now.
Well, maybe Carlos is going to have to reevaluate these blind bets.
And finally, Carlos reluctantly folding the hand.
So Mike Mustafa giving Carlos Mortensen the bogus blue book right there.
That's right. The former car salesman sells another lemon. We're coming back with more action. Stay with us on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Hollywood Casino. You're watching the WPT's inaugural Hollywood Poker Open. We are down to heads-up play. And right now, Mike Mustafa out in front with 2.7 million. Carlos Mortensen with 1.6 million.
Yeah, the blinds are going up to 30 and 60,000. Action goes to Carlos.
Carlos Mortensen has already become the all-time money leader on the World Poker Tour by finishing in at least second place tonight. Now he's looking to tie Gus Hansen with 3 WPT titles, but right now he's up against it as Mike has the chip lead.
Carlos with king 9, Mike 10-7.
Happy to see a flop. And the flop comes 9-8-5, 2 diamonds. Mike has an open-end straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. He checks. Carlos has top pair.
He certainly does, and Carlos is going to bet it, 100,000.
And he's going to be called by Mike. Mike looking to catch the 6 or the jack. A 10 would give him the lead. But the 4 spade comes off. Mike's going to check.
300.
Carlos quickly bets 300,000.
The Matador trying to protect his top pair.
Well, Mike gonna gamble here. And I say gamble because he's got to make the straight, and if it's a 6 or jack of diamonds, you're still scared.
But he has been lucky all night. He catches when he usually needs it. Will he do it now?
Well, Queen of Spade comes off.
Well, Mike finally did not hit there.
See what he's going to do here, though. He's going to check.
300.
Well, Carlos going to bet 300,000 here.
He missed me every way possible. I don't know how.
But Mike lays it down, so Carlos does pick up the pot to close the gap on the chip lead. Well, there you see Gus Hansen in his famous elbow flex when he captured his WPT title.
I know that very pale rich man.
Carlos Mortensen trying to tie Gus with 3 WPT titles and can do so if he wins here tonight.
All right, it is a close race right here, right now. And this time, Mike with 10-9, just going to call. Carlos with an 8-7.
Well, he says give us a flop here. So here comes that flop. Oh, it's come 10-9-6. Carlos has the nut straight, but Mike has the top 2 pair. Folks, buckle up. You are going to see some fireworks now.
I sees ahead. What a flop. Carlos has quickly checked. Mike bet 90,000. Carlos with the nuts right now.
Well, you're going to see the raise here, that's for sure. And I say that because there's a possible flush draw and a bigger straight draw out there. So Carlos does raise it, makes it 300,000 to go.
An additional 210.
Well, Vince, if I was Mike, I would just shove it right here. But I wouldn't like it. After Carlos turned up his hand, I can tell you that. So let's see what Mike is going to do.
Opportunity of a lifetime.
All in.
Cool.
And he does push all in, and a quick call, of course.
Flop it.
Well, Vince, you can't blame him for playing the hand that way. Nothing you can do about it when you flop the top 2 pair, playing heads-up poker. Right now, Carlos Mortensen in great shape to double up and take a giant step toward those 3 WPT titles.
Just pair it, please. 10 or the 9.
The Matador puzzling the bull.
Good luck, Carlos. Good luck.
But what a pot, the biggest pot of the tournament, over $4 million in this pot. Let's see what happens.
Mike should pair. He'll take this tournament. Not there. It's a jack of spades.
Well, we're down to the river card.
Got a bigger straight now.
For Mike Mustafa to win this tournament right here, right now, he must catch a 10 or a 9 on the river. Otherwise, the Matador will have a huge chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Can the former car salesman get lucky and get this card and take this title? We will see. Here comes the river.
Nope. So Carlos Mortensen has doubled up. He is in great shape, Vince, to tie Gus Hansen's 3 WPT titles now. He has a monster chip lead.
So the Matador getting close to making some poker history here tonight at the Hollywood Poker Open. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action in just a moment.
6.
Tonight's episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by PlayWPT.com.
One of the best feelings in my poker career.
Carlos, congratulations on your win tonight.
Most of the best players in the world were playing that tournament. It's like very prestigious tournament. And win that means you feel like in the top, you know, in the top of the mountain.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The Hollywood Poker Open continues. And right now, Mike Mustafa is desperate. He is in the deep end of the pool with broken arms. He's in trouble.
Carlos Mortensen with 96% of the chips, a massive chip lead.
All right, I move on, Lynn.
He is well on his way to capturing that 3rd WPT title.
Do I have to show it to the camera before I look at it?
Well, look at this in his hand. Mike crippled here. All the money is in.
And he is out in front with the ace-6. Carlos has the queen deuce. As Vince, you heard Carlos how proud he was when he won the WPT World Championship back in season 5, and proud he should be.
Put an ace out there one time.
As the only man in the world that's won the main event at the World Series and the main event on the World Poker Tour. That's a feat we may not see duplicated for at least 20 years.
Well, can the Matador take down this title right now? We will see. Here's the flop.
Well, flop comes King 9-5. So a good flop for Mike in that his ace high is still out in front. Carlos must catch a queen or deuce to take the lead.
Turn card is a 4 of hearts.
So we are down to the river. To win this pot and end this tournament right now, Carlos must catch a queen or a deuce. Otherwise, Mike Mustafa will double up.
I'm feeling a deuce.
Well, it's a 6 of spade. So Mike makes 2 sixes, going to take down that pot. So the match continues.
Sit back now, guys. One more hand.
Carlos slightly amused. Mike feeling very, very relieved to take that.
One more time. Actually,
he's feeling good, Vince, because he's promised his 4 daughters are going on vacation. He makes it to this final table, so the higher up he finishes, perhaps the nicer vacation.
325 plus 30 is 355.
He has 4 daughters. I wonder what it's like living in a house with 5 women, Vince.
Don't look.
That's why you play poker.
I'm on.
Well, well, he's going all in the dark for the 2nd time in a row.
I call.
Carlos has a queen jack and makes the call.
Yep, a 9-7 for Mike Mustafa.
I like this hand.
Carlos with queen jack.
He says he likes his hand. I'm sure Carlos likes his. He's the favorite to win this thing right here, right now. And tie Gus Hansen with 3 WPT titles.
Flop, 10-9, I mean 10-8-7. What am I talking about? 10-8-6.
10-9-8.
10-8-6, you're gonna flop a draw too. You need a 9.
Ace king 10 would be nice.
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna hit a 9 on the flop.
Stop the predictions. Get to the flop.
Yeah, let's just see the flop.
Well, flop comes 7-6-3. So Mike didn't catch the 9, but he did catch the 7. He is out in front now with a pair of 7s.
You can do it.
Carlos must catch a queen or a jack to take the lead. A 9 comes off. It's over. Carlos is drawing dead as Mike makes 2 pair on the turn.
Ship the sugar, baby.
It is. It's over. Ship the pot.
And Vince just said quickly, Mike Mustafa now has over 700,000.
And he's starting to get annoying to Carlos Mortensen. It's like that gnat in the middle of your back. You can't quite swat him.
Back in business, Carlos.
Mike is sticking around.
355 total.
Well, one time Carlos had the worst hand, one time he had the best hand, but he lost both pots.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
And Mike has doubled up twice in a row.
Yeah, the Matador is not smiling any longer.
Even the fish get lucky sometimes.
He knows it's never easy to take these titles, that's for sure. He still has a nice chip lead, but one more double up by this guy, and Carlos's chip lead will be down to about 2-1 is all.
Well, the blinds are 30 and 60,000. Action going to Carlos.
Well, he looks down at a king 10. And he's just going to bet enough money to cover him.
What are you doing, trying to put me all in here or something?
That's exactly what he's done.
Yep. Oh, but Mustafa with a pair of 6s.
Call.
Well, Mike is going to make the call with 2 6s. He has the best hand right now.
He already bet more than I got.
So we've got a race situation here.
Carlos, a black 6 on the flop. You know how you do it.
If Carlos wins the race, he'll be our champion.
Black 6. I mean, if there's a red 6, I'll take it too, but I don't know if you can find one in there.
If Mike wins it, he'll double up yet again for the 3rd consecutive hand.
All righty, let's rock and roll.
Well, this a healthy pot. 1.4 million in this pot.
You feeling the pressure of doubling me up one more time?
I'm feeling I'm gonna win in this hand.
Well, Carlos said, I feel I'm gonna win it on this hand, and a 10 comes off, as well as 3 clubs.
That's not a good flop for my hand.
Unbelievable.
You still have 1 out.
Yeah,
Mike has 1 out, the 6 of spade. That's the only card he can win the pot with.
Ole for the Spaniard. 2 cards remaining.
Well, a jack comes off. Actually, a good card for Mike, in that he now has twice as many outs. The 6 of clubs will win it for him now as well. He needs the 6 of spade or the 6 of clubs.
Carlos 1 card away from making history.
Well, the 5 of clubs comes off. Carlos makes a flush. Carlos Mortensen has done it, folks. You have witnessed poker history tonight. He has captured his 3rd World Poker Tour title. He has become the all-time money leader on the World Poker Tour. Folks, you're looking at poker greatness right there.
The Matador has slayed the bull one more time as he goes to the rail, kisses his girlfriend. He is our champion.
Give me my 195, please. Can't wait to see what you have there.
Back in business, Carlos.
I'm feeling I'm gonna win in this hand.
Congratulations to Carlos Mortensen for winning the inaugural Hollywood Poker Open.
Carlos is now a 3-time WPT champion and the all-time money winner on the WPT.
For Vince Van Patten and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Mike Sexton saying thanks for watching. And until next time, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. I don't understand what this is for here.
The thing that jumps off the page for me is you got obviously big names, greats, legends like Tom Dwan and Phil Ivey, both Poker King ambassadors. But we sprinkled in some wild cards in there to keep things interesting. You've got some streamers, some online folks, and some live players.
Also, Steve Aoki. I see him up in the top left corner as well.
Yeah, well, we know we're going to have a good soundtrack going. Hafu, Alexandra Botez, Shifter, prolific streamers from the e-gaming, esports side of the spectrum. And then you got the likes of Linus Lolliger and Limitless, both highly accomplished online players. And then older and newer school live pros, the likes of Chidwick and Petrangelo. I mean, really, it's a complete grab bag of just about everything you would want, all into one crock pot. And we're going to cook it up. But I feel like since we're doing the games thing and we have this, let's have some fun rules. Savage, people may not know this. You have been trying to pick up Ali bucks for the better part of 2 decades since we've known each other. And I don't think I've ever given you real action. But here and now, I feel like we can get a little something down on this heads up deal. I mean, it's been a long time since I was a part of one of these things. And we used to fill out brackets at the NBC Heads Up Poker Championship. Everybody would put in $100. I feel like we may not have time to fill out a bracket, but we can do some picks quadrant by quadrant and see how we stack up against each other for a little taste.
I love to see it. I'm excited about that. I think that I have the upper hand here. I really do.
Oh my God. Your humility, really. You're my favorite thing about you. Okay, let's take it quadrant by quadrant. Yeah, let's start with top left, shall we?
Let's go. In the top left bracket, we have Steve Aoki versus Dan Smith. We have JRB versus Lin G. We have Sam Greenwood versus Kevin Rabashow, and Alexandra Botez versus Hafu. What do you think?
Well, I think Dan Smith isn't exactly shaking in his boots, although he has everything to lose going up against Steve Aoki, who clearly is the recreational player. I think I'm going to christen the JRB Lin G matchup the trash can, since the two of them talk way too much smack. And then Botez and Hafu, how the heck do they get drawn against one another? One of the streamers is guaranteed to move forward, given that they are going to be squaring off.
Yeah, it's an amazing matchup. Even the Sam Greenwood and Rabashow matchups, a match between two crushers in the live realm and the online realm. So it's going to be a tough matchup there too. I'm looking forward to all of these.
Before we make our picks, and we're going to have to decide who gets to go first, I think I have an idea on how we'll settle that. Let's check in with a few of the players with their thoughts on the opposition in another dose of call, raise, or fold.
So we have a high stakes player. Her name's Lin G. You may or may not have played with her. DJ Steve Aoki.
I'm sunburned.
DJ Steve Aoki and poker vlogger Brad Owen. Who are you calling? Who are you raising?
All right,
who are you folding?
so, you know, I like Steve. He's cool. He's my buddy. But sorry, you're getting folded, Steve. And then I don't know much about Brad Owen. He seems like his vlogs are really cool.
Right.
I've heard a lot of nice stuff, but I think he plays like 5'10", so I think I'm going to call him, and then I'll raise Lynn, right? She played high stakes poker. She seemed pretty good, so I'll raise her.
Dan Smith, Darren Elias, and Doug Polk. Who is your call? Who is your raise? Who is your fold?
Wow. Okay. I like Dan. Dan is like absolutely my favorite person just in this group. Let's go ahead and raise Dan. Let's fold Darren, call Doug.
Are you going to walk me through the logic behind it? So you like Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Why is Darren the call and Doug the fold?
No. Darren's the fold because like I played 4 hours with Darren. Don't remember really anything notable about him. Seems like a nice guy, but like, I don't know. Not very notable to me.
Not your cup of tea. Okay.
Doug seems cool. He's a bit of a troll. Yeah, definitely just seems fun. So we can call Doug, have a nice little chat, you know, talk about some heads up strategy. And then Dan, I'll raise my glass to my friend Dan.
Okay.
We have John Robert Vallon, Daniel DeVoris, and cash game wizard Lin G.
I guess I'm gonna raise DeVoris. Like,
okay,
he's a legend. I've honestly watched a bunch of his instructional videos and have learned a lot from him. I think he's really he's great. I don't know Lynn that well. And JRB is he's such a character. I'm gonna have to call Lynn and fold JRB. JRB's a great guy, but maybe this isn't enough money for him. You know what I mean? Maybe he won't take it seriously. Who knows? He plays huge games, so I'm gonna have to fold JRB. Call Lynn.
All right, so Lynn G managing to avoid the muck there. She was the only player who was brought up on multiple occasions in that round of call, raise, or fold here as a part of the upper left quadrant. And then JRB hit the muck. I mean, he's dangerous enough to maybe make moves, right? Especially against Lynn. Lynn's volatile.
I actually think that JRB is a wild card here. I think he's got a real chance to win this tournament. I don't know why. I just feel that way.
And Lynn herself, ironically enough, ends up in the same quadrant. She didn't know this at the time at which she played the call, raise, or fold game with Dan Smith, who was her pick, actually, out of that trio. So perhaps she will face him if she manages to get past JRB. And presumably, though nothing is a given, Dan Smith manages to get past Steve Aoki. And on the topic of Steve Aoki, I actually had an opportunity to sit down with him. It was an incredibly insightful and philosophical conversation that went every which way other than poker, it would seem. But we had some fun with it. And then I spoke to Lynn as well. And believe it or not, Matt, she was doing it right. I think I'm cool because I'm sitting here at City Center in a hotel room. The woman was on a boat in Greece.
Okay, so hold on. If you've done 20,000 cakes, then you're probably going to be good at this next thing. We came up with a little cake quiz for you as somebody who clearly has the experience necessary to play some cake trivia. You ready?
Let's go.
Have you been to Mardi Gras?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah. During Mardi Gras, they often
throw the beads
serve,
on you. They throw the beads.
Right. Okay. They also do something part of their tradition. It's called king cake, and it's got something inside of it. What is hidden inside of a king cake?
A king?
Good guess. A fair guess. I feel like you would know a little bit about this because you're so big into the figurines, as I learned when you came and you played on Poker After Dark. A baby figurine said to bring luck and prosperity to whoever finds it is inside the middle of a king cake. Okay.
That is dangerous.
Yeah,
that
choking
is dangerous.
hazard.
You're drunk and you're eating this cake on Mardi Gras, you choke on this little figurine.
Yeah, it's luck, prosperity, or sudden death via asphyxiation. I neglected to say that. Okay, next one's easy, just because it's true or false. 50-50. True or false? Depression cake is named for its gray color from a chemical reaction between its ingredients.
Say that part. Say it again.
Okay, true or false? Yeah. Depression cake is named for the gray color it has due to a chemical reaction between its ingredients.
True.
False. It was made during the Depression and uses little to no milk, sugar, butter, or eggs. Man, okay, look, this is the last one.
Right,
I feel like you're going to get at least
this really miserably. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, but you still throw a good cake. All right. What are the 3 types of milk used in a tres leches cake? Give me any one of the 3 types of
milk.
Yes! Condensed milk is used in tres leches cake. We have a winner.
I got
Fantastic.
one. I got one.
Where did you come from, and how on earth did you manage to do all of this in such a tight timeline?
So I think it goes just absolutely without saying that 1, I've gotten very, very lucky. 2, I just have like a ton of flexibility. But yeah, I kind of just picked up poker, had some friends try their best to teach me. One ex in particular just like made it his job to like make me suck a little bit less at poker. And then I just went on like the sickest heater. So yeah, it's definitely been a fun ride.
Right. I mean, but how is it that you've managed to both have an appetite for the sort of, risk that you have and managed to put together the bankroll that you have to play at these levels?
I went from 100,000 to 20,000 so many times. But if you just keep trying, like hopefully one day that 100,000 turns to $1 million instead of 20,000. And after like the 5th or 6th time, the numbers started going up as opposed to down. And I think it can mostly only really be attributed to luck.
So you bring all this personality to the game. I mean, you talk a lot of smack.
Well, when my competition's so bad, it's easy to talk a lot of shit. So, no, I think it's just more fun that way. Like, I feel like if I can take it, I should also get to dish it out. And like, I think I think I definitely also just feel like I have something to prove. I mean, I'm 23. It's hard not to. Like, I'm playing with men that are double my age, a million times richer than me, so much more worldly. And it's like, I don't know. It's a lot of fun, but I definitely have a little bit of a chip on my shoulder.
You know when to dial it back as well. I know there was some humbling moments that you've had. In particular, we're referring to that massive pot that you played on high stakes poker with the Queen 10 suited all in. I think you had $163,000 in the middle, and there was even more on the side. You ran into 2 queens for Tom Dwan and then an ace king for Jean-Robert Ballon. Was that the biggest pot that you've played?
Almost definitely. Because if I just don't get to play those stakes very much, and 2, when I do, like, for all ins to be 3 ways like that and no limit hold them, it's pretty hard. So yeah.
Were you at all starstruck?
Definitely the big spot I played. For sure. So I played with Tom Dwan twice now, and because I'm his biggest fan, I make sure to dump off a buy-in in the dumbest way possible every single time I see him.
Well, Ali, that cake quiz sure didn't help me make a pick here.
Listen, the K quiz wasn't designed to help you make a pick. I'm not trying to give you a leg up, but it is sort of time for us to make those picks. Maybe you learned a thing or two about Lynn. We got to figure out how we determine who makes the first pick. And I have in my hand here my friend Ben. You may or may not know him, a crispy addition. Why don't you tell me odd or even the first digit in the serial number on my friend Ben here, and if you get it right, then you pick first, and if you get it wrong, I pick first.
I'll go with odd.
You'll go with odd. That is odd, my friend, because I don't know if you can see it or not there, but it is even.
All right.
8. All right, so I get to pick first here in the upper left, and you really messed up because I feel like there is a very clear favorite, at least for me, in this upper left quadrant, and that's got to be Dan Smith.
Yep, you stole my pick right off the bat here. I am not happy about that.
You have a couple of other ones to go with, I think, that I know which direction you're going.
Yeah.
Out of that Greenwood Rabbit Chow, it's got to be, right?
Yeah, I'm going with Rabbit Chow. Only because I think that he's got some experience heads up, and I think he may be an upset in this bracket for sure.
Yeah, I suspect that Dan Smith makes his way up against one of those 2 guys, so certainly we're not drawn dead. And we'll see who ends up with the nod in the upper left. Let us move now then to the lower left.
Ali, let's look at this lower left quadrant, and it is straight fire. The first matchup is between Doug Polk and Tom Dwan. And we have Patrik Antonius versus GACKT, Stefan 11222 versus Timothy Adams, and then Brad Owen versus Daniel Dvoris.
Okay, first off, there's no way that we don't christen this the quadrant of death, because really there are absolutely no gimmies in this quadrant. Even GACKT, who's a Japanese pop star by trade, is super serious about the game, very passionate, has participated in some WPTs. So for me, it's just a complete handicap coming out of this quadrant map.
Some of the biggest high stake players in the world are in this bracket.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And clearly that's our opinion, but let's now check in with some of the other players in the field with their opinions on this quadrant of death.
Yeah, Dvoris is a great player. I play a lot with him online, not heads up, but in tournaments, and a super solid player, well-studied, fundamentally sound, and probably among the best tournament players in the world right now.
Tim Adams. I mean, I've been friends with Tim for a long time. He's an absolute crusher, and I know he's also played a lot of heads up. So yeah, I mean, someone like him, it's just not going to be a walk in the park, you know?
These 3 players are going to be starting hands. All right. Jean-Robert Ballon, Nick Schulman, and Doug Polk. So who would you call? Who would you raise?
Obviously, I'm folding JRB.
All right.
And then I guess you'd call Nick Schulman and you'd raise Doug Polk.
I think at 100 big blinds plus or 50 big blinds plus, I just can't even imagine that I'm not the best player in this field. I just can't see anyone that's even remotely close.
Well, Doug Polk giving me all the humility I can handle always, that's for sure. But, you know, he is kind of the favorite out of this bracket, right, Matt?
Yeah, he just did have a big heads-up match. I don't know if you saw a little bit earlier this year, and he did quite well. He did quite well.
He was playing against Daniel Negreanu, picked up a 7-figure sum, and did mention that he managed to bury the hatchet with him and you know, respected him. But I'll tell you what, you drop off $1 million on my doorstep, I'll bury all the hatchets you want and give you all the respect you want as well. That is for sure. I actually had a chance to chat with Doug as with Brad Owen. Brad, a prolific vlogger, but for those who maybe haven't had a chance to catch up on his stuff, let's get to know him. And then on the back end, we'll get some more of that patented Doug Polk humility.
Who are some of the people that you're most excited to potentially play against? Not necessarily because they'd be soft spots, but because, holy smokes, here I am playing heads up against this person who I've looked up to. And then who are some of the people that you're like, please don't put me in that torture chamber?
Right. Well, it kind of goes both ways with the guys I'm excited to play with and the guys I'm afraid of playing with. So Phil Ivey,
you're a masochist.
Yeah. I mean, if I can play against Phil Ivey, he's my all-time favorite poker player. So that would be great. Tom Dwan, I'm just seeing that Patrik Antonius is on the list. So
yeah, recent addition.
He was going to be there. So him or Schulman or Olivier Bousquet, I mean, it's just like a crazy lineup full of people that I've been watching for years. I have very little experience playing heads up. So these chess players or influencers or whatever, if I get matched up against them, I feel like I'm going to be expected to win, but I don't think I'm going to have that much of an advantage. So it's like a negative free roll if I play against them. Whereas if I get matched up against Ivy or Antonius or any of those guys, I'm expected to lose. So it's a free roll for me. I'm going to be doing some training, some last minute training before the match, some heads up stuff. I think Doug Polk is supposed to arrange, or we're supposed to arrange something together where he's going to be teaching me some heads up tricks.
Yeah. So obviously there's going to be some coaches who are going to help some of the folks who are less experienced. What's it like getting the opportunity to get coaching from someone like that? I mean, people pay thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars to get access to some of the better minds in poker, and you're getting it for free effectively.
Yeah, this whole, I mean, the whole experience is going to be insane. So I'm really looking forward to all of it. Doug has been a mentor for me, you know, with YouTube stuff and poker. So I actually reached out to him before I think he got the invitation, and I asked him for some heads up tips, and he broke it down. He broke down like as many situations in as few words as possible that I would come across, and kind of strategy for that. But he is more familiar with kind of 100 big blind plus heads up play. So he is probably gonna have to do a little bit of studying when it comes down to, you know, getting shorter stacks and fewer big blinds.
What would be considered a successful turnout for you here, Brad? Obviously we know that you want to win, but if, you know, that seems like a daunting task, how far would you need to get before you felt like, man, I really made my mark and I'm proud of what I accomplished here?
I suppose it depends on who I face in each round. So if I face Phil Ivey and I can take one of the games against him in the match, because it's a best of 3, that would be a pretty big accomplishment for me. Now, if I face one of the gamers and I lose the match and I'm eliminated, I think that would be a disappointing showing for myself.
Right. So it's a little bit contingent on the opposition, but I mean, I would figure winning a couple of matches overall, regardless of who it's against, as somebody who plays predominantly live, would certainly be a W in your book, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, realistically, if I can make it through the first round, I'll be pretty excited. And if I can make it to the money, that'd be amazing, because it's a 25K. It's going to be a lot of money if you cash, no matter what.
Well, listen, obviously, a lot of those sorts of relationships that you've had, for lack of a better way to describe them, through the years have created some polarity with respect to you, those who are in your camp and those who are in the camps of those other individuals. And my guess is, being as prolific as you are on social media, you may or may not from time to time have had a chance to scroll through some of this feedback, but I put a link out there. I'm just sending it to you now that has some tweets that we found. And interestingly, this was all content that came from a tweet after you had announced your retirement. Chad Holloway asked the public if you were worthy of the Hall of Fame, presuming that you were done. Your body of work was complete. And he said, you know, you've got 3 bracelets. You've got all the earnings that you've done. You've got all the coaching, all of the content creation, which he referred to as A+. And he said, what say you, Gen Pop? Some folks obviously weren't quite as convinced. We figured it would be fun to let you read some of this
content. So do you have the link up?
I do, yeah. I have not looked at them yet, so I'm gonna be doing a live reading. I know
Yes.
I've seen mean tweet readings before, so I know how this
You
this
know how
goes.
this works? I'm hoping
Yeah,
you're going
okay.
to do well with it. My guess is your skin is thick enough to handle it.
I would hope so. Lord knows I've seen enough of these over the years.
All right. So whether or not Doug Polk is worthy of the Hall of Fame, what did they say, Doug? Read them to us.
Okay. Let's skip past the Chad one, right? Let's go to the next
sure.
one. Okay.
We've
All
got
right.
that
First response. All that, and he still has a chip on his shoulder. Shame, really. Oh, this is
That's
pretty
tame.
This is pretty tame. If these
That
are
is
this
tame.
easy, these are layups.
Well, maybe we're going to
Next one.
escalate from here.
At Floptician, he's just so annoying. It's hard to consider. Okay, this is getting, it's heating up a little bit.
All right, next.
Okay, all right. We'll move this one on.
Stop previewing.
I'm not previewing. I'm just going through. Steve Fox. Quite frankly, Doug Polk is not a Hall of Fame caliber player. If it weren't for his knack for self-promotion, he would be Doug Who. I'm not saying he's a bad guy or a bad player. I'm just saying we shouldn't lower the bar for him because he's a good guy with great videos. I mean, that calls me a good guy. This is.
I know he hedged. How mean was that? I'm going to have a word with my producers on that one.
You know what happened here? He was going to drop the hammer, but then he started to feel a little bit bad about dropping the hammer. So he
backed off.
He just tapped the hammer a bit, you know, tap the hammer.
It was a small mallet. All right, next.
Paul Million says the tank tops are a DQ. Oh, the tank tops are a DQ here. Well, I'm glad I got dressed up for the occasion.
True to form.
True to form.
All right, and last but by no means least,
the douche Hall of Fame. Sure. Wish him the best and hope he doesn't return. That was, you know how there's the thing, there's a compliment sandwich. This was an insult sandwich. The douche Hall of Fame for sure, mean, and then wish him the best. Oh, maybe he's gonna be nice and hope he doesn't return. Boom, right back. This guy,
right
no
there.
problem dropping the hammer.
Well executed, right?
A well put together insult indeed.
Well, you know, Ali, I've actually seen some meaner tweets about Doug Polk than that one.
No. You've seen meaner tweets in my at replies. I know you're browsing through there. That's where you find the real mean stuff.
Yeah, and I did some interviews myself. I did a crazy one with Tom Dwan, which started off in a store, ended up in a limo, and then I don't know where he was going. He was all over South Florida. It was quite amazing.
All right, yeah. I'm trying to get some headphones with a charger. So I'm ready to do this recording for
Sweet.
WPT event. So,
all right.
Can I just leave this with you because I need to do an interview?
Looking at the list of players, do you know who's playing? Who do you want to face heads up and beat?
One of the people that hasn't played before.
All right. So you would rather beat Ivy heads up for the title?
Why?
I don't know.
That's harder.
It's harder, but if you beat him, who cares?
No, but like I said, there's some people that play mainly for money, part for competition. I play hugely for money and a little bit for like enjoyment or some nice setting. The competition part, no. I'll go play video games if I want competition. Poker, give me the money.
All right, I love it.
Or some basketball, maybe.
We asked our Club WPT members, which is a subscription site. So they're not professional players, but they know how to play the game. So we're going to give you 2 questions to get the number 1 answer. Who is the best poker player of all time? And remember, this is the Club WPT members that have been asked this question. Who's the best poker player of all time? This is not your answer. This is their answer.
Guessing Doyle.
Doyle is tied for 3rd with 13% with Stu Unger. So you have one more guess.
Ivy.
Nope. Ivy's incorrect. The number 1 answer was Daniel Negreanu with 25% of the votes.
Where was Ivy?
Ivy, I do not know. I think he didn't even make the top 3. So that's interesting. I would have thought so. Second was Phil Hellmuth with 21%. Now you know where this is going. So who is the most overrated poker pro based on our Club WPT members that answered this?
Mike Matasow.
Mike Matasow is not on the list of top 3. We're going to give you another guess.
Chris Moneymaker.
Chris Moneymaker is a tie for 3rd with Doug Polk at 8%. I'm going to give you
Doug
one more
Polk
guess.
made 3rd.
Yeah, this is good. I'm going to give you one more guess just because this is going so well.
Doug Polk made 3rd. That's so weird. Doug Polk's 3rd on most overrated, and yet only from the Ghana get 2. don't know if I got a good guess, man. Gus Hansen.
No, not Gus Hansen. You got that one wrong. All right. Well, just so you know, he made both lists. Phil Hellmuth at 29% of the votes was voted most overrated, but he was also
Oh,
voted
I guess
best.
that makes sense.
Yes. So it was on both ends of the spectrum.
Who was second?
Second was Daniel Negreanu, 13%. So he also made both lists. Number one and number two on both of those lists. So well done. We really appreciate it. Tom, thanks for coming in. We will look forward to seeing you down there in Cabo.
How sunburned am I?
You're pretty sunburned.
I wasn't that sunburned yesterday, so that means I got sunburned just now, which is brutal. So
Yeah.
I'm really going to be hurting. I gotta somehow get rid of that sunburn.
How pure was Dwan's face during that interview when you played Survey Says? I mean, just absolutely in shock at the Club WPT opinions out there. And I certainly hope that he's been working on his heads up game as much as he has on his base tan, from what I can tell out there in Florida. Time for the picks though, Matt. I went first up top on the left side. Here we are down at the bottom. Who do you got?
Well, I think this one's obvious. He's been running hotter than the sun. So I'm going to go with Daniel Dvoris.
Interesting. I thought for sure when you said hotter than the sun that you were going to take Doug Polk, especially Doug Polk being a heads up specialist. And if you did, oddly enough, I was going to take Daniel Dvoris. But since you're taking Dvoris, I got to take Doug Polk. I mean, the guy's sharp. He's coming off of the match with Negreanu. He's picked up a cool bean, 7 figures for the effort. And here he is right back in the saddle. And I think his dream situation, clicking buttons, heads up for all of the money. So I'll take Doug Polk, and that does it for the left side.
Well, as you know, there are no redraws, so they won't meet each other until the Elite Eight. So I'm excited about that as well. No seeding in this event either.
Yep. All right. So with the left side in the bag, let us shift our attention to the right side and specifically the upper right part of the bracket.
Well, we are coming out of the quadrant of death, but I got to tell you, Ali, this little bracket right here is no walk in the park. We have Linus Lolliger facing Olivier Bousquet, Nick Schulman versus Chris Kruk, online qualifier Mao Mao Chong 999, which translates into Caterpillar 999 versus Button Clicker, and Limitless versus Nick Petrangelo.
Just chock full of talent here, and you're right. I may have christened the quadrant of death a little bit too soon. You got a couple of booth brethren and Olivier Bousquet, who I worked on WPT Alpha 8 with out there, and of course my current partner in crime over at Poker Go, Nick Schulman. A lot of online talent. Obviously, the qualifier is doing something right to get in there, but unfortunately for them, they're up against Button Clicker, who coaches Doug Polk. Then you have Limitless. Victor Malinowski's been doing it at the highest level online forever. Olivier, of course, heads up online specialist, and then Linus Lollinger, Linus Love. Really, I don't know that you can go wrong. You could throw a dart at this one over here. We might need a little bit of help. Why don't we check in with some of the folks from the upper right streets about themselves and the people they might be facing, and then some other people about the folks from the upper right streets.
I mean, I'm pretty confident. I mean, there are a number of non-professionals in the field, which always kind of helps the ROI of the professionals. And then, this is a format that I have a lot of experience in and I feel pretty comfortable in. So I'm hoping my edge is decent.
Liv B, I've played a lot. If we're looking at this heads up list, I've actually played a lot heads up with Liv, just because we both live in New Jersey and played online and played a lot of heads up sit and goes against each other. Also have randomly drawn him in other heads up events. So played a lot of heads up with Liv B, and I've been happy with how I've played, but I think he's won a lot of the bigger matches. So I'd like to get a little revenge there.
Lucky Chewy, Button Clicker, and Darren Elias.
I'll have to raise Darren Elias because that's my boy. Lucky Chewy call, because I think, I would say he's going to be really strong in that event. And yeah, gotta fold.
Well, it's not too often people are going to be folding the man who coaches Doug Polk in Button Clicker. And as for Olivier, I know he was a one-time heads-up specialist. He talked about non-professionals being in this field. Unfortunately for him, he didn't really get that kind of draw here. And I haven't really heard much from him of late.
Yeah, before I interviewed Olivier, I thought I knew a lot about him, but some of those answers really surprised me. And I did have a lot of fun quizzing Nick Petrangelo as well. Hey, tell us a little bit about the format. It's 32 players, heads up. How do you approach an event like this?
Yeah, so I think that type of structure is interesting. Playing against one other player It's really different. It's really makes it, I feel like, more competitive, more personal. I think a lot of it is just adjusting to who your opponent is and being sharp in that regard, as opposed to doing any sort of real thorough preparation, because this field has sort of every type of player involved. And also the bracket format feels more like sports, right? Like it's easier for people to watch and pick people. And it's like, oh, if I beat this guy, I'm going to be up against Stevie next round. There's that element of it where in a normal tournament, you're just kind of going through and you're like, my tip might change and I'll play against these other 7 random guys. Like this one, you know who you're playing against. You can prepare a little bit even for it. You can get some notes on the guy. You can know their tendencies. You know who's ahead. And yeah, I think it's just interesting in that regard.
This one should be very simple for you because it's about your poker life.
Oh yeah, that is easy.
It's your career has been very extensive, so you have a lot to unpack here, but I think that you will find this to be easy. All right, so here we go. We'll get started. Question number 1. The very first cash listed on your Hendon Mob is from the 2009 Winter Poker Meltdown at Turning Stone in upstate New York, where many other poker legends like yourself cut your teeth. Where did you finish and for how much?
Turning Stone was 3 hours from where I grew up. And we used to, I know this isn't what you asked, but I just remember, it's a great memory. Like we used to I used to sell my old sand wedges and stuff and get like $180 together and drive 3 hours with one buy-in for 1-2. It was where I loved playing there. We looked forward to it all the time. I remember this tournament specifically was actually when I was in college, and it was a $500. It might have been a $500 six max. I'll never forget. It was like a totally standard call down, and I just beat myself up over it forever. Looking back on it, I'm like, wow, I could never have folded that. But at the time, everyone's like, that was so obvious. Like, what were you doing? I think I got around maybe 12th for $1,300.
You're
maybe
way off. You're way off. I can't believe you didn't know this. This is your poker life. 4th place for $39.58.
4th?
Yeah, 4th place.
Wow.
$39.58. And you know what they did right after you busted out? They chopped it up 3 ways.
I got 4th?
Yeah, 4th place.
Wow, that's pretty good.
That is your first
what I did with that $4,000.
All right, question number 2. You won your first WSOP bracelet in 2015 in the No Limit Hold'em Shootout. Do you remember how many total entries were in that event?
Oh no. Man, this is going to be embarrassing. I don't know. I have no idea. Mid 100s? Is it like mid 100s in that event?
No, it's much bigger than that.
Really? Yeah, I have no idea.
All right, 308. 308 entries.
308 people? I thought it was going to be, I thought for some reason it was like a 190 or something. But I don't remember.
One of the smaller fields, but still 308. Yeah. Respectable, very respectable. All right. So you're over 2 now.
Man, I don't know anything. that was a long time ago. I've been playing for 12 years, I think.
All right, this is good. All right, question number 3. At the WPT 5 Diamond in season 13, Ryan Fee river to King High Straight, ending your run in 17th place. What color shirt were you wearing that day?
Blue.
Ah, you got that one right. It was a bright blue T-shirt, and I do have to say, he looked pretty good in it.
I remember that. I remember Fee. Yeah, he got me good in that tournament.
I've always noticed that you're super focused, like for the MMA fight you had. This heads-up match is a setting is going to be in Cabo. It's going to be a little more relaxed. Are you going to be able to be focused?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I've learned to get accustomed to is to not necessarily turn it off and on, but is to be able to, focus when I need to. So, I mean, you're right. I'm super excited for the non-poker aspects of this trip. Like, it's a great group of people. I think we're going to have a blast. The place looks amazing. Like, I'm really excited. But at the same time, I mean, we wouldn't be going if there wasn't also a poker tournament. And yeah, it's a lot of money. So I'm definitely going to take it seriously. I've been studying and preparing, and obviously will continue as up until the first hand is dealt. So I think I'll be ready.
I'm going to start it with a sentence, and you finish it. Okay? My zodiac sign is
Leo.
I'm happiest when I'm with
friends and family.
I can't have pocket aces. Give me All right. Right now I'm reading.
Right now I am reading, what is it called? It's called Explaining Humans by Dr. Camila Pang.
The app I use the most on my phone is?
I guess WhatsApp. Oh, sorry. Obviously, the app I use the most is chess.com. But then what's
Okay.
I wasn't counting that one. But sorry, what was the next question?
My first concert was?
The Dave Matthews Band.
The strangest place I've ever slept was?
Prison cell.
A prison cell. Wow.
Or a jail cell. I mean, it wasn't prison. Jail cell.
All right. That sounds like it needs a follow-up question, but I'm just going to go. I'm just going to.
I only answered that way because I knew there was no follow-up to that.
I think we're just going to move on. The last thing I ate was?
The last thing I ate was, I literally just ate it. I ate an apple.
All right. The longest poker session I've ever had was?
40 hours.
Heads up is hard because?
You never have anything.
I hope people think that I'm
kind.
Okay, so Pietrangelo may not know that much about his own poker stats, but I promise you this, the man has a solid beer take. You got to surf the Twitter streets to find those. And as for Olivier, we got to get the rest of that prison story, right?
He wasn't giving it up. I tried.
Come on. Is it prison or is it jail? I feel like prison, that's a long-term sentence.
I'm not quite sure, but he left us wondering, that's for sure.
Well, this group might feel a little bit like jail to everybody involved. And I am up, Matt. It is time for the first of our picks from the right side of the bracket. And I don't know if I'm being a homer here if I take Shulman. My heart's there because I know just how hard he works at the game. But we are clicking buttons. And that doesn't mean I'm picking button clicker. It's between Limitless and Linus Lolliger for me, I think. I'm going to take Limitless.
Wow.
That's where I'm going.
He left it wide open for me. He was not on my list, and he should have been, obviously. But you know what? I'm going to go with Nick Pietrangelo. I got to go with somebody that I know. He plays golf. He's funny. He's my guy.
Oh, seems like you really thought this one out. Wow. Ironically enough, though, you're picking the other side of that very first round matchup here in taking Pietrangelo. So we'll know right away who's going to win this one.
I like that.
All right. So 3 in the books and 1 more left to go as we shift our attention to the lower right side, the finale here in the WPT Heads Up Championship. And it's a doozy.
That's right. And Ali, I love this bracket as well. In this bracket, we have Shifter versus Anthony Zeno, Phil Ivey versus Manik Loser. We have Darren Elias versus qualifier KK Guowang KK1, and Andrew Lichtenberger, Lucky Chewy versus Stephen Chidwick.
Love seeing Phil Ivey out there, Matt. I mean, he doesn't really rally for much these days. So for him to have decided to participate, clearly as a Poker King ambassador, he wants to be there, but it means it's moving the needle.
It definitely is, but he has to face Manik Loser in the first round, which is no pushover for sure.
No, absolutely not. Very accomplished European player. And then, of course, how can you sleep on Darren Elias? I mean, this is one of the most accomplished WPT players out there.
He is the most accomplished with 4 WPT titles, and he has the most final tables as well.
Of course, we do have a couple of wild cards in the form of the qualifier and Shifter from the esports and e-gaming side of the spectrum. And let's check in on the lower right about the lower right, shall we?
Tom Dwan, Stephen Chidwick, and Phil Ivey.
All right.
Strongest pick.
Tom. I know Phil. Who's the other guy?
Stephen Chidwick.
I don't know him.
So maybe you want to fold him.
Yeah, no. I'm going to raise him.
Really? Even though you don't know him?
I like that. It's that's the fun. Sometimes it's gamble.
Okay, so you're raising against him? Or are you raising using him? Because
I'm just
what we're trying to do.
I'm gonna check raise him.
You're gonna check raise him. Okay, we'll play it a little different with you. So you're gonna check raise Stephen Chidwick because you don't know.
And
all right. What are you doing against
also
Tom
that's
Dwan?
how you test people, because they don't know me either. Tom Dwan, I will call.
Okay. And that means
we played a game where he just crushed. I was like, okay, this guy. Okay, and Phil
Ivey.
Phil, last time I played him, I kept folding every time he went all in. I was like, I don't want to lose it all to Phil Ivey. like this. No.
It is soul crushing the way he can relieve you of chips.
Yeah, because he just doesn't break character. Like he's so straight faced. I'm like, it like pissed me off. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah. Fold to Phil. I mean, he is the GOAT. To me, he's like he is the GOAT of poker for me.
A lot of people looked up to Phil. I like the way he conducted himself at the table. When I was first playing live, I kind of tried to emulate him in some of my actions at the table. And I feel like everybody remembers the first time they play with Ivy when they're 18, 19, 20 years old. So it's always fun to have those old school guys around in these kind of events.
Stephen Chidwick, Timothy Adams, and Nick Petrangelo. Who do you call with? Who do you raise with? Who do you fold?
How am I folding any of these hands?
Wow. So you're saying you're just a calling station? You don't know how to lay one
No,
down?
I'm a raising station. I mean, these are the best of the best. This is the cream of the crop. Like, what are we doing here?
Look, sometimes people's feelings get hurt, Chewy. That's how this works. But we know you have no ill intentions.
All right, I'll fold Tim because then he's out of the tournament, and then we don't have to deal with him.
See, there you go. A diplomatic way to send Tim into the muck. Okay.
And call Stevie and raise Nick.
I'm going to need you to explain that decision.
I played with Nick yesterday at the USPO, and he was bringing the pain, so fresh in my mind.
Okay.
I mean,
so
these are all elite players.
No question.
Okay, anytime that you're going to flat Stephen Chidwick and call, raise, or fold, you better be trapping because that's a lot of hand to be flatting. Not that Nicky P isn't a raisable holding. And as I look back at the lower right bracket, I realize that we might be sleeping on Anthony Zeno in the shadow of Darren Elias here, but a 3-time WPT winner with a lot to lose going up against Shifter.
Yeah, Shifter might be an underdog here, but he's already scored a winning coach in Darren Elias. So I think that's going to help him quite a bit. There's a lot of amateurs that are actually in this event. You're going to be coaching one of them. His name is Shifter. He is a League of Legends Twitch streamer. What are you going to teach this player?
Well, I guess anytime you're coaching, you kind of have to assess where they're at. So I need to know what he knows about poker. Does he know a full house beats a flush? Or does he know he needs to bet small on King XX boards? Like, I have no clue where he's at. So I guess assess where he's at and go from there. And it's going to be a lot of luck of the draw. I mean, there's going to be players he can beat in that tournament, and then there's going to be ones that are kind of a tough out. If he draws a really good heads-up player, that's going to be tough.
So now you're going to give away all your secrets, or are you going to hold out something in case you have to face him in the heads-up match?
I mean, I think I'll give him all his secrets because, I mean, what I found in poker coaching is telling somebody everything is one thing, and them being able to execute it is a whole nother beast. So I'd feel all right taking on my student.
A lot of people call you the GOAT. The GOAT of the World Poker Tour. Now, I know there's a very fine line between arrogance and confidence. Where do you make that separation? I know you're not an arrogant guy, but you're very confident. Mm-hmm. So where is that line for you?
I mean, for me, I never, I try to speak with my actions more than my words. I'm never going to tell somebody how good I am or how highly I think of myself as a player. I'm never going to talk about something like that. I'm just going to go out there, do my best, day in, day out for my whole career. And when it's all said and done, then maybe I can go back and think about that. But I'm still very much in the middle of my career. I'm still enjoying competing and trying to be one of the best. So that's it.
All right. Well, you're known as the GOAT of the World Poker Tour. So we have some GOAT trivia. How many stomachs does a GOAT have?
Is that a trick question? I mean, it's got to be more than 1, 2.
It's more than that.
7?
Less than that.
5.
Also less. They have 4 stomachs. So
that was a tough one.
I'll give you a true or false. Goats can easily jump up to 12 feet high in a single bound. Is that true or false?
True.
That is true. You got that one right. All right. Over under. How much revenue did the inventor of goat yoga say she made in her first year? The line is $150,000. You've taken the over or the under?
I'm going over.
Yeah, you are correct. It's $160,000. So the GOAT is doing well in the GOAT trivia.
Well, I'm pretty sure Darren Elias doesn't mind going 2 for 3 in quizzes as long as he keeps all of his success in the WPT streets and, of course, poker in general. Now, you got to play game show host there with Darren. I got a little jealous. I had to make sure I got one in, and I got it in with Andrew Lichtenberger, who both clarified exactly where he got his nickname, Lucky Chewy, and then also gave us a little bit of his lunch snack knowledge.
So in 3rd grade, my loving mother would pack me lunches, and she would always put a Chewy granola bar in there for a snack. And friends just started calling me Chewy, and it literally just stuck, and eventually just made it part of my online name because it was just a nickname I'd had for so long. And here we are today.
The bars in question wouldn't happen to be these, would they?
They would, although that's a more modern looking version.
If indeed you are as well versed in the Chewy streets as you claim to be, you should be able to succeed in our next game, which we're going to be playing. You don't have a choice in the matter. It's Name That Granola Bar. Are you ready?
Oh,
I mean, that's the laugh of a man who's slightly nervous.
That's the laugh of a man who has not eaten a Chewy granola bar in many moons. So we'll see.
Don't hedge. Don't hedge. It's unbecoming. You're not that guy. All right, look. The first, I'm going to give you an easy one to start. All right?
Okay.
And truth be told, I've probably bitten into all of these already because I was hungry this morning. Okay, here is your first bar. Ready? Name that bar.
Oatmeal raisin.
Jesus, that was scary. Okay, I said it was going to be easy. For somebody who hasn't eaten these in a long time, you're pretty good. Okay. All right, we're going to progress here. Moving forward. This one, you ought to be able to get this one. This one's
chocolate chip.
All right, good. Okay, I'm warming you up. Don't worry, the tough stuff's still coming.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, perhaps a more modern bar, as you described it earlier. What have we here, my good man? Oh,
man.
Stumper.
Well, I mean, it's not chocolate chip, but those appear to be chocolate chips. Can I get a hint? Are those chocolate chips? Oh, Rice Krispie? Is that a thing?
I didn't even know there's a Rice Krispie. I think you're conflating desserts. No, this, my friend, would be cookies and cream. Did that not exist when Mom was packing them?
I don't recall ever having had that one. I was a chocolate chip through and through. So like I'm a little bit outside of my element, but all right. All
right. Look here. Moving forward, I got a couple more here. All right. Okay. I bit into this one and it was delicious. Okay, now it's falling apart. Now you kind of see some of the ingredients there. Think campfire.
Ah, s'mores.
Very good. All right.
This one was around for that one back then.
It was not?
It was.
Oh, okay. It's around now. It's around in my belly. Okay. Last but not least, and this is from the 25% less sugar pack, which I know you would approve. Oh, look at that.
Peanut butter?
Can you be more specific?
Chocolate peanut butter. Peanut butter chocolate chip?
We're going to give it to him, ladies and gentlemen. Peanut butter chocolate chip, indeed.
Let's go.
Nailed it. Let's go. I feel like you were 4.5 for 6. That's good.
That wasn't bad.
On one of those. No, that was really good, man.
You know, all that granola talk got me hungry, Matt. Really satisfies, if you know what I mean. All right, you're up first in the lower right, my man. What do you got?
I got to go with the WPT GOAT, Darren Elias, 4 WPT championships, and I think he picks up another title right here.
Such a gimme. Now, you say title. He's winning the whole thing?
Yes, I do believe so.
Wow. You're forgetting that WPTs, my friend, are not just heads-up events. And granted, to win a title, you will be playing heads-up at some point. But the bulk of the body of work is multi-way action. And granted, we're clicking buttons. It's an online event. And I know most of the damage that my pick has done has come in the live streets. He used to play the big nosebleeds, the rail heaven stuff on Full Tilt. But I'm going with Phil Ivey. I hope I get the Phil Ivey that shows up to play. He's the Poker King ambassador, right? He's got to do it. It's for the home team.
He's a decent choice, I have to say. All right, so let's recap.
All right, what do we got?
Let's recap. You have Dan Smith, Doug Polk, Limitless, and Phil Ivey. And I have Kevin Rabichow, Daniel Dvoris, Nick Petrangelo, and the GOAT, Darren Elias.
And it's for my friend Ben here, right?
Yes.
Doing it for my friend Ben.
Winner take all.
All right, cool. Well, obviously time will tell which of the two of us will be collecting a C-note from the other. But in the meantime, I think our work here is done. Should we hand it over to the adults?
Let's do it.
All right. That's it for the pre-show. On behalf of Matt Savage, I'm Ali Najad, and this is what adults do for breakfast. See ya.
So long.
Welcome everyone to the WPT Heads Up Championship presented by Poker King. It's a 25K buy-in Heads Up 32-player field, and I'm joined today by one of my favorite people in poker and out of poker because he's retiring and unretiring so often. But how's it going, Doug Polk?
Thank you, Jamie, for the intro. I think you're a decent person as well. It's good to be here. I'm excited for this event. Obviously, this is a format that I got a lot of experience in and have loved more or less from the day that I started playing. So excited to play tomorrow and excited to get to commentate some hands and see some action. And yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we are kicking it off with a matchup of amateur versus top professional. Steve Aoki is facing off against Dan Smith. Dan Smith one of the most winningest poker players of all time. Steve Aoki, world famous DJ, who is a poker enthusiast. He plays big private cash games, but I doubt he has messed around very much in the heads up format. What do you think about this one?
It's tough to say. I mean, the thing about Aoki is that obviously you know him for his music, right? You don't know exactly what games he's playing in. He's kind of taken a bit of more private approach in the way that he has played in games. I've heard of Aoki playing, but when I think about it, I don't think Aoki has really played many tournaments or live high stakes games in like a more public setting. So I think it's one of those players where you could really see a very wide array of, a wide range of talent. We don't really know what his play style is going to be like, and it's kind of cool getting a little glimpse into someone that I'm sure a lot of people here are interested to see play.
For sure. And we are showing you the whole bracket right now. Take a look. We have just some world-class players. We also have some streamers. We have Alexandra Botez, who is a chess champion and a very popular chess streamer on Twitch. Hafu, who has really risen in a lot of different video games, and she's one of the most popular streamers. She's based out of Vegas. They actually randomly drew each other. You were streaming it to play each other. So we're guaranteed to have one of these women move on to the next round.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Full disclosure, I'm friends with Hafu, and we played a little heads up match before the stream today. So I got a little glimpse into how she's going to play. Actually, I think she might surprise some people. She's got a few moves. I managed to get it in with top pair versus top set and suck out. So I taught her how it's done, right? This is how you do it, guys. In the business, you have to know how to hit straights versus three of a kind. That's just kind of how you win matches. No, but seriously, Hafu played, I would say, surprisingly well. I think that she might surprise people there. And as far as Alexandra Botez, I'm not familiar with her game, so I can't speak to that. But of course, one of the great things about this event is that we have a real wide, I said wide range something else earlier, wide range of people in this one. We have people who are influencers, we have streamers, we have pros, we've got a couple famous musicians, we've got all kinds of people. So it'll be cool to see that difference, and I'm excited to see what we might see out of some of these players.
Yeah, an interesting twist to the influencers is they actually received some really quality coaching from some of the other players in our field. We had Hafu getting coached by Olivier Bousquet, one of the top heads-up players in the world. We had Alexandra Botez actually get coaching from Dan Smith. And Shifter had Darren Elias coaching him. So even the people in the field who be relatively new to poker at least had a couple hours with some of the best players in the world to get up to speed a little bit. How much do you think that factors in?
Well, it's going to help a lot if you go from having not played much poker at all to having a world-class coach that can only help your game. But I want to say, Jamie, I'm a little bit offended. I'm hurt and I'm offended because at first I was going to be someone's coach, and then I was going to be someone else's coach, and then I was told, Doug, your services are no longer required. So all I'm saying is, guys, if you don't go deep, on you.
Yeah.
Not my fault. I was here the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, we thought there was like a 20% chance you showing up, and then adding more responsibilities would probably lower that percentage.
Oh, so you were trying to bait me in by giving me less I have to do. Okay.
Yeah, pretty smart.
I can respect that.
But then we did rope him into the booth. Thank you, Doug. I really
Jamie,
appreciate
honestly, really, I pretended like I was helping you guys out, but believe it or not, I actually like to talk. You want to enter the match?
Of course. So we have Steve Aoki with a really fierce-looking avatar here versus Dan Smith. This should be a really fun match. Dan is known for being a really fun-loving person, a chatty person. I'm hoping that they actually get in the mix. We will have webcams on the players' faces, and they'll be mic'd up. So I think some trash talking may occur during this match. Yeah, Dan Smith is a guy I've known poker for a long time. It's good to see some of the friendly faces that have been around for all of these years. Definitely going to be a fairly strong player in this field. And then, we talked a little bit about Aoki earlier. Also, you can see Dan sporting the double up drive patch there. His charity where they essentially try and raise money for effective giving towards certain charities. I made a prop bet with him, not really a prop bet, but more of a penalty on myself, where every time I say like on a broadcast, not in a sentence that makes sense, yes, I have to donate $100. And oh my God, the day after I tweeted I would do that, I forgot, and then I just had a bloodbath of a session where I was saying it every other sentence. And you learn from that pain. That's amazing. Here we got his profile. World famous DJ has smashed over 20,000 people in the face with cake. I did not know about this. I learned about this in our car ride actually yesterday. went to one of those. I Did you went get cake? and indeed, no, I didn't get caked. I was far away from any caking. I don't eat carbs, Jamie. And then we also have Dan Smith as well. We have a little description of him here. Double Up Drive charity founder, has raised over 18 million for charity. I am a small part of that. Holds concerts in his backyard. I've been to those. Pretty sweet.
And a pickleball enthusiast.
Yeah.
And Jamie, what's up with this recent explosion of pickleball?
I have no idea. Poker players like to pick up an activity, beat it to death, and then move on. I think we're doing that right now.
But they normally don't do it where you have to move and
I know.
Sweat.
Well, let's see. It's not exactly tennis, right? It's like tennis
Fair.
plus table tennis.
Oh,
and,
I see.
So it's
So-
not that much running.
It's lady tennis.
Yes.
So poker players are perfect for it.
Yes. Oh man. Yeah, the double up drive, I want to talk a little bit more about that. They raised $18 million so far. That is incredible. That's the answer to what do poker players do for other people. It's a selfish kind of practice, blah, blah. And you know what? A lot of poker players are very involved in charitable aspects, and Dan's probably the one who has raised the most so far.
Well, not if you have Phil Hellmuth. He counts every dollar any dollar raised at any event that Phil Hellmuth is at is going in his stack. So, you can always appreciate that. But we're not here to make fun of Phil Hellmuth, although we will do it. Dan, absolutely one of the most charitable people in poker, and he cares a lot about trying to do good in the world, and I think you can see that from the double up drive. I think all funds that they raise, he matches, right? I believe that's the double up.
It's a group of people who match it,
Oh,
so
okay.
he's also getting
Cool.
investors. So yeah, he does donate a lot of his own money, but I don't think he donated $9 million of his money.
I'm just saying.
But I don't know.
Never mind, not impressive.
Not impressive. Probably only a couple million,
Oh.
whatever. What's that? Pocket change. He could make 400K in this event. It's a very top heavy prize pool. Only 4 players are going to cash. First is half the prize pool, $400,000, and then 200K and 100K apiece for third and fourth. How do you feel about that? You think that favors the top pros here?
I think it's great. I'd like to see as much money up top as possible, and I think we're actually jumping here into the action, Jamie.
Let's go.
Good luck.
Got Steve Aoki snacking on something.
Players are getting warmed up. So I see we have 400, 800 blinds. Probably something I should know, being that I'm going to play this event. And it looks like we have 100K stacks out of the gate. So 125 blinds.
Okay. Yeah. It's on me right now, right?
It is your turn to act.
I would love to be this casual someday playing a 25K. Just having a snack.
Dreams. Also, guys, I don't know about for Jamie, but from my perspective, I usually prefer if they're talking, let you guys listen to them. Otherwise, we'll jump in with some play-by-play and some analysis.
While he's chewing, we'll talk a little bit.
Always good to do some analysis while people eat. All right, so we're looking out of the gate 400, 800 here. Couple pretty weak hands. Aoki decides to let go with a 4-3 on the button. Standard, Jamie. I like the laydown. Bad hands, fold pretty. That's I know I'm here for the analysis, the insight. That's the kind of stuff that I can bring to the
Well, I
table.
know that it's ante-list poker, so there will be a fair amount of folding, right? What is it, bottom 10%-ish of hands you're gonna be folding from the button?
I've actually not done any anti work, so I don't know.
Oh no, we're ante-list.
Right. So what I'm saying
Yes.
is I can't compare it to anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
I can't say. I mean, it would make sense. Anti's play more hands, I guess. Looks like Aoki's going to take the lead here, Ace King 10 after calling pre-flop.
Dan, gutter backdoor flush draw. Gonna elect to call. Turn to the backdoor flush draws. Pot's heating up a little bit here. Maybe I'm a little bit confused. That was a bet, right? Yeah. Okay.
Aoki's betting a little over half pot, putting Dan in an interesting spot. Is this one where you just call because you have just so much equity?
Yeah, I think in Dan's shoes, I don't see much reason to raise. I think you're gonna have to call. Not many hands are gonna want to raise after you flat the flop. And wow, this is actually gonna really work out for Aoki if Dan decides to take a stab. And I think Dan's gonna feel inclined to have to take a stab. He doesn't have any weaker hands than this, and it's gonna have to find some bluffs. So he unblocks spades. It's a nice hand to bluff with. Does lay it down though. Check it back.
Check. He did give up.
What do you think, Jamie? Was that a read or
Did he time out?
maybe he timed
It
out?
kind of looked like he was thinking about something
Possible.
and then let the time run down.
Absolutely possible. I think I would typically anticipate your weakest Jack X bluffing there, especially without spade. But checking at least some of the time seems okay.
Is there some merit to Dan just playing very conservatively and keeping pot small against such an amateur?
You had a game a couple weeks ago and he got to play in it. He was really juiced about it. He's not a hard player anymore, but he just said it was super fun. He got a kick out of playing next to Ivy and all that jazz.
Oh, my house.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, go.
That's eating.
All right. Well, I mean, look, the guy's got priorities. When you gotta eat, you gotta eat. Hungry? Why wait?
True.
No, sorry,
Grab a
I don't know if
Snickers. Oh no, we're not supposed to
we don't
plug Snickers.
sponsor.
Okay, sorry.
We're not sponsored by Snickers around here. But we're open to the idea. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. I just come on as a guest and just start announcing sponsorship opportunities. Yeah, that'd be great. Perfect. Everyone loves that. Sorry, going back to your idea though about keeping pots small. I think that there's a little bit of merit there, but kind of on the other hand, blinds go up every 7 hands.
Yeah.
So you can kind of only keep pots so small, or you're gonna have to make some moves.
And Aoki was referencing the game that he runs out of his house, which I've heard is insane. So they started out as a 5-10 no limit, but there's a small blind kitty where you put $200 in, only the small blind can win, and it doesn't get awarded until the small blind wins. So sometimes there'll be $2,000 or $3,000 in that in a 5-10 game.
So what a wild game.
Sounds fun.
So I think we have, is that open call here pre-flop? Is that correct? I think that went open call. And then Aoki elects to lead the flop with Jack 9-4, which is an interesting line. Dan decided to float a full pot bet Queen 7 of spades. That's a hand where it's maybe a little weak versus a full pot bet. But Jamie, I've actually not looked too much at flop pot leads in my day yet. Ooh.
Because you've retired.
Yeah.
Is this your third retirement? Are you keeping track anymore?
I'm offended by that. And let's keep this about the poker, Jamie. We're getting bogged down in
I don't want you
these
to
details
walk out of the booth because then it decreases your chances of saying like and donating to charity.
I said
So I'll
like
be
it.
nice.
I hope not. Anyway, pocket threes for Dan. Opens up. Blinds have gone up to 501K. 24.50 to go. A very specific bet from Dan. Aoki does call. I want to call Dan Smith Dan and Steve Aoki Aoki. It just feels natural. But then it's weird. You're calling one player first name, one player last name.
It's really weird if you're just like, so Steve over here. It's too standard of a name.
Well, but then why am I saying Dan?
Because Smith is like.
Is that just like the most generic name possible? Yes. Dan Smith? Hey, let's pick 2 names everyone has. We'll just put them together. Boom, we have Dan Smith.
His parents are watching this and be like, F you, Doug.
Ouch. All right. Both players missed this board. I think actually both players will be pretty inclined just to take the showdown value. Aoki can beat some king highs. Dan, of course, with pocket threes beats all the ace high hands. So definitely gonna check it to the river. Interesting card here now. 4 flush rolls in. Neither player has a spade. This is a spot where the player that gets aggressive could take it down. And wow, Aoki does go for the large bet here. Enough. Done.
That's interesting. Someone who plays in private games a lot, I would say their aggression level is going to be super high. You just see more bluff attempts and just crazy plays in private games, which will really help him a lot in heads up.
Right, and that's something you see in higher stakes games that are in private games where players are a bit more aggressive. Here we got a potentially big pot brewing. Aoki opens, Dan does call. Ace 9-6. Both players swap top pair. Aoki's got him out kicked. Dan checks it over. Aoki decides to go for a half pot bet. A little bit of smaller size here from Aoki. I think that this is a board that a lot of merit there. Not as many draws going on. You kind of either have a reasonable hand or you don't. Dan does go for the check call. Pot gets a little interesting here on the turn. I could see Aoki deciding to check it back and try and play some rivers, or just get some value and try and drive it home versus pair plus straight draws. Does bet half pot over to Dan. Now he's going to have to call, obviously, has top pair and open ender, so we're going to take a river here. Eight of spades on the river. Dan checks once again. Kind of an interesting spot here for Aoki. I think I prefer a bet. I don't actually think Dan has that many eights. Of course, he can have 10-8, 8-7. But realistically, with there being 2 eights out there, I think it's kind of unlikely. I think I might be inclined to go for some value, but checking definitely reasonable too. In fact, it might be preferred. So don't want to say something that I'm not fully in the know on.
Yeah, especially when he goes for half pot on the turn instead of going for a larger size. I feel like you need to get some value on the river.
Yeah, it's reasonable. So we have open small 3-bet by Aoki. Dan does call. With that size 3-bet, it's going to force Dan to play a lot of hands he might not normally want to play. And, that's kind of the result of that. It does work out for Aoki here, but one of the problems with that really small 3-bet size, especially near this many blinds deep, is that you let your opponent play a lot of hands that they might not be able to play otherwise. And so Dan's pretty happy to take a flop with 7-3 suited and see if he can just hit something, basically, right? This is a heads up. You don't have to be, your opponent can have overpairs and stuff, but they can have plenty of weak hands too. Hitting a 7 or a 3, you're definitely going to have profitable calls, at least on the flop and turn. So, I think that's a situation where maybe a little bit of a bigger size wouldn't go amiss, but works out here. Gets a loose call, takes down the flop. Dan opens up king 6. Yeah, keep a little bit of a loose call here. 10-4 offsuit. Decides to make the call. Queen 8-5, 2 clubs. Aoki's going to be doing some leading this match. Seen a few already. Does check it here. Dan, these are spots that kind of suck. Betting kind of sucks because when they continue, you're behind. Checking kind of sucks because you're just going to lose on turns. But typically speaking, checking is going to be the preferred play, especially if you're going to use bigger flop sizes. I think checking is going to be a high frequency action with king 6. Check turn. And the river. I wonder if Aoki takes a stab here. Nope, checks on the river. Dan takes a showdown, is going to win this with king high. And it feels quite good to check down your weak king highs and win. I feel every time I have a weak king high, I say, okay, I'll check this down. You just lose so often. You can be out kicked with king high. They can have ace high. They can have any pair. So many ways that they can go wrong. So, I'm sure Dan feels reasonable about that. Aoki off to a decent lead here out of the gate. Little 50, 40 math, 50K chip lead, however you want to call it. King 4 deuce. Aoki's going to go for a flop c-bet. Dan with a check call with jack 6. He does have the jack of diamonds, so it's a hand that's really kind of on the cusp between wanting to fold, raise, or call. One of my favorite hands, Jamie. All three
love
options
that. All 3 options are good.
on the table.
That's all I learned from you. That's why I just do whatever I want all the time.
Yeah, and how's that going?
Not well.
Exactly. No. And that's what you get for following what people say on the internet, Jamie. Anyway, it does check down. I'm a little surprised to see Dan maybe not consider taking a stab there. I don't know what sort of his game plan is for some of these spots. But the second hand second time on the river, Dan's elected to check with a hand that, could check, but is certainly something you might want to consider going for a bet. Right, kind of on that cusp. Dan opens Queen Jack. Aoki calls Queen 7. Ace 10 8. Big flop for Dan. Has a heart. Open ender to the nuts on both sides. And this is another situation you can play it both ways. You can go for a bet. You can go for a check. Both completely fine options. Does check it back. Brick 4 in the turn. Tough spot for Aoki. I think a lot of times players will just, check here, and rightly so. You don't have any equity against it. All the strong hands.
It'll be streamed in 2 hours, I think.
Dan can ask the question,
As
and then
he's,
ask to
as he's
respond.
thinking the nuts.
The actual full game.
I think it's going to be the full game.
Oh wow. So I pick my nose, like everyone can see.
Yeah.
Aoki's awesome. He's regretting having a 4-course meal now on the stream.
Yeah. Also, Dan getting just to have that conversation as he says on Queen Jack. Yeah, I'll do some chit chat while warm hands. Yeah, no problem. Keep it loose. Got the nuts.
I was wondering how that would play out with the cameras and mics, if players would actually talk to each other or if they just grumpily look into their cameras.
I think some matches are going to have more talking than others.
Mm-hmm.
And some matches will probably be more one-sided than others. All right, open call. 4-8 for Dan, 6-5 for Aoki, Ace, Queen 9. No one has anything. Check, check. And hits a 4 in the turn. Ask him share down. He's going to check this down for sure. And then Aoki is probably going to have a spot where he should consider some bluffs on the river. You're going to need to bluff some hands. 6-5, very close to the bottom of the range. Probably a hand you're going to want to take a stab.
It's interesting. Aoki so far has played just very straightforwardly. He doesn't have it. He's checking and hasn't really stabbed too much. Oh.
That's too thin from Dan. Maybe he's got some reads. Maybe he knows Aoki. Maybe he's trying to set up that spot to be able to bluff later, but I don't think a 4 is a bet there. What do I know, Jamie? I just played heads up for a living for 7
a long
years.
time.
Yeah.
Built a course on it, sold it,
Thank
just
you.
beat Daniel Negreanu for $1.2 million.
I'll
defer to you once in a while.
If you want to keep listing accomplishments, I'll listen. All right, so Ace 5, we're going to see an open. Dan's going to have interesting spot, 3-2 suited. Blinds have gone up as well. Oh, sorry, just a limp here. My bad. Dan can raise, can check, both on the table. It's kind of a nice hand to raise with because if you get your opponent to fold, well, they had you beat because you had the nut low. And especially if your opponent is limp holding some ace X hands, I'm sure when Dan sees it back, he'll be able to see that it went like that. I think in Aoki's shoes, you're gonna want to see a flop with the ace X there, but it was a pretty big raise, so I can kind of see where he's coming from. Dan Smith raises it up with Queen 8. Aoki does call Jack 7 suited. 10-7 deuce rainbow. Aoki hospital pair check over to Dan. Queen 8. One of those you could go either way spots. Decides to go for a bet. Aoki, pretty low check call. You don't want to make this pot too big. You have a hand that's got some showdown. Let's see a turn. Let's navigate some waters.
This is the kind of turn you would double barrel on, right? Is he betting the Queen 8 knowing that lots of turn cards are going to improve his hand? He's going to continue?
This is a very good. Well, I think he's just mixing on the flop between both. Both options are fine. This is a hand that's nice to bet in the turn because you have a diamond, so your opponent's a little side could have a flush draw. You have a gutter to a straight. Always good to have that as well. And this is going to give you some different hands to bluff with on various runouts, but this is typically going to be a hand. Oh, and Aoki comes in with some fire. Check raise. Basically putting Dan in on the turn with his pair push flush draw. Interesting. So I think Aoki is just trying to prevent some thin value bets, right? If Dan decided to bet 2, let's just say Dan had Queen 10. Tough spot now, right? Are you gonna put it all in here? Probably not. You're probably gonna have to let it go. So puts a lot of middling hands in tough situations. I believe this went.
That's a call, raise call, right?
Raise call. Okay, raise call. So Aoki decides just to flat the ace-10 suited. Typically hand you're gonna want to re-raise, and goes for a small bet here, Queen Jack Jack. Free standard for both. Oh, really interesting turn card, Jamie. Aoki picks up a double gutter, and Dan picks up a flush draw. So I would expect this be a barrel from Dan. Once in a while, you might want to get tricky and check it back, give you some weird flushes, but typically speaking, this is the kind of hand you're going to want to barrel. Ooh, getting sneaky. And it pans out. More in the river. Just what the doctor ordered.
Can he call this, though?
That's a great question. Can he call this? Probably not. Having 6 of diamonds is a really bad card. Well, it's not really bad, but it's slightly bad.
Aoki with his first bluff of the match going well.
Nice. That was a good bluff. I mean,
more than 2 to 1.
He'd had some semi bluffs, like that Jack 7 we just saw.
That's true.
He's definitely playing it kind of aggressive. I think he's just kind of trying to pick a spot, and so far it's been definitely working. Blinds have gone up once again, guys. We're looking at a 3 big blind stack for Dan, and of course Aoki can cover him. So the play's going to get a little bit different. We're probably going to see a little more jamming pre-flop as the blinds escalate. And post-flop, I don't know what that was, but post-flop.
Yeah.
There's some features to gap.
You did that too?
No. There's a smiley face in the bottom left.
Oh.
I hope no other players discover this.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that.
Intimidation right there.
I can tell you one match, Jamie, you're going to hear a lot of those.
Oh, no.
Aoki limping in with the 7-5 offsuit. Dan.
Not recommended?
No,
or is that one of the hands that
I think
you
it's
would...
okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm not the 30 big blind stack expert, but I think on this stack you can do some limping with 7-5. Probably should be doing some limping with 7-5. And then Dan going for the 3x raise with deuces. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if he's using only one size or not, but
the internet really did not like when you started limping. Do you remember the uproar?
oh, I do remember that.
Yes, that was fun.
My dad actually texted me and he said, "Doug, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed." That was his response. He said, "I didn't think I raised that kind of son." Just kidding. He didn't text that. Okay, so Dan, I believe we have open call. Ace-7-3 rainbow, checks it over. Dan's going to bet his 5s on Ace-7-3. One of those bets you hate to make, but you have to do it sometimes. Deny equity from hands. Like, I'm going to pick a random hand, Jamie. How about something like
King Jack?
Yeah, right,
yeah,
exactly.
I feel like that's
yeah,
a good
just,
hand.
just possible. This turn bet has to be some kind of exploit, I think. I think he's trying to buy himself a cheap showdown. Worked out perfectly. Played him like a fiddle. Aoki limps in. Dan's gonna raise it up with the Ace-4 offsuit. 3 big blinds effective. Aoki gonna call this time. It is a smaller raise. Maybe he's had enough of Dan's antics. Queen 10-9. Both players whiff, but Aoki does have a gutter. No diamond. Dan with a low diamond. And gonna have to check fold. Really nothing you can do here. And that's kind of, I think, 2 things. First off, you can see sort of the value of position. In these situations, out of position, you're going to do a lot of checking, and you also get less spots to bluff. And then you can also see how the playability of some of these weak offsuit aces is maybe not ideal. But then again, King 3 off.
Low playability as well.
Probably a little worse. So, but the value of position, guys, and maybe a gutter. Yeah, the value of a gutter. All right, here we have open call. Aoki decides to lead Queen 6 on a 7-7. I think he's trying to take this one down. Dan does float King Jack. Aoki slows down the turn, checks it over. I think Dan's gonna be pretty happy to take a showdown. If Aoki was bluffing, he's ahead. If Aoki wasn't bluffing, there's no way he's folding an ace. There's no way he's folding a 7. So probably a spot that Dan's happy to check this down and see what's up again. He's gonna take it down.
Jimmy's thrilled.
He's the emotion and flowing. I can feel their emotions, you know. Queen 4 offsuit and checks after a limp in from Aoki. 10-6-4. Both players hop a little bit. Dan's got bottom pair, third not flush draw. Sorry, third backdoor, not flush draw. Whatever. You know what I mean in English. Aoki top pair bets the flop. Dan goes with a check call. Standard here so far. Turn is where things kind of interesting for Aoki. You know, it's a hand that, of course, if you bet, you can get some value from a lot of hands. Queen 4 is not going to be one of them. I expect Dan to fold here. That's a small bet, actually. But with 10-8, if you only bet there, you kind of open the door for players to check raise you. Kind of like we saw Aoki do versus Dan earlier with the Jack 7 of diamonds. If you bet too many of those hands, then you open the door for that. So it's a spot where you do want to work in some checks, although betting, of course, is really fine action as well.
The spot where you have to worry about protection too with the 2 flush draws out there as well. You're balancing that with.
Yeah, I think the 2 flush draws can change things a little bit, but a lot of the work that I've done, there's a bigger difference from rainbow to flush draw than there is from flush draw to 2 flush draw, but there can be some subtle differences there as well. All right, so this pot we have Aoki now betting the turn, half pot. Dan's got middle pair, gonna have to call. Heart and river. Now I'm not sure what we're gonna see. Okay, check here. Dan's gonna check this back, I believe.
He did get a little greedy with his
value. Huh?
third pair earlier, right? With pair of 4s on the ace high paired board. Yeah, and he does. Gonna get owned.
Yeah, this is thin. This is thin. Yeah, he's gonna get owned. Good call, Jim. You're like, yeah, the guy with the worst hand, he's gonna get owned.
I'll be here all week, guys.
There you go. You actually will.
I will really be all week.
I don't think I've ever heard someone use that saying when they're actually going to be here all week. Anyway, yeah, there was a thin bet from Dan. I mean, what Dan's trying to do there is he's trying to punish some thinner bets on the turn as well as some rivered pairs. But when the flush gets in, I think you're supposed to just take your showdown there. But you know, when players are willing to make that thin value bet, and by the way, that's the second time we've seen from Dan propensity to go for some of these thinner plays. I think that if I'm in his opponent's shoes, you're a little bit less likely to try and bluff catch, and it opens the door for you to make some kind of lighter bluffs in some situations if you want to. But I do think that it is a little bit too thin from an optimal perspective. All right, so Dan opens, if he calls, or was this limp? No, sorry, limp call. King 8-7 check. Dan does bet. Aoki turns double gutter and bricks out. Jack high the best hand now, but he might feel inclined to bluff. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? Dan rivers away. Okay, please win. I mean, it appears that pairs beat high cards.
Oh wow, learning a lot. This is good. I'm gonna apply this later in the week.
Absolutely. Let me know where you're applying that. Been from Aoki, another raise from Dan. He's getting aggressive here. The 8-5 offsuit. Aoki does them call 10-9 like his.
Thank you.
Ace 6-6. Was that our door?
No.
Okay.
Steve Aoki's not actually here.
Oh. Way to ruin it for me, Jamie.
Sorry. Yeah. You're gonna walk out the door and get cake smashed.
Would have been something. It would have been a story.
Yeah.
At least I had dreams. Don't you let your dreams be memes.
Oh man, billboard. Every time someone says that, I think of the billboard.
Billboard was great. That was a top
Man, I can't believe that was real.
the top 10 or top 5 poker moment for me. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go definitely top 10. There's a lot of good stuff in
The
the top
top
10.
one for me. I've done nothing, so
Top
the
one?
billboard is top one.
That's
Yeah.
your top 1 poker moments? That billboard?
Yeah.
Hell of a run, Jamie. Hell
Yeah.
of a run. Okay, so we have a pot reeling here, pocket 10th. I believe this went limp check. Aoki check. Should look confused by the chips. Well, that appears to be a bet, and yeah. I like the fold. I like laying down the high card hands to aggression from pairs.
Yeah.
All right. 10-7 here, Aoki. Limps in. And likely to check, but he's played so aggressive versus these limps, does check it. Now, you are supposed to raise a lot versus limps, so I get where Dan's coming from, but I'd be interested to see if he's doing this as sort of an attack on the way that he perceives Aoki playing, or if this is just, what he thinks is optimal. I'm unsure.
It would be interesting to see because I know he's been in the heads up streets a lot lately. He's playing MJ Gonzalez for really high stakes. I think he's up 400K, something like that on him.
I bet on Dan.
You did? All right.
Just a little taste.
Yeah.
Just.
I like that side of it. I feel like Dan's a really humble guy, like undersells his skills.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Dan does open ace queen. We're getting pretty short here, guys. 15 big blinds.
I'm surprised that didn't get shoved there.
Yeah, definitely a hand that you should be mainly jamming. I'm not sure if an occasional flat is fine or not. But it is nice to have some aces because, okay, this is a very weird hand, Jamie. Aoki's not supposed to have an ace here. Open call, big blind is not supposed to have many ace X. I think a few suited aces get in the mix there, but they're not supposed to have an ace. They're definitely never supposed to lead. And Dan raises, and Aoki, wow, this is gonna pan out for Dan unless Aoki finds his way to a draw or a 9. So either an 8, 5, or king on this river, or a 9. I just can't imagine him getting away here because Dan's going to put all his money in now. I don't know if it's clear if he's going to jam here or he might bet small just let river jam. I think he's probably going to jam here though. Nope, let's just go for the small bet. And there's no way Aoki can fold. 15 big blinds pre-flop. He's got top pair. Does put it in. Dan calls. Ace queen ace 9. Players are all in. And it's a 5 on the river. Oh Lord.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I got so lucky. Holy shit. Oh my god. That was fucking. Oh my god. That river. Oh my god. I just got saved. Holy shit. Wow.
I didn't even register that like a 5 would chop, I was just like, oh, I got him.
Holy shit, that was crazy.
Oh man, I love people who love poker.
How about a little quads there, Jamie, to make up for it? The poker gods, they can be kind and they can be cruel, but here at least it's a little something for the road.
Yeah.
I don't know if Aoki's gonna have enough to call a bet though, but
Especially not that size.
let's go for some chunky value. That is a chunky value bet. That size, some of the solutions do like that size with quads though. So, I see Dan's been doing a little. He's been in the lab at least a little bit.
Yeah. It's actually really nice that so much heads up is happening lately because he's in the lab for this huge heads up cash game, and then he just gets invited to a 25K heads up. He's like, oh, cool. I've been studying anyway. I feel like when you were really in it, you were playing online. There wasn't really anything running live, right? Not too much.
Well, I mean, heads up challenges are the new. Just I don't know what would it be? What was something popular in poker? I don't know. The new World Series of Poker.
No, but it used to be heads up for rolls, but no one ever followed through. They'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna break you, whatever, and then they just like speak on the internet and it's over. But I feel like people really followed through this year.
Now it's heads up for 9 big blinds per 100.
Isn't that insane? Do you think that
It's pretty
line? So we're
wild.
talking about the Landon Tice, Bill Perkins bet where Landon laid him 9 big blinds per 100. Is that it?
I think it's a roughly fair line on what Landon should win.
Okay.
So I think it's a reasonable line, but I feel laying that is, you know, pretty huge. So not sure, we'll see how it plays out so far. I think they're right around there. So
If it's a fair line, then you're just going to be playing a lot of poker for nothing.
yeah,
Although the kid loves it. He just loves poker, so
Kid loves
maybe that's worth it for him.
kid loves it. When you love it, you love it. Open, is it open call? Yeah, open call here. 8, 5, 3, or is it 3 bet? Hold on. Jamie, we should probably pay attention to the action a
Yeah.
little more. You know the action?
I was talking about Landon Tice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So guys, some poker happens, some chips are in there, and we have a jack. That's a card. King deuce and queen deuce. We just have a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing going on here. Whoever decides to show some initiative is going to win this one. And checks. Check. Whole lot of nothing. Whoever wants it. Who wants the pot, guys? Who wants it? Who wants it more? Who wants it at all? Just a little something. And checks. No one wants this one. Just checking on down. Again, another spot Dan checks down and is thrilled to win with king high there. Thrilled.
Totally. Look at him.
I just checked my full sample of hands from my career and I never once won there. I just checked it. I have my laptop over here. All right, I think we have a limp and ace queen. This is a trap, ladies and gentlemen. Check from Aoki. Queen 10-9 rainbow. I think I might be seeing a lead here. Aoki's thinking about it. Does check. Dan, top pair, top kicker. I think he's almost certainly going to bet the flop. These aren't boards you want to trap hands like a good top pair. You want to bet, get some value. Does bet the full size of the pot. This is a bet that really targets what Aoki has specifically. Gutter, backdoor flush draw, a hand that could certainly float versus some smaller sizes, but versus size that big. Maybe you got to lay it down. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do. Fold can't be bad. Can't be that bad, anyway. Maybe it's even just correct.
Does this just get sent in? No. Small raise.
Small raise is good. Limp fold for 3.3. Bit of a tight fold, but maybe some stack size considerations here. And limps with queen 5. Aoki checks queen 8. Lots of pair. Moves into the lead. And Dan is quite dead here. He's going to need some running 5s, which I don't think is possible.
Never seen it.
It's simply, there's no way.
There's not enough in the deck.
Absolutely not. One time. No, I'm not using a one time here. That'd be the worst one time of all time. That would be the worst one time. Anyway, Dan's going to have to call. Turns a pair. Okay. Justice. I think Aoki's going to check and Dan's going to check. Can't see this going either way. These are not hands you want to bluff with. They're not hands you want to value bet with. Not going to be any money going into the pot.
I think the only time I've used justice in poker was like I made it to yours, like played like crap and lost. Justice.
Yes. The tweet no one ever makes.
Yeah. But it's like, I'll just tell the truth here.
You wouldn't believe there was this guy at my table playing terrible. He just was every hand he was in there, and it was me.
Yeah.
And then I busted. Seriously though, this guy deserved to lose. All right, 7-5. Oh no, this is limp and then min raise. Okay, limp min raise. Dan does call 7-5. Jack 9-5 again. Weak ace out of position, tough spot. Wonder what Aoki's going to do here. Does go for the half pot bet. Dan's got bottom pair. Can't let this go. Gotta see the turn, at least. A lot of turns you could improve as well. Does make the call. King. No one's happy to see that. He's probably going to check, I imagine. And Dan, I think, is going to check this too. These stack to pot ratios get pretty weird. You want to be pretty specific when you do bet what you pick out. You don't want to put yourself in a spot where you can get check jammed on. 10 of hearts on the river. Aoki's hand is really bad. I'd go for the check though, and I'm fairly confident Dan will check here, or will he? You're gonna have not that many worse hands. 8-6, 7-6. Some club hands. Maybe he thinks this is too low. Maybe he decides to fire. And he does. 38K. Take it or leave it. Interesting spot.
It is hard for his pair to be good, right? So Aoki's willing to check it down.
Yeah, I think he's less worried about if his pair is good. And I think he's more thinking about, hey, is this near the bottom of my range? And what is my removal like against what I think Aoki's continuing range would be? When you have a heart there, you obviously have like some pretty reasonable removal against very strong hands. And then I think he just simply doesn't think he has enough weaker hands in that spot. Some of the other weak hands we mentioned, those are hands that would probably be inclined to bet the turn. He doesn't even have those. So maybe he's thinking, okay, this 5 is actually quite near the bottom. I have a heart, so it's pretty reasonable for bluff candidate. So yeah, I think his thinking is probably something along that line. It makes sense. Aoki limps in. Dan Smith all in with the ace-9. Aoki lays down. Blinds are high now, everybody.
The first all in. The first all in. We finally come to the first all in.
Yeah, this is lasting longer than we expect our average matches to last.
That it is. It's not anyone's ball game. Dan a little bit short stack next to Aoki, but closing the gap. Limp check. Queen 9-8 flush draw. Aoki flops a gutter, and Dan flops the I believe as Norman Chad would call it, squadoosh. Yes, of course. Thank you. We should have done that in unison. That would have been cute. King on the turn. Aoki checks once again. Spot he could consider going for a bet, but I don't mind the idea of mixing in some checks too. And he gets paid off. Jack on the river, he's gonna have the best of it. Check, and I think Dan's probably just gonna want to take showdown value. Pocket fours for Dan, big hand on the stack size, and I would anticipate we're gonna see an all in. Can't really think I would see anything else, and he does jam. Aoki's gonna have to fold.
Queen 5. Can't do that one.
Actually, 2-4.
Basically,
So like thrilled to get you out, but yeah, of course you can't play the Queen 5.
What's it like sweating a match, commentating it the day before playing? Is this gonna like help you just see what the structure is like and prepare?
I guess that's we'll call it homework. Doing a little homework. This is a interesting spot. So limp check. Aoki gutter to the nuts and a heart. Pretty reasonable hand. Dan top pair with a heart. So both players are pretty interested in this situation. Aoki checks. Dan does bet half pot. Aoki check calls. Turn. Neither player likes to see an ace. Dan can feel reasonably good about the ace. Aoki would be re-raising a bunch of ace-x hands pre-flop, so he might think that this is a situation he can just go for some value. And I think this is a spot where a lot of players are a little timid, a little bit worried about that ace. It's not that bad.
I know.
Your opponent really shouldn't have too many of those on the stack size.
It's a really interesting strat. I did not expect to see Aoki limping so much. I really thought, a relative amateur playing a top pro would want to increase variance and like lower their stack to pot ratio a little bit. Like I feel like that would be what I would employ if I was against someone I thought was better than me. But I don't know. It seems to be working okay for him.
Have you factored into your equation being one of the most famous musicians in the world and being successful at everything you've ever done in your life and playing poker for fun on the side? Have you factored
I
that
didn't
in?
factor that in.
Okay.
It makes more sense now.
You might
He's
want to
just
add
like,
that in.
I want to see some flops, yo.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Is there a yo at the end?
Yeah.
I need some flops, yo. Yeah, that's always, I guess I didn't factor in the flops, yo. All right, I got distracted, but I do see top pair for Aoki and not much for Dan. looks like a spot. You're probably gonna have to take some kind of stab, maybe. I don't know the action, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be real. It's just Jeff. What did he say? Did you hear?
My bet options disappearing.
Not let me bet. Maybe I should have taken it as a sign from the universe.
Ooh, I think we're gonna see some fireworks. These are monsters. Ace King, always a monster, and sixes for.
Seen big blind effect
Yeah,
there too.
I would expect to see all of it. All in call.
Oh my god.
Classic flip.
Classic.
Please.
Five.
Please give me.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my god, you won. Shit. That changes the whole game.
Oh yeah.
Fuck. I was ahead for so long. I lost on a shitty ace queen. I hate ace king. Because you have to go all in. And then it's just, I'd rather have a pair. Fuck.
Did Dan say hell yeah?
Yep.
Damn, that was good.
Yeah,
Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
Aoki said this changes the whole match, and Dan said, "Hell
go.
yeah!"
Let's go. Okay.
The best.
Okay.
Oh, you have the spade even.
Yeah, I needed that win. I need a couple more of these wins like
Double
that.
up. I'm so focused on the chit chat, I like forgot that they were all in.
Happens to me
And I
all
was
the
like, oh,
time.
he just doubled.
No, thank you, 2-6. No, thank you.
So if you guys hear any background noise, we have the other matches that you'll be enjoying later taking place right now. We're on a 2-hour delay. So any screams you hear, it means good action for later. So keep on this channel.
The 2-hour teaser.
Yes.
All right, King Jack 6-7. Aoki goes to the bet here with the gutter. I like it. I think it's a spot you're gonna want to bet some of the time. Check call some of the time. Obviously, you have a gutter. You know, I think it's the kind of a classic, you know, bluff hand. Makes sense. We have a 4.5x open. Jam. Oh,
Run
there
it
we go.
again.
Now Aoki gets the pair.
Hey,
Okay. Hold up, baby.
Oh, he got the hold.
Yes. Yes.
Today is the day the pairs win.
Oh man. Yes, I'm going in with
Ooh,
you.
that's
Hey,
not gonna.
Jack, let's go.
Ruh-roh.
Jack, hold up, Jack, hold
Oh,
up.
he's dead.
Okay.
Wow.
Jamie, in your opinion, our full house is good.
Yes, they're
Okay.
good. Yes, and wow, Aoki
Man.
take the first match.
I had to win the first one. I in my head, I'm like, I gotta win the first one or I'm gonna get crushed by you. You're a professional.
Do you think it happened?
Anything can happen, Jamie, and that's definitely a point that we should cut away, talk about that first match. What are your initial thoughts here, Aoki versus Dan Smith? What kind of jumps out at you?
Well, I love that Aoki is so pumped. It's really nice to see players get excited, and it's hard because professionals, like, we learn to just push that deep down inside of us, and I feel like people who are recreational don't do that, and it's so awesome to watch. But wow, I thought that was a given. I thought Dan Smith just takes this, you know, but we do talk about how high variance heads up is, and we're seeing it right now.
A lot of variance heads up, and these blinds, they come at you fast and furious, question mark. They escalate quite quickly,
Yes.
and you might have realized or at least I realized as we moved along there, that pretty quickly you end up on some.
Been a little bit.
It has been a little
Minute
bit.
or two.
Welcome. I mean, it's been 9 years since the last high stakes.
Oh, I meant since I saw you. but
Since you saw me,
That's
it's
true.
been
It's
about
been
8
like
months. Yeah. Yeah. People are very excited about the return of Tom Dwan on high stakes. I mean, really, I'm excited. It's hard not to be sentimental. That first run was insane, man. You became a global poker icon, well deserved. What you did that first week of high stakes,
I
you
mean, I was
dropped
pretty
bombs.
lucky.
No, I'm not talking about that, man. You came in dropping bombs. Do you feel sentimental about it being back?
The feel of high stakes when it was announced, yeah, I think I was pretty excited. It's a little different, obviously during COVID,
Sure.
you know, all the stuff, but it still feels neat. That first time, it was crazy. It was like, I've told this a few times before, I think I was a little better than the people, especially at that time. I was like really at the top of my game. I was probably a step above
You were ahead of your time too. And that's a universally accepted fact in poker. I mean, you were. Very few players, I think, are genuinely ahead of their time. You were one of them.
But I still, like, there were a bunch of spots I thought I did something crazy that was 60% to work, and it was, you know, quite smart. But I went like 15 for 16 on those, so I still ran really good.
Sometimes it comes in when you're, it came home. Here's another classic from Paul Castellano, Tuffy here. Have you ever been so crushed by the game mentally that you thought about giving up? Noteworthy that you have to think about it, because if somebody asked me that, I would snap, say, a million times. Like,
really?
Kind of. No, I mean, not giving up, but like, maybe I'm done. You know, I don't think I can take it anymore kind of stuff. I've played that on a loop.
Really?
Until about, I don't know, maybe I matured out of it or whatever. But yeah, I struggled with that a lot.
I mean, I've had plenty of times where I was like, oh, I need some weeks off or whatever. But thinking like I'm done, I don't think I've really had that.
There you go. There you go. I'm gonna ask you the most brutal question in poker, but Leland Top Lel wants to know, what is the most you've won in a single day of poker and the most you've lost? If you can't talk about the numbers, how about how many big blinds? Just a little taste.
How many big blinds, I don't know, but I'll talk about the biggest money amount, how many big blinds that was. So, the short deck, obviously. And
the
like
pot was big.
2,000 antes.
Okay.
The win and loss right around there.
2,000 antes.
Yeah, so
Wow.
like 20 stacks.
Hands?
Oh.
Multi-way affair?
That's gonna give me, I need a minute to think about that. Of course. But, all right. I'll let you ask a question.
Okay.
And I'll say over under unless your guess is too good, then maybe we edit it out.
20 million US. Pot size.
I thought you were saying on the day.
On the what?
On the day or pot size?
What was the question?
How much in a day, right?
On swings, what's the most you've won in a single day? Okay, I retract.
All right, so you already said
50
that.
million
so
US.
No, too late. You said
5-0
no,
US. No. Retraction. No. I thought it was the pot.
You said 20. It's locked in.
This is not. It's
It's like tournament rules.
50 million US is the question that I'm asking. 50.
So 20. It might be. It might be over. Not my piece, but it might be over, as far as the on the table.
What about 50?
You can ask me that the next AMA.
Okay, fair enough. Here's another question for you that the entire internet wants to know. There's too many names. Have you been kidnapped by the Asian mafia?
Not that I know of, so.
That's what somebody would say.
No.
Okay, all right.
So guys, we're back with Doug Polk, and we are commentating the Steve Aoki versus Dan Smith heads-up match, 25K buy-in, WPT, presented by Poker King. Surprisingly, Steve Aoki takes the first one, and he is pumped about it. What are your feelings on the first match?
Well, I think it's good to see the good guys get one. And sometimes there are people that you just hope catch a break, and it's nice to see Aoki finally have a run of cards his way, you know?
I like that it's implied that Dan Smith is the bad guy. He like raises 18 million for charity. You're like, but kind of a jerk, you know. We don't really like him that much.
No. I of course I'm kidding. Dan's of course a great guy in the poker community. Definitely someone that should be respected and revered, and is a good poker player. I mean, I think Dan played well. There were a couple of spots if I were Dan, I may have considered going for Loblovsky. Decided to check down, but I think even more importantly, there were a couple of thin-ish value bets that maybe he could have kind of gotten away from. Cost him a few chips, but let's not make this about something different than the fact that there was 2 all-ins,
Mhm.
or 3 all-ins that were big, and Dan just didn't really manage to win those, right?
Yep.
You gotta win the all-ins, guys. Blinds go up quick. You only have so much room to maneuver. You gotta win those.
As we see again, Steve Aoki, world famous DJ, has smashed over 20,000 people in the face with cake. Do you think that's the kind of thing that you grow up being like, this is my goal? Does he have a goal of 50,000 or something?
No, I also smash cake, Jamie, but unfortunately, it's in the way everyone else does. I mean, they eat it, guys. Let's love it.
we got Dan Smith. We talked a little bit about this earlier. His Double Up Drive that he founded raised over 18 million for charity. He's also got a bunch of poker players involved in it. The concerts in the backyard, though, very relevant to me. I go to every single one I can. The one time he had basically a whole orchestra of average age 80 to 90 years old just in his house.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting.
Okay, well.
He's employing people during the pandemic. It was nice.
I don't know what to say about that. So music's nice.
Yeah.
You know, it's good. Nothing like a little violin. I actually played violin.
You did?
I did, yeah. I found I was in middle school orchestra.
Mm-hmm. Are you trying to apply for a backyard deal at Dan's house?
No, but it's good to have something in your back pocket.
Yeah, agree. All right, so we're on match 2. This one, if Steve Aoki takes this, he wins, and he's on to the next round.
Return to event or what?
Turn to event.
Here we go.
All right, and yes, if Aoki wins this, he will be taking this round. That's
in the beginning.
Yeah, I was thinking the opposite. I need to come out guns a-blazing. On my elimination game. You have a game in your pocket. You could be friendly right now.
Yeah, true.
And guys, I do have the Twitch chat up. While the action is fast and furious, I won't really be checking it, but you know, once in a while we'll pull a question from you guys. Want to chat with us?
I retweeted the "We Are Live" link you tweeted, Jamie. Although I have to say, I'm still retired.
You're still retired.
Let's
you probably work about as hard as I do in poker.
Yeah. Hopefully there's no more heads-up challenges. Or maybe, I guess it depends who they are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You really put yourself in a good position where you're like, I'm retired unless someone wants to hand me $1.2 million.
The place to be.
You know, I'll come hang out for a bit.
Of course. Of course. All right. So back into the action. We've got 125 big blind stacks. Both players will have felt each other out a little bit. So kind of a bit of an idea of what the other guy's all about. And maybe some small adjustments, maybe not. It's going to be kind of hard to make too many adjustments. Blinds move around so quickly, but ooh, spicy bet here. 8-6. The nothing burger. Gets floated by the threes, no spade. Brick on the river. Will Aoki fire that barrel? No, he's going to check it. Man, I would have loved to see him really put Dan to the test here out of the gate. Dan, just check it down. Threes win. Bit of a loose turn bluff there, Jamie.
A little bit.
Don't think that one happens too much in GTO land, but sometimes you got to let them know what's up. You got to let them know where you're from.
See, I will do play-by-play as you asked me, but I have to like warm my brain up a little
You're
bit.
good.
Like I'm going to say a lot of words.
Words
Got
are
this.
good. I
Got
like
this.
words.
And we got about a half pot bet from Aoki here with the nut flush draw. Dan with the nothing.
He's got a pair. He's got a pair, and he's going to have to check call. Small enough bet. You're going to have to see a turn. Obviously, Aoki very happy to play turns and rivers with such a strong hand himself.
Yep.
I like to lay down. Typically, when I have bad pairs with no flush draw and flush draw boards and my opponent's betting a lot of chips, I also lay it down.
Yes. And I'm playing the Aoki limp strategy now at the fourth off.
125 bigs limping in, not something that happens too much, but Dan's embracing it. I wonder, I didn't see any of this in the first match. I wonder if that's something that he's planned from the get-go or if that's maybe an adjustment. It's unclear.
That something that you do where you're playing an opponent multiple matches in a row, where you plan at some point to pivot to a new strategy? Do you do that with Antonius?
Yeah, so there's different strats you can use that would be optimal given their constraints. So for example, there is limping that happens in deep heads up no limit. That's something that I think a lot of people are confused by. But it makes the complexity of the game much higher. So most players don't like to play that. They like to instead try and simplify it a bit by going for a raise only strategy. But you know, if a computer was playing and it's playing optimal poker, it would of course have a bunch of limps. I would imagine on 100 bigs we'd be looking at like 15, 20% limp, something like that. Probably closer to 15.
And the blinds have increased to 501K. And we have a limp from Aoki with 8-4 off, which I feel like he folded similar hands in the first match.
I think players are trying to see some cheap flops, Jamie. And who doesn't love to see a cheap flop?
Cheap hot flop.
Exactly.
Dan limps again with the king deuce off. We have Aoki with a pair of threes.
I got a good old fashioned limp off. Limp check. Dan improves the top pair here. Sad tell, Jamie.
Yeah. When he does that, he leads.
I should have brought some Oreos for this event. That would have been epic.
And Aoki finding another lead again, not getting through this time with Dan top pair, and now a boat.
Yeah, and typically pocket threes are hands you like to bluff with in spots like this, but for his sake, I really hope he doesn't because it's not going to work. That's check turn. Dan, you know, he's got options. You want to mainly bet here and mix in some checks. Probably better to bet when you have the deuce. Block more check folds. Maybe it's a little bit better to check with hands such as king 8. Hard to think about that though. I might be wrong. They're probably all very similar.
Oh, we're gonna be limping a lot. This match is gonna last about 7 hours.
What just happened?
I don't know. Dan flipped his butcher. He's like, you know, limping did look fun.
Is this the right table, or do they just have their webcams up and they just put some new players in? Because this is not what was going on at all in the first match. Or first round game.
I think that's what we're calling them.
That
3
makes
games
sense.
per match.
In fact, that makes sense.
Yeah.
My mom calls whatever I do a game.
Get it done.
Your life's a game. You're doing a good job then.
Whenever I would play a session, that heads up challenge, she'd say, "How was your game today?" I would say, "Mom, it wasn't a game. It was a series of hands, otherwise known as a session." She, right,
Oh
but how
my
how
God. And then she's like, I regret birthing you.
how'd the game go?
It's pretty startling.
It was good, Mom.
When that comes up.
Because it's like in my headphones, and I'm like, what the
All right, we're having some fun, you know. We gotta have some fun.
I like it.
Aoki's got talking chips.
I was gonna say that earlier that Dan was chatting a lot, like after losing one game, where I would just be quiet and sullen.
Weird spot for Dan here, facing a lead. I don't know. Dan does call. Huh.
Good plan.
Well, I mean, it worked out. So far, so good. I think Aoki is going to go for a check call here. He could consider. It's not impossible he decides to check put Dan in a spot, but Dan just go for the check back. Top and the ace. Worked out. Big way. Yeah, and I think this is something that a lot of players are not willing to do enough of, which is, you know, check a top pair here on the turn in order to keep your opponent's range wide and allow them some room to bluff.
Trying to bluff you on
Raise,
that one.
Is he targeting a jack there? Like,
He just doesn't think that size.
Back a good one on the turn.
That was a wrong time to bluff you, right? When you have it and I don't have shit, and I'm like, don't put more money. Don't give Dan more money. I need that money right now.
I don't think So sorry, to go back to that raise.
Mhm.
I don't think that he expects Aoki to bet chips for that size. So he feels his
Just like,
ace is at worst
the
chopping.
first game.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's almost very similar to the first game.
Hopefully the ending's a little bit different.
No, Dan. I think I'm hoping for the same. What do you think is better for the event? Aoki advancing or Dan Smith?
I think Aoki. They're both good. You know, there's nobody that I'm rooting against in this match. Honestly, I mean, I'd say that if I didn't like one of them, but this time I'm telling the truth. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I think it'd be better for Aoki.
Yeah, it's fun. It's just fun to see the more recreational players get deep. Especially
Totally.
he's so expressive and he's like so fun. Like it wouldn't even hurt that much to lose to him. He's so happy. You're like, guys, made this guy's day.
That sounds nice. I think it's also one of those things where if you're ever at a table, whenever one reg gets stacked, everyone else is yeah.
Yep.
So good. That guy got stacked. You get for the other day.
Oh yeah.
You flop.
People that in future matches are rooting against Dan Smith for sure.
Raising now.
Wow, raising. I forgot what this is like.
I think we just have stuff happening pre-flop.
Just things are happening.
I think it's one of those matches you just go out, you make some things happen, and then you hope the chips come back your way.
I can't believe that Dan's employing the same style of poker that I play. Just do things in
Are you
tray.
ready? You gonna hop into the event? You want my seat?
Oh, everyone in the event would like that very much. Yes.
That would be so brutal for you.
Everyone's just so happy.
You're like, I'm here. We get you just like a faux hawk fake like you know you can put fake haircuts on.
Yeah.
Like a cap or whatever.
Take my
Yeah.
800.
Take whatever I can get.
I think Dan's going back into raise mode. Opens up 9-7. He calls ace 5. Dan's hitting some boards.
He wasn't 2.5xing last round, was he? I feel like his raise sizes were smaller.
I think that he was doing some. I think he's moving it based around stack size. But it appears to be off effective stack size.
And Dan just has a stranglehold on this, but Aoki with the 8th high. Feeling probably okay about his hand.
You know, it's tough on these paired boards. You know you have to float one with the ace high. You hate it. You're not looking forward to the turn unless it's an ace. But you just have to do it. And then if you face too much.
Big hand. I was trying to figure out how to get all the money in.
I was watching you. See, it'd take a lot to get all the money in, Dan.
Back to limp here from Aoki. Hold for
You could take it. You could take the 1600. Take it.
And there's no more limping. 2.5x from here on out. Jack 6 off. And Aoki flops top pair.
Yep, checks over. Dan, Jack 6. Probably gonna check once in a while. You can get a little spicy, but not a hand that loves to do it. Not much here on the turn either. I expect this to kind of slow down a little bit. Dan's gonna have an interesting decision to make though. He's just looking to show it down. Check top pair, good. Bit of a trap there from Aoki. Usually on the river in that spot, the turn check makes a lot of sense. The river, you're going to want to get a little bit of value. But once in a blue moon, trapping it can be nice. And if your opponent gets too crazy with some bet sizes, if they want to use some kind of big size, you have some slam calls. Also, realistically, you can check raise versus normal size. So it could be a hand you're looking to go for a little check raise support. But Dan did not elect to bet the jack high.
And we're back to limping. Got the jack deuce off from Dan Smith. And check back and see the Aoki 7-5 off. Nothing for anyone.
Disrespectful limp, if I do say so myself.
Hear
The
you.
Jack Deuce offsuit, is that getting in there? I don't know. I think Dan might be feeling comfortable here on the button.
Don't have very much.
Couple times.
Gonna be my 7 high.
Ooh.
It's not worth
That's
the
a
battle.
friendly pick now.
It's just not. Sometimes it's just not worth it.
Aoki limps the queen 6 off, and Dan with a decision. Checks a7 off.
Seems good. Standard stuff.
There's no piece for anyone, and again, we're just having some small pots check down.
And that's gonna happen. In heads up poker, a lot of times no one has much, and also sometimes you just have to take your showdown. Nice river here for Aoki though.
Half pot. You think Dan has to pay this off?
Insta bet, by the way, Jamie.
Mhm.
Insta bet. I think Dan's gonna let this one go.
Curious.
Curious. Bad news.
That is the bad news.
So does the limping pre-flop and the pots being so small lead to just the checking down? Like there's just not that much in there.
Well, weird thing happens with limps because you can't bet under half pot. So there's a little less betting because of that. Some spots would maybe like a 1/3 pot bet, or you can't do because the pot's so large.
Man, good old 69.
Nice.
Nice. I meant to say that the pot's so. I mean, the minimum bet is so large. That's what I meant to say. Limp check. Blinds escalating. A very aggressive lead from Aoki. Just out in the wilderness. Nothing but a hatchet. And bottom pair, backdoor flush draw does make the call. Ooh, the hatchet just became a chainsaw?
Crossbow? I don't
Crossbow?
know. Whatever. We're in the wilderness.
I think I'd rather have a hatchet.
Yeah. I don't know.
I guess it depends what we're doing.
I saw Hunger Games. I thought a crossbow looked really sweet.
You're like, Doug, it really depends on the crossbow.
And
they got some great
Dan
stuff these
now,
days.
yeah, Dan on the river making 2 pair. The swings of this hand.
That's going to be an expensive river. Aoki's going to feel very, yeah, and he's just driving the value hammer.
Dan's going to take a nice one down. His river 2 pair.
Oh God, horrible.
I turned it to queen on the river.
I had a feeling. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
That was just a limp and a 3x and a call.
Yeah, it seems fine from both. 9 times suit's the kind of hand you get short. You don't love raising because if you get re-raised, especially if they jam, you force to fold out your equity. And then 8-6 is the sort of hand that once in a while wants to raise as a bluff, but you don't want to get too carried away with it. Dan is just gonna have to take a stab here. There's
What
no
kind of
way.
size would you make here?
2/3 pot. Oh. Over Betsky.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. I haven't really looked over betting in that spot exactly. It could make some sense if you had a hand that you were trapping, right? You raised pre, you could have some straights or
face tag,
sets.
yeah.
That you just kept trying to get a bet. You want to go for the bet in the river. And then also, if you have a hand, maybe some of your strongest pairs could consider that bet size too. So it's an interesting one. But it also could just be he thinks that there's not going to be enough calls in Aoki's range. I'm not sure what kind of approach Dan's bringing here. I think we can make some extractions, or we can extract some information about the way that he's trying to play versus Aoki, but some of it could just be sort of his default game. Maybe he feels very comfortable with his solutions and his study in those spots. Maybe he just is out there with a hatchet. You don't know.
Or crossbow, or a
Crossbow,
blowtorch. I don't know what we're talking about,
chainsaw.
but I think this could get in. I think. Do you think? Wow.
Well,
got a pop ruin.
okay.
Interesting.
No, that's okay. That seems.
Does Dan call here though?
He's gonna have
This
to
one,
call.
yeah.
Has to call. What does Aoki?
I know that's a gross.
Oh,
he
he
just says,
rips
"I
the
don't
block.
care, all of it."
Nice. Takes it down.
I was about to say, man, he has to hate that flop, but his chips are already in. Enough time.
When you could go for a bet there, I think that you want to do a 1/4 pot bet, sort of see where you're at. The problem with jamming is if Dan has an ace, he's calling you.
Yeah.
Dan has a 9.
He's probably still calling you, right?
He's probably real upset. He might have to do a lap and come back and call. Although hopefully not too long of a lap because they're in the same room, so
Yeah.
might get a little information. Looking for reads.
Yeah, there would be a button that says cry and call, and Dan would select that one.
I think, yeah, I think you're gonna have to call, but you would not like it. Maybe you could fire a fold. I don't know. I have to think about that a little bit. All right, 7-6 deuce. Dan bets the ace high. Aoki check calls the better ace high. Turn 4. Dan turns an open ender. Aoki a gutter, but no one has any hearts. I would expect Dan to check this.
I was thinking that, and then he looked like he's up to no good though.
You
Or is he
could
just
occasionally
balancing his
bet.
time?
Might be. I don't
Yeah.
know.
All right, it's a pretty interesting card, giving Dan the straight and Aoki top pair.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, this could go really bad from Dan. Aoki is turning his 8 into a bluff, which is a little bit too.
Wow,
aggressive.
and Dan makes the call.
Dan does make the call, yeah.
Nice hand, Mr. Smith.
It's a weird spot because the big blind actually has less flushes than they might think.
Yeah.
A lot of heart hands bet turn.
Hearts. First all in, Dan.
All in.
First of many.
Is that a hand though that you'd probably want to raise, right? Ace king instead of jamming.
I think it was okay. I think some small
What's the
raise.
cutoff then? If he had even just a couple more big blinds, you'd want to be raising.
Well, I would probably start mixing some of both. It's a not fun answer. You get stuck to.
We're not inviting you here for the fun answers.
In high school, you get stuffed in the locker for that one.
Yeah.
Stick to chemistry.
I
nerd.
really enjoy that though. Like you can really cover your butt when you're just
Right.
like, oh, it's a mix. Or
It's
like,
a mix, yeah.
Yeah, I do
Oh, that
something and
one.
say I'm like, oh, low frequency play,
Mix.
Yeah.
All the options are on the table here, everybody.
Dan Smith getting lucky here, rivering an 8. Just a couple big blinds in the pot. Just one more.
This is not too thin from Dan, by the way. This is an example of a good, solid check, double play, C bet for value. Nice thick value bet. Good to
Thick
make.
value bet.
Thick,
Is that
yeah.
like thick, like HICC?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. That's correct. The Scandies say thick when they mean thin. And I remember early on when we started working together, I said, you mean thin? They said, no, we mean thick. Oh. So if someone bets 5th pair, it's thick.
Thick. What is that? That's
And
the opposite.
I was like, that doesn't make sense, guys.
Yeah.
No, you don't make sense.
All right. They're like, you're in our world now.
I
Yeah.
guess. Well, they didn't really say the last part, but everything else was true. You're in our world now. Dan is getting a lead going.
Oh yeah.
Limp in from Aoki, King 4. I don't think we're playing the 7 deuce game. Will he jam for the fans? No, he decides to play it correctly. What a loser.
Shame. That should just be the highlight. Be
For
like,
shame.
Dan missed a spot here.
Okay, so Dan turns a gutter where it's hard to explain what he has, and Aoki has some stuff and they both miss. Let's throw it over to Jamie.
Yeah, and Dan could throw out one big blind here. Or he might just run his time down and check, but I think the one big blind would be kind of good.
It's a tough spot to bet because
Whoa.
betting doesn't really represent that much stuff. He's not gonna have many ace X pre-flops, so but he went for a size That's a smart size from Dan. Dan's saying I have an ace beat with that size, which does make sense because he can have good hands, but not an ace. Very interesting. I like Dan's play a lot. Basically, he's not saying he has an ace because he doesn't have ace in his range. He's saying, hey, I can beat an ace.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, once again, two hands I thought could get it in free are not getting it in. On such a short stack with Aoki, didn't you think that could get in?
That one hurts to see.
Yeah.
That one hurts to see. I'm a little worried for Aoki on these shorter stacks if he's going to just call suited aces pre-flop and fold flops. I do think that there are some suited ace hands that call pre-flop that would be a little surprising, and I think it gives you some coverage on some ace-x boards. You can actually have some top pairs. So I think the standard play there is certainly jam pre-flop, but I don't think it's too wild to call. But you're gonna have to flip the flop.
Yeah,
I don't think.
This is pretty cool. So instead of jamming his ace queen with just 10 big blinds effective, he min raised and Aoki called with a struggling hand. So
Struggling,
a good way to
correct.
get one more big blind out of Aoki, and it's not
Here,
like a
man.
lot of
You're
people
like
shove.
crushing me right now.
I want to hope that doesn't happen. Take it to a third game.
Dan may just be freezing. Kind of cold.
It's cold.
And Aoki tries to limp the jack 7 off and immediately faces an all in from Dan with his ace 8.
Not that one. Not that one. Soon. Okay.
Snap shove.
This is not the greatest, but
good enough.
Oh, okay.
Good call.
Okay. Let's go. Hold up.
The old queen high.
Queen 10.
And double up for Aoki. He's back in it with
I
14
like
big
going
blind.
down to the 20K range.
You got down to 30K last time, and you won like 3 minutes later. So I'm pretty worried.
So 10 big blinds, Aoki. Uh-oh, he's 3xing it. And
Here we go.
Dan has him dominated the king queen.
Again.
Oh, it's a bad spot for Aoki.
No! Give me a 10. I'm gonna lose. Oh, I lost.
Good game.
And Dan Smith
One
evens
and
it up.
one. Yeah.
1-1 apiece, or one apiece.
Yes.
1-1 is one apiece. That's how things work.
Yes.
All right, so Dan Smith takes it down, tied up, and we will move into our final deciding match here in this best of 3. And are we gonna cut away soon, or should I
I
talk?
think we're gonna wait till you're mid-sentence and then cut away. So
Perfect.
start talking and
So the thing about playing your ranges and heads up no limit is you want to make sure you're betting enough turns with enough hands to give you board coverage that plays well across various rivers. Let's just give a little example. Actually, how long is it going to go on for? I really don't know.
I don't
I'm
know.
looking forward to this third match, though. The tiebreaker.
This has been fun to watch. I am enjoying the Stevie Aoki reactions more than anything. I hope that other players.
Do you think short deck will ever take off from golf nut?
Anytime you change the game, some neat stuff can happen. And sometimes you do that and the new game has issues. So it doesn't work out great. But short deck, I think, has a lot of cool stuff. And I mean, I think me and you had talked about this before that first ever short deck tournament you won. You remember that?
I do.
I gave you about 2 minutes of advice, like, I don't know, don't fold weird spots. You got to equity.
And I played horrific. Yeah.
But anyway, I think it's not that hard to be just a moderate dog in short deck.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important because it makes for a good gambling game.
For sure.
So yeah, I don't know. I think it's already doing really well in Asia. I think it's starting to take off some in the West.
Can like have this out, or obviously you can do whatever you want, but like people, like you're considered one of the top 3 to 5 short deck players in the world. Like, everybody says that, you know, does the game speak to you, or have you just kind of put the time in, or, I mean, obviously just all across the board, you're a legend, but like short deck people talk about you like you're like a savant or something. What do you attribute that to? I mean,
well, I mean, I was playing short deck before any pros, so there was a time I was way ahead of everyone just because no pros had spent the time on it. I've been working on it for 2 years and at big stakes. Now, actually, I haven't played much short deck the last 6 months, so I don't know. You know,
Probably
6 months ago,
probably your PLO background helps, right?
Yeah,
Conceptualizing certain, I don't know. I feel like you have to get it in more in PLO. At least you have that. You accept that it needs to happen sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. And I would say for a while, till probably about a year ago, a lot of people were thinking about the game.
Mm-hmm.
There were a few who had an idea, but a lot were, a year and a half ago.
Small example of like a commonly misapplied sort of concept.
You'd have people who clearly studied, right? They probably did some solver work, this kind of stuff. And then they'd go play a live game. And it would go raise, call, call. And their brains would just melt.
Right.
And they'd be closing the action with a pretty decent hand. And especially if you're in position or like one of the better positions post-flop and short deck, you just shouldn't be folding much there. And you would have all kinds of pros in those games folding hands where it's just like, this is most of your earn in this game. Right. What are you doing? It's like, unless you got Jack-6 offsuit, man, like you should be.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's one. There was a lot of stuff like that where just like intuitive spots that were clearly worth a bunch people would miss because they were new to the game. And so they had studied and stuff how to play a certain style, but when someone would do something weird, they would miss really high value spots. That was a common thing.
And there's been a lot of questions about like your approach to the game, and I mean, I guess that's the case across the board a lot in poker, that people are very polished in certain spots, but then you've always been very flexible with your thinking. You're not scared to like, you've been out there at times doing things that like no one else is doing. How do you just really believe in yourself as like a games player, or I mean, you're obviously a very bright guy, but like, it's a genuine question. Like, it's not that easy to be willing to look stupid or whatever. Do you just not care what people kind of think? I mean, you know, you're sort of a mystery.
I guess I try not to. I mean, I'm sure I don't always succeed. Like, you heard me moaning, I don't know when this is coming out, but you heard me moaning about that hand versus Bryn on high stakes, where I did something a little goofy and then was like, oh man, what was I thinking? You know, I feel like an idiot. But I don't know, I think I try to admit my mistakes and catch them, and I think it gives me some space to kind of make more of them. And sometimes, and obviously if you're playing no limit, where now a lot of people's games are quite polished, this kind of stuff doesn't come up that much because it's more, you're looking at pretty similar scenarios hand over hand.
True, but you play a lot of games that are 1,000 big blinds deep or more, which is still a bit the Wild West. There's still a lot of spice. Yeah. Like, so how has your play style changed since the first high stakes? I mean, it's been 10 years, so from the big Dwan, has your play style changed since the first run of high stakes?
So I would say you're saying I do a bit of crazy or unconventional stuff, and I think that's true. Sure. And plenty of times I get it wrong, but I think I have often a guess. A lot of times it's not that far off of kind of where I stand. And the first high stakes, I felt like I had a lot of room. Basically, I was just knew more, and a lot of spots was a bit better than a lot of people. It was lucky timing for me, and I was able to do more goofy shit. And now, man, a lot of these guys are studying a lot of them are quite good. Even if deep stack's a little different, there's just not as much room. You kind of got to stay in line a little more when you're playing people that are better. You can't do as much crazy shit. This was true for me in short deck also. I had a run in short deck where I was able to get away with murder just because people didn't understand the game. So I was able to do all kinds of goofy stuff, and they didn't realize, oh, clearly Tom's doing this.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember actually, you know that Timothy?
Yeah, of course.
He was like the first guy to really start catching some of those. I was like, damn it, I can't do all my short deck tricks anymore when Timothy's in the game.
He actually told me that you're excellent, like, years ago we were talking about short deck. He's like, well, Tom, very good. Maybe study. Maybe he make program or something to look at. I'm like, I don't know, bro.
Funny, I have like ADD or something. I'm like, all right, I'm doing play. The next time I'm like, nope. Shit. Better. Slightly better. Oh yeah, this is fun.
I can move quick.
Yeah. Your hand's the best with stuff.
Oh.
Hey guys. And we're back. What you were watching just now was the player party. We had a big welcome party yesterday. It was really fun. We like to get people nice and hungover for their first match. Smart.
Nice. Always good.
Yeah, I'm in here with Doug Polk having a great time. But we were watching Steve Aoki and Dan Smith match. They are 1-1 right now. Aoki took the first one, Dan Smith came back, and this is the rubber match for everything.
Right, the winner of this will advance in this bracket. Best of 3. Aoki won the first round. Dan Smith fought back, won the second one with a pretty dominating performance. Now we're moving on to the third game. Winner of this does advance, so it's all on the line here. Hopefully we see some fun hands, get some cool spots, and I'm gonna break it down for you guys. I'll let you on the sweet knowledge, the knowledge of Heads of No Limit.
I can also let you in on Doug's knowledge, and it is, you can really do anything here. It's fine. You could bet, you could raise, you could fold, you could call. I don't know. There's lots
Okay,
of
well
options.
then, should I stay? You kind of already.
I got
that
this.
was all I had.
But yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, we are on day 1A of a 32-player 25K heads-up tournament, and we're going to be showing you matches about 8 hours a day. You're going to be seeing 4 of the 8 matches played today. We also have a team compiling highlights from the match that you aren't seeing right now, so you'll be able to see how the player advances through that match as well. So, it's a good place to be if you like that sweet heads-up action, which, my buddy over here really enjoys.
Are we gonna get to see some clips? Because originally I thought we were gonna take a look at some of those. Is that we're gonna feed those?
I live in Vegas, so I'm gonna go to the fight. It'd be fun to get the heart beating.
Yeah, I mean, Connor, if he loses on this one, this is gonna be tough for him.
Yeah. His career won't be looking so good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a lot riding on this fight.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
So does Aoki know he's dealt
like,
in?
I think Poirier broke his leg, right? He hurt his leg real good. He had a cane. He's walking. He's like.
I hope Aoki knows
he
he's
said something
dealt
to
in.
Poirier, like, yo, you like broke my leg or something.
When you're timing down, by the way, you have cards.
What a nice guy. Dan Smith, good guy, Dan Smith.
Oh, thanks for telling me. I had no idea. I didn't hit return to the event.
Yeah, so you guys, if we don't end up getting to show you clips.
This was the first hand, so everything's good.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure that Aoki is very glad he was here for this one.
Yeah.
Well, Krabsky.
Do you have any plans if you win the tournament?
I didn't think I was gonna get past you.
Quick check.
Aoki with a very honest answer.
Your world.
He says as he traps his boat down to the river.
Yep. Your raise.
And you hate to see it as Dan.
This is great. I hope that once, if Dan calls here, yeah, Aoki goes, my world now.
Are we allowed to curse or not?
No, that's why I stopped.
Oh.
What am I gonna do? I have no choice.
You got me. Won the maximum.
And Dan punished. Some don't believe in karma. Personally, I don't as well.
Glad I played that hand.
There's your reminder to come back. You come back, you play, just scoop it.
So we're gonna let the players speak. So being interrupted, no big deal. Sorry if it's annoying, but yeah, especially with a chatty match, it's like super nice to just hear these guys talk to each other.
Right. If there's some one-off comment, there will be a chance we're talking over it. But if they're actually speaking, we will let you guys hear them. I know how much everyone likes to hear that, so that's their goal.
Yep. And if this match does run really long, I'm not sure what we're going to do with the highlight clips of the other match taking place right now. You will eventually see highlights. They are compiling them. They're filming, they're recording the entire match that everyone plays. So you will get these hands, even if it's at the end of the night.
Okay, limp call. King 3 for Dan, King 7 for Aoki.
You hear it.
Huh?
There's a party going on the beach.
Oh.
Music's pretty good.
And Aoki gets there with the gutter ball.
How interested do you think Aoki was about the party on the beach? 1 to 10. I'm going 2.3.
Yeah, he was like, whatever, man. My life's parties. Like, he's like, what's the chance this DJ's any good? You know? What are you thinking? We did have to ask them to lower the volume yesterday. We're doing a sound test, and it was literally like we're inside of the base.
Nice. Nice.
Oops.
How's Aoki play this? You're probably going to bet. But you could go for the trap scheme. See if you can get Dan to fall in. Gonna bet, and Dan just has to fold. There's no playability with this one. I mean, there's nothing you can do. What's he gonna do? Raise up this? You do that, you're just raising everything.
Yep.
All right, so Aoki after a little bit of a lead. Dan may be feeling a little bit of heat. Limps in the 9-7 suited. Dan Smith checks the big blind ace 3-3. Good flop for Dan. Obviously moves out pretty firmly into the lead. But Aoki not going to take a stab. Interesting. I think this is a board that you'd want to take a stab at quite a bit, Jamie. I don't think this is a board you want to do too much checking on after dumping in pre.
And why is that? Explain for
So
the
it's a
people
board,
at home and the
right?
other commentator.
Sure, of course. So the big blind is normally going to be raising the majority of their ace X. So they're, or at least half or more of their ace X. So they're going to have a lot less ace X, I think, than the small blind will. Small blind's going to be limping a bunch of weak aces. Also, small blind's going to have some other hands that big blind can't have, like low pairs. Big blind's going to be typically raising more of those hands. So basically, the small blind just has a bit of a range advantage, and then of course position as well. So
Dan here, who's not going to employ the limp strategy all the time. I feel like Aoki does it a whole lot more than Dan does. And so he's gonna have
was that a crying sound?
Yeah.
Did we get to see who said that, or does it?
I just feel like it's Aoki, but I can't tell.
That's a good one.
That one is pretty good.
You have 2.5 extra Dan.
I am most partial to this guy. Oh. Yeah. Well, the guy I like won't. There we go. It was a bad omen if my favorite guy wouldn't come out.
Jeez. Two and a half X from Kansas City off. Aoki. How much do you think they're folding just because they're playing with the sound?
A little.
A little bit.
It's playing a role. In full silence, the 10-7 might take a flop there.
Uh-huh.
They got 2-3 so many times already. Shit.
Yeah, I got the 2-3.
I thought it was Aoki had 2-3 there, but it was Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Could do a bit of both.
I'm ready to play. Put me in, Doug.
You're ready to roll. Let's go.
Too high, Dan. Too high if you want me to play.
I wanted some
And nickel and diming him right now.
And 6 more off. And Aoki checked back the ace-3 off. Is that one where you would have put in a raise?
No, I like to check. Some of the weakest aces are going to be hands you want to manually check.
What would the cutoff be that you would start raising?
Well, they're all mixing, basically.
Oh, man, Doug,
so,
what a drag.
Yeah. It's the ultimate trump card. Oh, they're all mixing.
Yeah.
Just mix over some stuff. But I think typically ace 8-ish is where you're mainly raising. Ace 8 plus.
Was that so hard? Couldn't start with that?
Sure. I'm just trying to be difficult.
Aoki gives a walk. Scoop a queen 10 off.
Might need to get a new deck out here, Jamie. Getting
Yeah,
all kinds of garbage.
This one's broken.
And who doesn't love the player at the table that requests the new setup when they're a little bit card dead, you know?
I actually almost saw a fist fight over that, where one guy wanted a big wash and then a setup, a new setup. The big wash didn't work. He wanted a new setup.
Wait,
The
so
guy who was running well was like, absolutely not, sir.
Oh, he
Yes.
wanted to protect his
Yeah.
house, his domain. Okay, I see.
Totally reasonable.
That's great. I made the mistake of thinking that he wanted to argue with that player because he thought it was dumb. But no, he wanted to keep the good luck.
Yeah, needless to
Right.
say, I was in a good game.
Right. Definitely a good game. And we're back to exactly even, 100 each.
First step accomplished.
Limp check. And dust turned into bottom pair.
Bottom pair for Dan is going to be the kind of hand you're going to see most likely one, maybe two. And then Aoki just checking like the queen eye. Queen eye is on king eye words. Tend to like checks. You bet. You're just getting worse high cards to fold. If you check, keep your hands in there. No value there for Dan. A hand as well you could consider maybe going for kind of check raise action, but it does prefer a bet and yeah, kind of standard. You know, I see a lot of players, they'll take fancy lines just to kind of be fancy. And the reason that the complicated lines the thing about the complicated lines is they exist and they're things you should do once in a while, but it's once in a while. I feel a lot of players when they start to think about all these different weird lines they can take, they do it way too often. And you want to be able to have an occasional check raise in a weird spot bluffing you, but once you start doing it too much, you're easy to play against. And if you don't do it, you're also easy to play against. So you want to strive for that nice middle ground of being unpredictable.
We have a raise from Dan Smith with Jack 8 suited and defend with King 3 suited from Aoki, leading again. He's finding a lot of leads.
Yeah, interesting lead. I've not run the math on too many leads, but if you were going to have leads, I would imagine a king would be in there some of the time. So it seems pretty reasonable. In Dan Smooth's Jack 8, you're going to have to just call take the turn. He does. Turn 10. Now Aoki barrels once again, and Dan's a bit handcuffed. You could consider making a move here with a raise. I think sometimes the solvers will do that, but calling, of course, the overall preferred play, the standard play, does call. And I imagine we're going to go check, check, and Aoki is going to have extracted maximum pain here. Well, I guess he could have got...
Did you say maximum pain, or do you think that Dan has to call a river bet as well?
He's not calling river.
Okay.
So I don't think that... I think that that's about... Getting two streets with a king versus an 8 there, the way that it went down, is about all you can possibly hope for in Aoki's shoes. And it puts him out front.
And a limp check pre-flop. Aoki flops a gutter ball. He's going to stab at this.
Nice bet. Good spot to bet. 6x, 5x hands like betting. Dan with king of diamonds. Gonna have to go for the float. Turn bricks off. Will Aoki fire the second barrel? Try to slow down. Oh, a 6 on the river, and Dan is gonna feel a little inclined to bluff here, I think. He has a few worse hands though, but he has a lot of ace-x. He's gonna feel inclined to bluff, and
tiny little bluff though. Doesn't get too hurt.
ace.
Oops.
And it was just a call from Aoki. I'd
Yeah,
expect
flush
a
got
raise.
in.
Just you wanna but do you think that since it was such a small bet that you could raise and hope to charge an ace?
I prefer raise. I like what you're thinking, but I think the reason why he didn't was the flush kept him a little bit more. I mean, you raise your 6 there, you get re-raised, you hate your life. I don't know if this is really that kind of match where you have to be too worried about that kind of stuff, but it's certainly something that I think you have to have a good plan for. And if you don't know how to respond to a raise,
I'm just calling.
Yeah, possibly. I'm saying that, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, I could feel it. I was like, your heart's not in it, Doug, but
Yeah.
okay, we'll let it slide.
I say that and then think I would never.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Dan starts bringing barrels.
Gets it done.
Usually you want to bet the turn with a heart there, but any gutter is gonna get in there. Just frequency bet. Bet Dan. And Aoki, good laydown.
But all momentum my way.
Dan opens up queen 4 suited. And just a full in the 10-3 suited. Bit tight there, pretty. Looking to win the big ones, letting Dan have the tiny ones.
How's it down there? You're in Cabo, right?
Yes. I only got in last night, but it's very pretty. It's a little windy, but it's
a little
beautiful.
Nice.
That's my first time here.
Nice.
Have you been?
Yeah. Yeah, I've played shows. When I go down there, I play shows down there, so it's been a minute.
I imagine it's a fun place to play.
Oh, yeah, it's really good.
I feel like that's interesting. Have you been? Aoki's probably always like, yes, to every question. Like anywhere you've been, he's probably been.
Unless it's, you know, somewhere shitty.
Yeah, if I'm like Monroe, New Jersey, he's like, no.
No, I've not been there. In fact, if you're from somewhere Aoki hasn't been, you should feel insulted.
I know. I live in the woods.
Oh, that's where you're from?
Yeah.
Ouch. Top pair for Dan. Third pair for Aoki.
I like Dan saying it's a little windy. This is the windiest place I have ever been. It's go outside, like blow away.
Right,
Can't
windy.
swim in the ocean. The riptide is too bad. It's crazy.
It's windy. Yeah. They warn you when you get to
Yep.
the hotel. Or remain unnamed.
Yes. Good job.
Let me go. 9-5 for Dan. Again, closing that gap slowly, winning a disproportionate amount of these small pots. 3-9 for Aoki, 9-9 for Dan. Dan goes for the small bet. Aoki goes this time. Had enough. Queen on the turn.
Instant reward. Do you think that's too loose of a float, or it's all right? Because he's got the heart and he's got some turn cards that'd be interesting.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's close, but it was probably okay. My instincts are that it's fine, but I float flops too wide. That's a leak I have. It's not like super too wide, but it is wide. So my instinct is that I think it's fine, so it might be a bit loose. I don't know.
Yeah. So when you say it's a leak I have, you just, as you're like reviewing hands, you realize you just have the tendency and you feel like.
Yeah, I've looked at my frequency in that spot, and I've looked at some of the sims, and I'm just 1 or 2 percentage points too loose. Depending on who you ask. Maybe 3.
You ask the standees who say big value bets.
They would say
I don't
Doug.
trust them.
Yeah, Doug's pretty out of line there.
Got a limp from Dan Smith on the button with 8-5 off, and a check from Aoki with 9-6. A little bit of something for everyone. And a lead again.
Ooh. Dan's got options. You wanted to take this to town, you could raise.
Take this to town. I like it.
Take it to town.
He elects just to call. No improvement on the turn. Take us to town, Dan. Let's go.
Yeah,
Full size,
he's gonna have
full
to
pot
bet.
size bet.
Oh,
Okay, lays
man.
it down. Wow.
Hate to see that from Aoki. That's one of my least favorite hands, I think, so far. He's got the pair, he's got the gutter. If you do lead, there's so many hands you could lead check fold that are really bad, or at least kind of bad. You don't want to be lead check folding pairs. That's got to find a way to put bets in. Well played by Dan. I liked his line. I think it's pretty standard. Obviously, you could raise the flop, but he's just managing to win a disproportionate amount of these smaller pots. And as blinds escalate, that's gonna give him a little bit of an edge. But on the other hand, if someone gets ace king and someone gets 9s, that's gonna be the sit and go. So when it gets down to that final game, as the blinds escalate, it's really just in the RNG's hands.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like you are just trying to get yourself some wiggle room, a little bit of a chip advantage, and then where the inevitable flips will happen if it goes too long.
Unless you Phil Hellmuth, in which you just win, because you know this, and this is a true stat. Phil Hellmuth has won 162 of his last 148 heads-up matches. You know, he told me that in person. He said, Doug, I've won 196 of the last 112. I rounded it down for you guys.
Surprised you don't know that, Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know he's won a lot of
I don't even know. Really?
13?
It's surprising because he's such a humble guy. I like never hear him talk about stuff
Right.
like that. It's surprising that he has some.
And the other thing is, I learned for the first time, he actually knows a lot of cool people, and I met them, and he
Really?
never mentioned it.
Oh wow.
Do you know he knows Shamath?
I didn't know that.
And he's actually friends with some of the guys in the Warriors. You wouldn't have known it.
And he'd get mad, except if he was as soon as they said Helmut. Nice.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think you get mad. How many of the
exactly even.
Again. Back to starting stacks.
How many of the bigger name pros are super sensitive? I think most of them. Made fun of them, they'd be whatever. Oh, boat for Aoki. Check. Check once again. Stabsky. Jamie, I know you don't play heads up. Do you think this is going to work?
I don't think this one's gonna work. Wow, I'm so good.
Masterful.
And is Dan just done there after
You have to
called
bluff
one?
this.
You have to bluff this?
Have to bluff this.
Because he would have bet 2 diamonds on the turn.
Because you have a diamond and you don't have a heart and you have 6 high.
Yeah.
You have to bluff this. So the question is going to be, how much is Dan going to lose?
Full pot.
Full
Ouch.
pot. It makes some sense. You're trying to get value from a king. Yep. Yep. I like how everyone played this. Was a well played hand. And clap look. Got Dan for
Big
2
one.
streets. I like Dan.
Yeah, that was a big one.
So he should probably not play that big flop. But you know, he's splashing around. Aoki limps in the 4-3 suited. Ace queen for Dan.
We
Bumps
could
it up.
later see. We
Right?
could later watch this back and see what we had, right?
For sure.
Aoki limp folded ace 4-3 suited earlier and does so again. Wants to watch this back and see what nonsense Dan had. It was some nonsense.
Yep. And we got a limp from Dan Smith, queen 5 off. Aoki just checked back to queen 10. Not a whole lot going on for either player.
Yeah, I think both players have just enough in this hand to maybe want to see a turn or take a stab. Dan could bet, sides check it back, and this is a great turn for Aoki. He can, of course, bet if he so chooses to, and he does. But you could look to play some check lines, either check call or check raise. It's a classic all 3 spot. You could really do whatever you want, and it'd be fine. But this first a bet, he just has to let it go. Doesn't have enough going.
Aoki's pulling ahead a little bit.
He's doing the praying thing again.
Wow. Yep. Folds a 10 deuce suited on the button. Dan's getting some walks I don't think other players would give him.
We are getting into the territory where you have to be a little more careful with some of your pre-flop decisions, but I agree with you that that's a bit too tight. Limp check. Ace 9-5, Aoki pops nothing. Dan's gonna bet this, and Aoki's gonna fold. Easy. When you can see the cards, you just know what they're gonna do. Most of the time. Some of these hands I was a bit surprised by, but
Aoki with the limp. Oh.
Dan's going with a fairly small raise size over limp, and I think it's going really well for him because Aoki is limping in and then folding. He's playing a little bit tight versus raise, so Dan's getting a very nice price on that raise. I don't know if Dan's sort of locked into that, but it's definitely something that's been happening. Is that these raises are not facing much resistance, and he's not facing much limply raising. So I think it would be nice to see Aoki maybe mixing a little limply raise.
I don't think we've seen one.
No, I don't think we've seen it from either player, but yeah. If not a limply raise, then maybe a little bit looser limp calls. Some of those 4-3 suited might be nice.
Dang. So
That's
this is a min raise and a call, and just Dan flops the second nut flush. Aoki's got a little bit of a piece of this.
Yeah, he's got just enough to lose some money. That call.
Oh, and it's open-ended straight flush draw now for Aoki.
With 2 spades, you typically like to play slow here and trap because you block potential calls. So king of spades hands prefer bet. King 9 of spades probably still prefers bet, but you like betting more when you don't have the 9.
Goes for a small bet. Gonna get paid.
I can't see.
Hardboard can slow it down a little bit.
Well, I think Dan will still bet, but I just can't really see Aoki calling. I just can't really see it.
What size do you think Dan's
really
gonna?
high.
Everyone did.
Yeah.
I want a
What's that?
prediction here because it's
Yours
an
must be
interesting
really
idea.
high. Fuck, man, mine's the fucking worst one. I have the worst flush. I'd love to see it later on.
I had it. But
Yeah,
I thought you said you must be really high.
I had a 3.
Yeah.
It was the lowest one. I had to fold.
Yeah.
I didn't have a choice.
I mean, sure, but you also have to execute. Like you did a good job folding. You know, it's you just get pissed off and pay off the money.
No, I just like. I mean, if I had mid, I would maybe call. But when you have the lowest, it's just you can't. There's nothing you can do.
Something I like about Aoki is that he doesn't give me any of this mixed stuff. You know, he's just like, I have the lowest, I have to fold. It's very
you
black
said
and
you
white, and I
must be
appreciate
high.
it, Doug.
You're salty,
And I'm
Jamie?
like,
Yeah.
What'd you have? The highest?
The king.
Oh, okay. Well, I had the 3.
Three was not good. Either one of Dan's cards
lowest.
beat a 3. Dan now in the lead.
And Dan now with the limp 5 high.
Lines are rising.
Great flop for Aoki and nothing here for Dan. Does he find? Yep, we're leading.
Aoki has done some leading. Not you want to lead with. If you want to go for some leads, because if you get the fold, you were ahead. If you get too much action, you're behind. I think that one prefers a check call. Aoki limps an 8-3 suited.
Wow.
Dan bumps up the queen 3
I'm
suited.
I'm out on that one. I'm gonna head out.
It's just a little more than a min
The
raise.
tables have
Getting through it.
turned. The turns have tabled.
Lines
think
are
it's
so
still
high
happening.
now that just being able to min raise and get through is so valuable.
Oh God, get me out of that one. Get me out of that one. You can have that one.
And it's packed.
Yes. Dan is also kind of built, not a tight image, but definitely doesn't have that aggressive, like I'm running you over image. And it's really paying off right now where he's just like effortlessly getting through 3 or 4 hands in a row.
Yeah, it's working out well for him.
Decides to limp trap this one, but this is more of an Aoki board where he flops the gutter ball and backdoor flush draw.
It does check it over to Dan. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Dan's mainly going to check, but it could argue for an occasional bet. 5 on the turn, I would anticipate. I'm definitely going to bet sometimes with the 8 here. But you don't have to always bet. It could be okay to do some occasional type folding.
Pre-flop there.
I have 2-8.
I
would fold immediately.
I'd like to see Aoki fight back versus these raises over limps.
Yeah, if he keeps folding, I mean, he's giving up.
I don't know why I'm just giving you
16K,
that
20K.
money. Can't do
The
it
last
that
several
easy,
hands.
Dan. Gotta give you a hard time to get it.
He's feeling it. He's feeling exactly what you're saying. Just hasn't figured out how he wants to fight back against it yet.
He's got to do something, that's for sure. All right, open call. King Eye flop. Good one for Aoki. King Eye boards on the stack depth. Actually, the big blind has a bunch of kings, so it's not as good as Ace High flops would be for in position. Dan does check it back. Jack on the turn, so now Dan improves a third pair. Aoki checks once again. Checks it back. King on the river.
Bad card for Dan Smith, right? It's a spot where he would go for a little value, you think? We've seen it
He'll
before.
go for value here. He's gone too thin in this spot, and this is a good value bet. He's not gonna check this back. And when players start to play like this, you should start check raising them on the river more, which Aoki has done sort of naturally. Tough spot for Dan, but
I got greedy there. Should have just checked.
Doug disagrees. He thinks you did a good job, Dan. Don't worry.
I think you just have to mainly fold. Maybe super low frequency fold.
Good hand.
Bluffed you, Dan.
Yep.
He bluffed you.
Nice.
Should have just fucking checked.
Nice.
There's a dumb play by me. Good. You stole the pot. It was very nice.
Does Aoki feel guilty taking that compliment?
You don't feel guilty when someone raises your limp 12 times in a row and you fold all of them,
That's
and then
true.
you lie to them when you ask what they had.
Yeah, now it's like mental warfare. I agree.
Or a pass.
Aoki flopping trips here and
boats are
improves
good.
to a boat.
Fortunately. Nice. Lines are really high. This at any moment could just blow up.
40 big blinds in play. Yeah, you don't expect to see a lot of post-flop play.
King 3? Can't do King 3 on that one.
Dan with some live tells.
Yes. Like, what can you really call after you do the like?
Guys, should I call? I don't know.
And
It's
he
really
does.
close, and he
He still
does.
calls.
Oh, nice. Top pair for Aoki.
Gutter ball, backdoor, flush draw for Dan.
Dan probably should stab here. He's got a club. His hand is the worst strategy I could have. Okay, checks it back. 4. Well, that's gonna take it down.
Free pot at this point is so huge.
Luckily, he didn't listen to me, Jamie, or he'd have even less chips.
So funny though, where he's like, I don't know if my hand's good enough. I'll call.
Before I make questionable calls that I'm unsure of, I try to look really confused. So it's my way of balancing it out. Hold to the 7. Lines are gonna go up again soon, I think.
It's insane. Who studies stack depth this short? Really just heads up
Nerds.
sit and go players only?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
He said
Twen-
nerds.
20 big blind cap used to be a thing on stars, but is Dan gonna hold this, or is he gonna give him the real disrespectful limp? Either. Well, Dan's gonna win this.
Yep. Just one big blind.
This is just too good of a board for Dan. Okay. King queen. See how he plays it. Big raise. Oh, tough spot for Dan.
With a pretty good hand.
You're supposed to call versus 3.5. And deeper. On this stack, I don't know, but you're probably still supposed to call.
Oh, it's just
You're probably supposed to call.
The problem is versus this opponent, don't you think his range is stronger than most people would be in that spot? We haven't really seen him do it.
know, maybe I would have bet all my money there, but they're distracting me over here, so I figured just get out of the way. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I like that. The distraction, it works in my favor.
And talking about another match running currently, which we'll see highlight for.
This is limp check, right?
Yep.
You have like a party over in that room?
This is the room where they're filming everything and they're playing practice games, and I think she just had 2 aces and lost, and some people are laughing about it.
Oh. Okay.
Oh. Well, she seemed very chipper. Like, basically, if you're that happy, I assumed you won. But maybe she's just a happy person. Congratulations on the victory.
What's that like?
That must be one of the influencers, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Aoki with 2.5x here on his 13 big blind stack.
That's the call.
Left gutter ball. He's gonna check.
This is
Not much for Aoki, but wow.
Oh.
Pot size bet.
Oh, Dan's gonna have to. Oh, this is a tough spot. Tough. Oh, that is tough. Wow, that worked out.
They're
Big
back
moves
to
from
almost
Aoki.
starting
You know
stack
what,
now.
Jamie, I want to
Jeez.
see more of that. I want to see Aoki just blast, you know, in some spots and just make sure that he's got enough pots. 'Cause if you blast on these stacks, it's anyone's ball game.
Yeah.
I mean, look, like I'm sure Dan's got some pretty good ranges planned, but we got 15 blinds.
Yep.
So
It's so weird that you're wearing sleeves. Is that why you're showing them off like this? I don't
wanted
think
to
I've
look
ever
nice for
seen
the stream
it.
today.
You
True
what?
story. I have 2 shirts with sleeves. I wore one yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna look nice for the stream
Wow,
today.
that's really nice of you. You dressed up.
I dressed up. I got my classic flip flops and white socks on. Everyone loves. All right,
Got
open call. These pots are huge.
Yep.
The board Dan's gonna bet quite frequently. Dan might be worried though that Aoki has more ace-x than maybe an average opponent would. So maybe he's going to be a little more careful on later streets. Could help Aoki get a showdown. Aoki is just playing fit fold.
But in all seriousness, thank you very much for commentating with me. This is really nice, especially because you have your own match to worry about tomorrow. That versus a not such a well-known guy named Tom Dwan or something like that. I feel like
I think so.
Yeah. Heard he's big in Asia. Should be fun.
It'll be something. Lions are gonna go up again in what, one hand or something? This is about to be insane.
This is crazy.
410, Dan.
Ace stuff, good enough.
And an ace.
410. Maybe if it was suited.
The limp. Dan never attacked butts like this.
Dan is getting so absurdly out of line.
Yeah, I like it though. I don't you like this one? You love it.
Unbelievable. He's getting so out of line. Ooh.
7 big blinds effective. Queen 8 off.
Backstage passes for Dan in the future. If Aoki watches this one back, these are some real.
You don't think Aoki's going to be playing his backyard
2-9.
concerts anytime soon?
No.
No.
If I want to, trust me.
I believe you. Sometimes cards are going to do
It's
what they're going to
jam.
do.
Just the limp.
He's
Don't do it, Dan.
He's gotta. He can't do it here. There's not enough chips. I don't think.
We are at that stage though.
Yeah, he'd have to jam.
Yeah, this is damn.
Yeah, he could. No, he could. I think he's probably a little too happy with the way this is
Oh
going
yeah,
now.
like there's no reason to take huge risks.
I mean,
if you're
this has to go jam.
getting away with
call,
it.
But I wonder if Aoki calls.
I feel like no. That's my instinct.
Not that battle yet. Not that one yet.
I'm at 8-7.
That's good for me. I got King 5.
Telling him too. Oh man, Dan's just gonna shove everything.
Just like cut off on 8 big blinds.
I like to mix.
Thanks, Jamie. Well played, well played. Nice hand.
Dan does make the call. I was just trying to catch any piece of this, and that is a massive piece of
Oh,
this.
that's gonna be.
Yeah. See you later, Steve. It's been nice knowing you.
It's gonna be pretty hard for Aoki to try to jam the flop.
Good luck. Oh my god.
You got the jack.
Oh,
you hit it.
Oh my god! And I didn't even see that.
Punished.
Oh,
Punished.
Oh, holy shit, that was funny. Oh my god. Wow.
Gotta love gambling.
Wow, that's crazy, bro. Oh my god.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
Survived. By
He
the
did survive.
algorithm. The algorithm saved me.
Oh man.
Dan's not talking anymore.
Well, that has to hurt.
A little sad after that one.
Yeah.
It hurt a bit.
Even if he's having fun playing Aoki, that one hurts. He had a stranglehold on that.
What will Aoki do here? He's gonna go for the raise. So he's just sticking with the 2.5x.
On his 12 big
It's gonna
blind
put
stack.
Dan in some tough spots, actually. Good flop for Aoki. He's getting some momentum going here. He's getting a little
He has
momentum.
the chip.
They're about to have 7 big blinds or something effective.
There are 25 big blinds in play, and we're playing post flop.
There's not anymore. There's 20 big blinds in play. The blinds have risen. Oh, there's almost no room to maneuver anymore. This is just gonna come down to who gets some ace X hands and holds or doesn't.
10 deuce.
Or who's willing to make jams like this and who's not.
No bueno.
No bueno.
No bueno.
It's a little. It can't feel amazing though in Dan's shoes to have this be where the situation
Oh no,
ends
this
up,
is not
right?
how you plan today. Dan's gonna jam over this.
Man, Dan is winning so many chips in these spots.
Can't do
Does
this
make
one.
shove.
Can't do
And we're
that
back to
one.
starting.
And big blinds.
Used to be 250 big blinds in play. Now we're down to, I don't know, 19.
How's Dan gonna operate these spots? Is he gonna fold? He's gonna limp. Check. Okay, Dan flops middle pair, Aoki flops bottom pair. Both have some action. Ooh, lead.
Row spot for Dan, but I don't think he can let this go, right?
No, he's
Especially
gonna
with
have
the
to
flush draw
call.
on board.
At least call. If you could consider just jamming, they have so few big blinds, but they probably call. He's considering jamming. Or folding? No, I don't think so.
You fold.
No, I don't think. Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
I can't believe that. Especially on a
You'll
flush
see
draw
it
board. And
afterwards.
He just said he had it. Just had it, and Dan said, okay. First the Dan. Oh, I love it when people go with their live reads and they're wrong. All
Not
in.
this one.
Full.
Yeah, something tells me that Aoki is not going to find those jams, and that's where Dan.
Oh. All in. Okay.
How it feels.
I think the blinds are going to go up here.
That was
Jamie,
7
in a
hands?
sec.
Oh my god.
I mean, there might be one more. It's close. All in. This is just pure gambling at this point. Dan has played this excellent though. He's really won chips in a lot of spots that he must play. I wouldn't have won.
No bueno.
He got so out of line.
Yes.
He got
So out of line.
absurdly out of line, and it was
The
perfect.
most out of line he was getting was ISOing over the left. When it,
oh
my god.
They have 8 blinds behind him, all in. He's gonna have to
Oh my god.
get it in good for the
luck.
match.
Oh my god.
Oh god, no!
Oh, the Dan. Oh, it's over unless Ace comes.
Oh.
Wow.
I got lucky.
What a luck buck.
God
9 to
damn,
1.
Fuck.
9 to 2.
Fuck.
Wow.
Fuck. God. Fuck. 8-4. Let's go. 8-4. 8-4. Hold up. 8-4.
Oh, he's live.
Let's go.
He's
live. Yes.
This is awesome.
Yes, baby.
Wow.
I'm still
Wow.
in it. I'm still in
Just a
it.
hyper.
Not this one.
Ooh.
Not this one.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think have. Do you have to jam that? You probably. I've not done much 2.5 big
Look at
blind work,
this.
Jamie.
Got 1 big blind and 3 deuce.
Oh
Well,
god,
it
this
has
is
to
I
be.
have 2-3. Fuck, I have to do it.
Oh my.
Oh, you got both.
That is it.
That's all
That's
they wrote.
it.
Wait,
Too.
No.
that was too much. All right, and Dan Smith
Damn.
takes it down.
All right, man. Good game.
You had me on the brink of defeat. It was fun. I got lucky.
No, you did great. That was great. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Nice to meet you, man.
It was a pleasure and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It really was. Have a good one, man. Enjoy Cabo.
Oh, what a nice guy. That.
Wow, that could have gone either way.
I mean,
In
it
fact,
did back and forth like 100 times.
It came down to Dan being all in with Jack 9 or Jack 8 against Ace 8.
Yeah.
And hitting a 9. So, you know, that just shows in this format. I think Dan played exceptionally well. I think he managed to find some good spots. I think he picked up on some things that he did a good job of taking advantage of. And it still just came down to he had 40% equity and had to hope that he got the hold. And that's why I think in a format like this, you can come in and maybe you're not someone that's a poker pro. You can still feel like you have a good shot.
Yeah. And really, Dan Smith had chips left in those spots only because he had ISO'd so many limps in
Right.
spots no one else would take. So
Totally.
credit to Dan, great match. And also to Aoki, who played awesome. It's
Yeah,
sad to see him go.
Books or videos that influence your approach? Classic question, good question from Deuce Blocker.
Not really, man. I mean, I read Super System. Did you read any books?
I read Super System, the Sklansky books and stuff a little bit.
I read Super System. I think I read Gus's book way later, but
great book, by the way.
It was.
Every Hand Revealed.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
good read right there.
But by the time I read those, I was already like playing the highest
Yeah.
stakes and stuff. So it was only really Super System that maybe impacted a bit, and it impacted some. But I tell a lot of people this. I think the thing that helped me the most was finding friends as I was moving up in stakes that I thought were being honest with me. Because a lot of people in poker, maybe, especially if you're playing someone all the time, there's not, incentives aren't aligned.
For sure. I feel like that's really evolved too now, where when you play with someone, talk about a hand, it's more of an open communication. Back in the day, it was like, is this like a leveling war? Are they fucking with me? Or
Yeah.
like, it's weird.
Well, and it's neat. Obviously, we know each other a long time, but even if it was early on, if I play 95% of my poker without you, you play 95% without me, it's a lot easier to be like, oh, what did I do this hand, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing 100% with the same people, of course incentives aren't really aligned. It's like you need even more trust.
For sure. How much of the stuff that you do would you say is like some form of concrete analysis where you're doing some kind of a personal equation without getting into it? And how much of it is just you allow things to kind of speak to you?
So I've played games where I feel very dialed in, calculating. Usually those are games if I'm playing more pros. And I've played games where I'm just guessing the whole time, getting a bunch of shit wrong and hopefully getting a little more right. And that's usually if it's a more recreational game. I don't know, yeah, that's kind of the answer. I think it's kind of cool to not be too dialed in and sometimes do goofy shit,
Yeah, don't be too rigid, maybe, right?
Yeah. And a lot of the recreational dudes don't really mind if they, over the course of many sessions, maybe they lose a little bit, but they got you a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're just playing your same static strategy, people don't like that. They're like, man, I got a job. I don't want to go study.
This is a toughie from unauthorized material. If you weren't a poker player, what would you be doing? What would you be doing? When you start, when you were 17, 18, you were like off to the races poker, kind of?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've thought about this.
There's a lot of science stuff that interests me.
Yeah.
I was in engineering
In college? Or?
In Boston University.
Did you
yeah.
finish?
No, I made it a year and then they kicked me out.
Okay. You gotta do the work and stuff. You have to go.
Yeah, I went to the classes that interested me.
But you were like science inclined, kind of.
Yeah, the science ones I showed up to, and then
cool.
The other ones I didn't, and they didn't like that. But yeah, probably something there. But I don't know. I always would try to find my own way to not need to deal with bullshit unless I saw the reason why, kind of thing.
We can all believe that.
I got lucky to to be able to find some ways to.
Any crazy Ivy stories that are obscure? Puck Folk or Go wants to know. Obscure Ivy stories. I have one, but that's a no-go.
Oh man, I feel like I have so many, but I need to think for a few minutes.
Hang on a second. Yeah, he has them, but
we circle back to that one.
Okay, let's circle back. The high-stakes poker pot against Barry Greenstein, where you only ran it once. You remember that pot, right? Where you wouldn't pull any money back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recollections of that pot, and also, do you normally take the variance and just run it once? The Fly would like to know.
I'm fine running it a few times, but I think I thought I just did the math wrong. I thought I was like a few % edge, and I was, of course, if I knew I was
always something crazy going on.
If I knew I was a dog, I would have said, yeah, you can pull some money back, man, no problem.
He was hunting for the %, the Fly. It's not always what it seems like.
I thought I was making my little 2% or whatever.
I kind of hate this question, but I'm just going to ask. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? 2-for-1 Jameson wants to know. Not that it's a bad question, 2-for-1 Jameson, but I'm always uncomfortable with that because it's like, who the fuck knows? But
I always ask people this, actually.
Really?
Like, what are you going to be up to?
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm more of like a just today kind of guy. Do you think about this? You see yourself still playing just for starters?
Yeah, but I guess I want more and more of my work time to not be just poker. I want to still play some, but less and less.
Any like passion projects you think about?
Still want to get into science someday.
That's cool.
But I think I got some stuff in between.
That's cool.
And I don't think I'd be working a day job in science.
Who are your current top 3 cash game no limit players? Poker Mike AK wants to know.
I've barely played no limit for the last 9 months or something.
So what about in your life, top 3 toughest?
I mean, I think that depends, because it depends when. Someone who's super tough, if they don't do any work for a few years,
it's true.
They're not that tough.
That's true.
So I've had so many people that were real tough.
Well, it could be topical for the era, or maybe topical is the wrong word, but it can be, at the time, evolution aside, just whose peak gave you the most problems kind of type thing.
I mean, back in the day, I always used to say Ivy. I don't think he's working much on his no limit game lately, so he wouldn't be in there. Timofey, I think, is sharp at a bunch of the games now.
He's an animal, man.
Yeah, but it depends which game, right? Like Ivy's focus lately, I think, is more short deck.
Yeah.
My focus lately is definitely more short deck.
Which is understandable, I mean.
And now there's a lot more resources, so people are learning faster. There's all these, Phil Galfond went and decided to teach everyone poker.
He did,
and,
didn't he? Yes, he did.
Hey guys, we are back. I'm back in the booth, this time with Dan Smith, who we just saw the riveting ending to his match. How are you feeling?
It was awesome to come back and win. It was a lot of fun. Aoki's a nice guy, and I'm excited to be doing this right now.
Nice. Yeah, I was obviously sad Aoki lost, but happy you won, because it's a little sad to come in the booth after losing a match that close. And it'd be like deflating.
Also, just everyone just like, oh, Dan, you have the best draw. Like, you can't possibly lose. And it's like, hey, guys, it's poker. The structure's kind of fast. Like, things happen. And then to go down 0-1 right out of the gate, it was a rough spot.
Yeah, speaking of the matches and the draws, here's the bracket. You get a look at the full thing. Well, you had a look for a moment. If you want to see, it's on the WPT website. Just take a look. Dan did have a good draw, but as you're saying, the variance in heads up is so high that like still getting through is hard. And he had you down 1-0. How was that feeling?
Great. And not only that, in the last game, the blinds when they went to 20,000, I called off with I think Jack 9, and I just had to get lucky on against him. So.
And we are going to see a highlight right now of the match that we did not feature. Stefan 1-1-2-2-2 versus Timothy Adams. What are your thoughts on this match? What would you think is about to happen?
No, Stefan has a reputation as a good online player. I know Tim Adams is also very good. I don't know if Stefan knows how to play the shallower stacks, which is a big part of the format. It's going to be really close either way. I'm going to just go out on a limb and guess that Stefan doesn't, like 20 big blind heads up is just super, super different than 100 big blind. So I would give the slightest nod to Timothy, but we're gambling for sure.
Fair enough. So here's a little bit of info. He's a high stakes online cash player. Won the recent high stakes, it's supposed to say battle, with Limitless. I believe that was for $500,000 or so. And you're actually mixed up in one right now with MJ Gonzalez. How's that going?
Played 4 times and I'm up like 400,000 so far.
All right, that seems pretty good. What are the plans? Do you have to play a set number of hands or sessions?
Basically, the plan is to just play until somebody quits. I suggested that we lock in either 50 hours or $1 million, and he didn't really like the idea of having a penalty, but it seems like neither one of us appears to have intentions of quitting.
Good. All right. There's been, we were talking about that in the last session, Doug and I, that, you know, heads up for rolls used to be a thing people talked about and never really followed through on. And then this year, everyone's playing. It's great.
Now
all right, so we're going to get right into it.
Okay, you work?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I think everything's good.
Okay.
We didn't want to have a side bet or anything, because imagine I'm up like 75 blinds and like we're playing for another 10 hours and I'm incentivized to play really tight or something. It just wouldn't be fun.
Agreed. So this flop had a little bit of something for everyone. And then Timothy Adams turns trip sixes. It's weird seeing so many blinds in play after just watching the end of your match, where it was like 18 big blinds between you guys.
So Stefan bets half pot on the flop, and on the board pairing, there's a small lead. That's on any of the board pairs, and maybe not on top pair, but on the bottom, middle or bottom, you'll see some of it. The raise is totally valid, and there's going to be a mix of 3-betting and calling on the turn. And I would predict that Stefan bets 17,000.
Have you played this game before? What's Timothy's play here? Is a check raise spot?
He is just going to call, I think.
Oh, I mean, do you have time bank in this? I was trying to. Does it automatically go to time bank? Do you know? Or do you only have 15 seconds?
No, I think here is only 15 seconds.
Oh, fuck. Of course, I mean,
is a time
I can
bank.
Raise my hand. I had like 3 seconds left.
Oh, maybe he I was thinking that, like, if Stefan had King 10, he would definitely not bet and put in a raise. So then it's starting to look like it's thin.
Yeah.
But maybe my Rangers are just. I mean, I would think 8-6 was a thin raise there, but maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe it's also possible Timothy happens to be wrong, even though, like, oh, these guys who have good reputations, but everyone is just always guessing. Like, it's important to remember that.
I mean, we just covered that for chat the last little commentary sesh when Doug just goes, you know, it's a mix. You do what you want. Just
Yeah,
anyone who's learning poker from this is just like, you just do what you want all the time. Go with your heart.
Watched a chess stream where some like top 10 player in the world was talking about how he had no idea what was going on in a position, and it's just comforting. Like, even the very good people are just.
Yeah, it's nice too. It's also nice to recognize that about yourself. If you're at the top of your game, then it's like, oh, there's still improvements to be made. You don't know what to do in a certain spot.
They're going to be making a lot of faces because it's like on a slight delay, I think, so I could see my mouth not agreeing with it. I don't know how people who stream deal with this shit.
It is really hard. The people who stream every day, I give a lot of credit to. It's very tiring. And then also every now and then I look at the Twitch chat and I'm like, oh, I want to engage with them, but then you miss action and you can't.
Even if I'm only engaging with the chat, it moves way too fast. I did Alex Botez's stream to do a little poker lesson the other day, and I couldn't read it at all. It was just flowing. So.
Oh, 'cause she's so many fans. Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that for you, actually coaching someone for this event?
It's really hard to be like, I have no idea what somebody who knows a little bit about poker knows. Yep. What could stick. And we have a old phrase here. The Ace of Hearts is a good card. It was 6K in the pot, so he bets half pot. I think that hand's gonna end up holding. But it was fun, and like things that we take for granted were like, I was like, okay, if you play on the button, you're gonna come in for a raise for 2.5. And like on multiple occasions, she was like, what does 2.5 mean? And it's just like, okay, you have 500 out there, then you put in another 2,000, and it wasn't just like a thing that she kind of just had down pat. I thought some of the, or I thought even just playing good pre-flop was quick.
So for anyone joining us now, for the highlights from the match that we did not feature, so there's going to be a lot of big all-ins. We see here that Timothy had unlucky, and they're about back to starting stacks again. Something interesting too is even later, like if you get coached by someone who's so much better than you, it's hard because once in a while I would talk to Chris Kruk about a hand or something, and he'd be talking to me about like, okay, 30% here, and I'd be like, okay, do you mean pot or frequency? And help me. Like, there's a lot, like there's just so much that I don't know when I talk to someone who's actually like elite. And I feel like
I don't know enough poker that you can at least communicate it.
ask,
I think that is
yes,
just...
like what exactly do you mean by this? But it is funny that I'm like, oh man, I feel like this person's trying to help me, and I'm like, I'm not quite there.
No. First of all, he's a jerk. He should use more precisely. What's the
talking about other stuff?
I think it went face call check.
That is, yeah.
Okay, it definitely was good check.
And people in chat who are asking are the other matches on another channel. No, we are featuring half the matches today, and the ones we're not featuring will be clipped. The biggest hands.
Sorry. I am predicting that stuff. I think it's gonna get. Giving up hearts does make sense, of course. Like the hearts are bad, but I thought with that one he would feel obligated to go for it. Maybe he has just enough 6 to do it. But sorry to interrupt.
No. Yeah, just in case anyone's favorite people aren't being featured, you will see at least clips from their matches, and if they get through, they may be featured tomorrow, or I'm sorry, on day 2, which is the case. I have a feeling that a bunch of people in chat are really looking forward to Alexandra Botez versus Hafu, which will be coming up shortly, which is probably going to.
We'll be interested to see what stuck. Someone who like tuned into the stream a little bit. Like we were talking about what you tuned in. They're just got to me being like, it's really important that you just bluff as much as you can.
Although, I mean, that's not the worst. Like, if you play passively in heads up, you're just so often you just get bled down, especially if the structure is pretty quick.
Only mistake you really can make tightly, like when I got to steal those spots for save. If you're just sort of playing too loose, nothing that bad.
Yep. And so their match, their first game also went very long. Blinds are very high, not much play. 13 big blind effective stack. Oh, brutal.
I would have expected Tim Adams to like have his hair nice at the table.
Yeah, he is usually like. Okay. I'm a big Timothy Adams fan. He throws together every year the World Cup of Vegas, which is a soccer tournament that runs around the July 4th most years. This time it'll be in the fall, where there'll be like 15 different countries represented, and each one fields a team of poker players and play way too much for old, out of shape people. And it's just great every single year. So I appreciate him.
How many games do you play over a couple days?
It's only one day, and you might play like 5 games or something. It's a lot for people who don't like. Poker players aren't known for being like the fittest. A couple are, like Jason Kuhn. But it's really good. It's nice. It's a nice break. It's usually towards the end of WSOP before the main event, so you kind of like reset, forget about all the money you lost. Chat says I recommend not putting the mic into the air conditioner. Thank you. We are also hearing a little bit of a buzz, but hopefully during the Hafu Botez match, it'll probably be taken care of by then.
I think this went raise. Check turn. I would have guessed that the mechanic from Stefan would be the kings that are counterfeited. So you're not on the board. If you have any of your pairs, it's better.
Okay.
Compared to just random King X. My urge is to be like, oh, well, I'm wrong, so let's just think about it. But then, like, the counterpoint, I wouldn't expect pairs to field it. So, like, unblock those. So, I'm gonna guess it's Stefan. I'm not boshing him.
We say blundered because ever since learning how to play chess very recently, I love that word.
I like the word too, but a blunder is a pretty serious
know,
thing,
but
and I think this is like a small.
Okay.
I think a blunder is like
I'm using it more in my life when I like really mess up. I'm like blunder.
nice. Yeah. I think blunder is great, and I'm going to agree to use it more in my day to day. But like that is too harsh to call it a blunder.
Anybody in chat who is not enjoying the sound issues, they are working on them. Sorry. So I want to see who are you going to face?
Of JRB versus Lynn.
Oh wow, that should be fun. Who are you rooting to? Who do you want to face?
I honestly know not that much about either player. I just intend to kick whoever's playing his ass, so I'm not especially confused. Years ago, like I played the single draw, which is John Robert's favorite game, and I played a really over-the-top crazy hand to bust him, and he got mad about it. And then there was like a time when he ran the private game scene in Vegas, and I'm pretty sure he had me blocked from the games.
Oh wow!
And it's just like, come on, grow up. But like we're cool now. That was like years ago. But like we held a grudge, and I was pretty sure it was because of that. And I once asked him about it years later, and he was like, "Yeah, I was pissed about that."
At least he's honest. I appreciate that. That's pretty funny. I'm so surprised these matches are all going this long. Especially between two yeah, wow. Poor Timothy. Between two good pros, you would expect the chips to find their way into the pot more quickly, I would guess.
I mean, the short stack is just like running good at all ins for sure.
Yeah.
But when there's a lot of limping involved, you still gotta, like, putting in stacks just isn't that easy.
Yeah.
If you had it be raise only, the chips would really be going in a lot.
And that one goes to Stefan. Timothy definitely had a few chances to win before that one. Did not run great. Hi, Dan.
Hey.
I'm so happy to have you in the booth. I'm so happy that you won your match and that this is a nice, happy booth. But I am very much looking forward to this Botez and Hafu match, especially with you having coached one of them. It's almost like a you versus Olivier match, you know? Like who prepped their player the best and what stuck, and like, I don't know. I'm excited to see exactly how this pans out. I did hear some of the yelling earlier.
How much would you say your game is GTO versus exploity these days from Ryan DePaula, the DGen?
So, the tougher the game, the more I'm trying to
kind of go theoretically sound.
Yeah, play theoretically sound, whatever you want to call it. But I think I deviate from that quite quick when I see opportunities, like quicker than most pros I know.
Somebody said some really smart player, I remember, said something that stuck with me. They said, like, if you're trying to play GTO, but then you have an assumption that you trust, it's not, it might have been you who said, I don't think so. It's not that big a deal to trust the assumption and see what happens, kind of, because if it's right, it's massive. And if it's wrong, you can just sort of like, you know what I mean? Do you feel...
It wasn't me who said that, but I agree with
You're quick to pounce if you see taking people to weird places. If you trust it, you're quick to go right there, kind of.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I like that.
But I mean, I'm also, my understanding of the GTO style stuff is quite a bit below, especially in No Limit, below a lot of people lately. I just haven't been doing work on it, so. And now everyone's got so many tools and stuff. Like,
that's what he's. You're one of the few players who would say that while doing tons of work on it. I feel.
No.
I know, but I'm just saying, a little hustly too, now. Don't, you know. DashCat9 wants to know the most memorable bluff you've ever run. Do you have one? That just if you got asked that question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do I feel like it didn't work out?
Maybe it worked.
It did work. Let's go, dude.
So, it was one of the biggest pots I've ever played.
Location?
Asia.
Okay.
And I...
Little vague on that, just Asia, but we'll let it go.
Forget what happened free flop and flop, but
Okay.
I bet the turn and this dude raised, and I re-raised like 85% of my stack.
Full deck?
Short deck.
Short deck.
And maybe not 85, maybe like 75, 80% of my stack.
Okay.
Because he just had a habit of calling, like pair and open-ender kind of
Yeah.
hands in a spot where you're actually probably supposed to fold it, but if you call it, you should definitely call the river.
Yeah, yeah.
And I had
You went out.
Queen Jack on like Ace 10, 9, 7.
Okay.
And the river was like a ace or 9 or something, and I shoved for like a 6th pot. And
But-
he went in the tank for a few seconds and folded like a monster.
Was the
Monster.
sixth, was the roughly 15% pot bet 7 figures?
Yeah.
Yeah. 15% pot. Yeah. Yeah.
And then the dude after looked at my hand and the game was on,
That's what I noticed back in the day, by the way, that pot where you had 9-8 of spades against Ivy 10 years ago or whatever, with 2 diamonds on the flop, river 6, king, queen 10. You didn't show. Like, you don't show. You will show sometimes, but you're like, more than any other player I've seen you get like preposterous bluffed.
Yeah.
Just next hand. I mean, that's gangster. Like, that's.
Well, and then I've done some of those where I just slide it in, and even in a spot I wanted to show it, I slide it in.
Let them grab it.
But that's what I was gonna say. But sometimes I turn it over when I really want to show it. But I've had a few times I'm like, oh, they're gonna grab this, and I just slide it in like pretending like, oh, this is just going straight in. And so this Queen Jack bluff was one of those where I knew the guy was grabbing my hand, so I just go to slide it in, and he picks it up, and he just cleared it. It was for like a week straight. He just called me every single time.
Oh man, 15% pot is insane, dude. I mean, if you lost it all and couldn't get a stake, sponsorship, nothing, do you think you would have it in you to grind it up from the micro stakes, both in terms of the ability but also the mental toughness to go through all of it again? From Yanader on Reddit.
Hope I don't need to find out.
Yeah, but if you did, let's say you went stone busto, no outs, no resources, no nothing. Do you think you would start a new career path, or just kind of grind it right back up?
Feels like more work to start a new career path, right?
It does. It does.
I mean, I don't think I'd be happy. I'd probably be cursing a lot.
But you'd be doing it, probably.
I think so.
I guess. I don't know. It's a weird question. It's like it's hypothetical to imagine that you're just like,
I think so.
Fair enough.
That's what would make sense, I think. I don't know. It would depend how you lost it all. Maybe you'd be too jaded.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the 25K buy-in 32-player heads-up championship. It's WPT and sponsored by Poker King. I'm here with Dan Smith, who had an amazing ending to his match for Steve Aoki and has advanced to the next round. We are about to cover the Alexandra Botez versus Hafu match, which is one of my favorite matchups. How are you feeling about it?
I wish we had more time together to study. We were both pretty busy last week, and we only got one session in. And I'd never done any coaching before, so I hope that she is prepared, and I'm not confident I did a good job.
Gotcha. All right. Well,
I also thought it was possible the stuff that I was trying to explain was just like
make it worse.
Or it was just like I was talking about minimum defense frequency, and like maybe that's just like not
too high level, or
but it was just basically I just really wanted to instill like don't fold.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Well, we'll see. I think it'll be an interesting match. Anyway, I met both of them last night at our welcome dinner, and they're amazing. They're such accomplished women who are huge on Twitch, just massive audiences. I hope some of them are joining us now. I'll try to pay more attention to the Twitch chat. Meanwhile, the match we are not featuring, but we'll have highlights for, is Linus Lulliger versus Olivier Bousquet. Olivier actually coached Hafu, who's playing your student, That'll be interesting. Linus is playing remotely, and Olivier's actually here. That should be a really good matchup too. That's a really bad draw for each of them, considering the rest of the field, that there are some rec players. To just have two high-level pros facing each other in round one is kind of brutal.
I don't know why those guys didn't just choose to get the best seed in the tournament like I did.
Yeah, I mean that's rough, but also that top right quadrant of the bracket is rough no matter what. If you get through day one, your day two is also going to be really rough. Whereas, you know, some other places it's nicer to be. You see his graphic bio here, Linus Loger. Linus Love is his screen name. Number 2 all time on the Switzerland money list. And just a legend of high stakes poker.
Number 1. This should be very obvious.
Great question. I don't know. Then we have Olivier Bousquet, who has won a WPT. He's a heads-up specialist. He used to specialize in actually heads-up sit-and-go, so shallow format here towards the end of each match might be good for him. He used to commentate the WPT Alpha 8 and also got himself into an MMA match where he nearly slaughtered JC Alvarado. Were you part of that? Were you part of the betting or anything during that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, not the good part?
When your best friend
yeah.
is gonna bet his entire life savings on a fight, you could either be like, "Hey man, I'm having an intervention. You shouldn't do this," or you can bet 50,000 on it. And I did the latter.
Oh wow, that's amazing. So it appears that we're showing the Linus Loger Olivier Bousquet match right now. I'm wondering if they had changed it to just be the highlights of the Hafu Botez. Chat is gonna riot if that's the case, but
I mean, poker content. This is special, but I understand. I don't know the term for like people who are big on Twitch, but like I know they are very big in what they do. I can see both being fun. Like this is
this
like
is gonna be
great
fun to watch
poker
for
content.
I would very much enjoy watching this match, but I also want to hear what all the yelling was about. What I could hear from in here.
Multiple people playing at the same time.
Yeah, so there would be normally like you were kind of sitting in a room by yourself because people were playing remotely. But I think multiple matches that we have will be 4 people in that room, battleship style.
Alex and Hafu, they were yelling over like a practice game, and it was just like really, cute that they were. You know what? I thought it was a practice game, maybe, and it was just somebody got all in with aces. Maybe it was just a real match, and I was
gotcha.
wrong.
And right off the bat, just a pretty big setup here. Linus goes for the aggressive play with his jack high flush draw. Olivier flopping trips.
A call from Olivier.
Okay.
Linus is playing on his phone.
It appears so.
I like it. He bet 78 into like somewhere 70, 80%. Whenever I play online poker, I'm used to having a calculator, and occasionally it's like, the blinds are 800, 1600. I wonder how many big blinds I have.
The math no one tells you need to know. Oof. Just a really, really ugly river card for Olivier here in a very inflated pot.
Predict it goes like somewhere between like 60 and 100%, and then a call.
Just a side call. Gets the bad news. Early enough in it's early enough in the match where he still has 60 big blinds now. Like Vic in chat says, Bousquet versus Linus is a clash of titans. Yeah, I feel like both of them. So I don't know. If I was in this tournament, I'd want to draw someone easy. Like give yourself a better chance, whatever. I could see both of these guys being like excited to try to play someone really good.
Maybe it's like a little bit of like detached from the money, but like, or like, you know, detached because it's, you go into gambling and whatever happens, happens.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wants an easy draw. But you know what? I just want to beat this random person, and I'll get the tough challenge when I'm playing for more money. I could see like Linus just like not especially caring.
Mm-hmm.
But I promise you, if you were like to any player in the field, everyone would choose to get the easiest game. Even if you do like challenge.
Find out for you guys in chat who are looking for the Hafu Botez match exactly what we're doing, and if we'll be showing it right after this.
I wonder if they got presets working. Me, I just was scrolling up some amount, and I'd be like, that's like 2.1, and I would just be like, close enough. But I'm curious if they figured out how to like make it 2.15. I was pleased to see Nick Schulman was out there playing, and when I was playing, I brought out some physical chips to fiddle with. Nick was really going to town on this chip while he was playing. He loves it.
And so it's just loud. It's like shuffling the whole time. So
I was trying to make sure it wasn't loud, and I don't know if it was bothersome, but I wanted to be fidgeting for sure.
Gotcha.
It's very comforting.
It was weird going back to playing live poker again and just like having physical cards and chips. Like this is strange, but it feels so natural. And humans, and I promise you, the humans have been so nice to each other. Like so much. Even regs are like, oh, I don't think we like each other that much. We battle a lot. Everyone is like on their friendliest behavior. It's really something.
That when Bitcoin was booming.
That was like a week or two ago. So no, you know, people were just being nice.
Three bet pot, and then Olivier bets 15 into 20. My instinct is that is not the right hand to want to just like funnel money in, but it might just be he's like taking a tough concept and nailing it. Various trade draws are forced to put money in, and you also have like against King 10, you have an ace. I would have thought though that ace 5 is not the big bet hand. Kind of hard to like go on a limb here and guess when people could just look it up after the fact and just be like, Dan, you said it was wrong, but it's actually a 23% frequency play, you fucking moron. Didn't mean to cut.
You make up for it by saying cuss. That's adorable.
I've just always... I've just been swearing a lot since I was like 8 years old. I've never broken the habit.
So your double up charity drive is just you putting $100 in the jar every time you cuss?
Every time.
Yeah, wow. So tough river for... I was interested in seeing what Linus would do if there was a trick. Doesn't worry about that.
Went check, yeah? Yeah,
Yes.
Man.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Good game.
GG. Alright, it's a fast structure here.
Spots.
Yeah.
Let's see, it was Queen Jack 5. Trying to think if the 5 had any showdown value, and it seems like it's never going to go check and you win. So then maybe the 5 is actually like a clever bluff because you are blocking maybe never checks back the turn next, or king 5 suited. Poker's just like every spot is just so hard. Where it's like maybe it's this way, or maybe it's the other way, and you're just wrong.
Is this game, I'm seriously, like, is this game like kind of small for you? Or is it sort of normal?
Yeah, I mean, it's decent for, you know, for no limit, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's short deck games that are bigger, but obviously when we're playing Sky High, a lot of times I don't have all of myself.
Yeah.
Here I have all of myself, so I don't know.
That was a question that I ignored from, let me see, but there it is, all
Actually, well, no, today I grabbed a seat that someone else had a chance of, so I gave him a little sweat. But basically on TV, I don't think I've ever had less than 90% of myself.
Let's go.
I'm not sure. I mean, there's probably one aberration where I somehow had 80 or something, but...
Persian Punisher would like to know if anybody has a very different persona off camera versus on camera on high stakes poker, specifically this season or last.
I think most people have at least a bit different. Phil Ivey is one of the ones that has the same one. It's crazy.
It's amazing.
But yeah, I think most people have a different one. Rick has the same one.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
He's just the same dude.
Yeah.
I would say most people have different.
Kind of you, by the way, you're sort of yourself.
Yeah, I think I'm like aware the camera's there. I mean, sometimes I'll do a crazier bluff or some shit.
Sure, but
you know,
like your demeanor, you don't play up to the, you know, you're not like, you do poker-wise. I mean, like you said, I mean, do you ever feel like if I dust super hard, it's just not that big a deal for you? Like, it's kind of good? Like, did you have that going into the first time? Like,
first time for sure.
Like, if I go and just dust it, life goes on. I'm still going to be getting it done, kind of.
Well, and now a lot of the games I'm playing are more private.
Yeah.
So some of those guys maybe I'll see this once, if at all. The games I used to play, a lot of times it was online. And I was thinking like, oh, if I'm wrong on this crazy bluff, well, at least I'll get some more action, you know?
Tournaments, you ever see tournaments? And do tournaments ever like tickle your fancy, or you really like are known to kind of avoid them, sort of?
I mean, I like them.
Full deck, I'm talking about. I know you like big short deck stuff.
Well, I still like full deck tournaments. I don't like the way, I think there needs to be more policing. Even Triton, I don't think we've done quite enough.
As far as
the fucking everyone's just staring you down.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I don't mind if it goes, you know, a post flop hand. You want to take your 20-30 seconds every decision. But when it's like raise next to act, take 30 seconds, take them, and it's just like, come on, you can't do that shit every time.
Unspoken, almost like, yeah. Quicker shot clocks, would you like?
Yeah, that's what Triton did, and I mean, I think Triton did some pretty good stuff. I think actually Kerry Cass's thing, the super high rollerball, I think they do. I haven't played
with
one
the
of those
time
matches.
extensions is kind of cool. Yeah, if you run out. Yeah.
But yeah, I think you need that kind of stuff because poker's like, I always say there's kind of two classes of people, and most people are some in both. But some people play for mainly enjoyment, some play for fun. Some play mainly for enjoyment, some play for money. And people are in one camp or the other more. It's a spectrum, and if you make it like 100% competition, that's just not like, I'm not saying I expect at the final table, people are going to take it super serious, people are going to stare, but when you have like first level of a tournament, you raise and, you know, Makita's the one everyone rags on because he always does it. Makita just stares you down. You're like, come on, man. You know, and I actually like the dude. I don't mind him, but at the poker table, I'm like, oh man, like give me a table change.
He's got the Hugo Boss going on, the shades. He's playing perfect. He's fucking, he's tough, man. Yeah. No, but I agree.
I think that's one thing I like about cash games is there's this pressure on people to try to be cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of an important thing at poker. But you want poker to be a social thing.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, yeah.
I was asked this question with Paul once. We were like, somehow they were interviewing us together. And Paul had this answer I'd never even heard him say before. And just like answered, I think on the spot, he was just like, yeah, poker is this great way of people coming together and different cultures meeting and this kind of stuff. And obviously I'm mainly there for the money. He's maybe there for those things.
Yeah.
But I still think you kind of need an element of that. Like there's people that want to be social and shit. And if you got 5 dudes staring at some rich amateur, that guy's like, yeah, I could go.
I feel like you've pulled off still playing hard though. Just watch Tom. Just All tournament players just watch this guy, you know, like have a little
Now,
little
not
moxie.
from 10 years ago. Because 10 years ago, I might have been one of the guys
But you were just a young pup, you know? I mean, with 98%
Sorry,
of yourself,
guys.
so that's different. I think we'll let you go, right? I mean, anything else? I'm sure you got shit to do, so.
All right, let me ask you one.
Yeah?
Where do you see yourself in 18 months?
18 months. Probably playing some live tournaments. Looking at some poker spots with the youngins. Hanging out with the baby. I have a little girl now.
Yeah,
hanging out with the fam. Thank you. And I have a fantasy about commentating boxing one day. We'll see.
Oh, yeah?
I'm knocking on some doors. Why not? I'm a diehard boxing fan. We'll see. I got the poker thing, you know, maybe a little segue. Long shot, but even if it's 100 to 1, I mean, we'll take it. Try. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, thanks. Corona stuff.
Yeah.
What if women had a seat at every table? A seat in every classroom, every interview room, every boardroom. What if women sat at every table and played a game? A game that made them strategic, decisive, resilient, analytical, influential, unapologetic, and confident. What if this game was a game changer to change the stats? To change our stories? To change the future? This game is played at a table. Flip the table. Raise the stakes. Play to win. We saved you a seat. That game is poker. And the players? They're fearless. Poker power.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the WPT Heads Up Championship sponsored by Poker King. We've had an awesome day so far with some really ridiculous swings. It's been a lot of action. And right now we're watching Linus Solger versus Olivier Bousquet. I'm in the booth with Dan Smith, who won his first match. He's happy. He's having a celebratory glass of wine. How are you feeling?
I'm happy. Gonna be happier after this glass of wine.
Yep. What's your plan for us today? You going to the beach, chilling?
I don't have a plan yet. I will probably eat and drink some tasty things. I had some awesome fish tacos for lunch. Probably eating some more tacos.
Nice.
I hear food is good around here, but I don't have any intel yet.
Nice. So Twitch chat, I have some really good news for you. For anyone who is upset, they want to watch Hafu Botez. We will not just show you the highlights. We are going to show you every single hand that they played from all their games, and you'll see it right after this match. So you just get a bonus. We were only supposed to feature one. You're going to get to see Linus Solger and Olivier Bousquet, two of the best in the game, battle it out first before we see the battle of the streamers, which I'm looking forward to a lot.
So we have more of the Olivier match, and then it goes to the other match in its entirety.
Yep.
Well, I'm excited to see that. I'm curious what sticks. Like, I was really just trying to be like, okay, you're going to play like 85% of hands in both positions, which means if it's offsuit and you have a 2 or a 3 in it, you don't play.
All right.
And if you play, you raise 2.5x on the. But I'm interested to see how it works.
Yeah, this should be fun. And I know chat's gonna be happy. They're bringing the pitchforks out and the torches and stuff. But you guys can put them away. We're gonna give you what you want. But you also get this bonus match of 2 of the best players in the world playing against each other first. Right now, Linus Solger is up 1-0. So this is a must-win for Olivier Bousquet, or he is going to be not disqualified. He's going to be out of the tournament, eliminated. Thank you. Yeah. So interesting. And man, these matches are going so fast, except for yours, which lasted 1 eternity.
Play chess tournaments sometimes, and my chess games always go slow too. I think something about me, it's just, I don't know.
All right, you good?
I'm good.
All right, good luck.
Good luck, man.
Recent chess event, like normally you say good luck before you play, and the guy, I said good luck, and he said have fun. And I'm like, I'm a person who says have fun, because I don't want this guy to have good luck. I
Yeah,
want him
exactly.
to have bad luck.
Yes. It just doesn't sound genuine when you say good luck. Like when someone's all in against you and you say good luck, you don't mean it ever. So
good luck in dealing with this tragedy after I put this heinous beat on you.
yes,
Like,
that's what you really mean. You just don't have time to say the whole thing.
yeah.
Okay. Give it 2.5x from Linus, 5-4 off, and defend from Olivier with ace deuce off. A little more on this flop for Linus. Flop's a gutter ball.
$26.67 into. Oh, you know what? I was gonna say that's not a status. I bet you he was just sliding and hit the button.
Yeah, you don't approve of the size he chose?
I mean, I would never use a 51%, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's totally fine. I mean, this is one of not that many younger players to come in and like break through at the high level.
Yeah, it was basically past the point where there was easy money, right? Like online poker had already been more difficult, and America got taken out of the equation. A lot of sponsorship money evaporated from poker. I feel like we're experiencing somewhat of a boom now, but when he was coming up, it was not a great time to be playing poker.
Absolutely, but you work hard enough and you're talented, and still make it work.
Got a 2.5x and a call from Olivier 9 off.
Both connected with this enough that some things could happen. The ace of clubs is a key card. I expect Olivier to mostly be calling without a club, and with the ace of clubs here, I could totally see Linus dropping a hammer here. And by that, I just mean like betting up to like 1.5x spot or something. Okay. Maybe. Or see me doesn't follow Brooks, is a jerk. But this is the type of board where a lot of the hands that connect with it would be 3-betting. So I would expect in position to be going for it a lot. And it didn't register that Olivier turned a huge hand. Mm-hmm. So he just not getting the bluff from that hand is kind of unfortunate.
And if you guys hear a little bit of sound in the background, it's because we have concurrent matches playing. And that will probably happen a little bit during the day with players chatting to each other and the mic picks up a little bit.
Imagine I was one of the chattier people.
You guys were so funny. Yeah, it was pretty funny because, you know, for most of the match you're quiet. And then every now and then you guys just talk for like 3 hands straight, just chilling.
I enjoy talking while I play. But it's only if like the person is also chatting. It's kind of sometimes you play against someone and you're like, oh, how many chips do you have? And they like slightly move their hands back just to look at it, and then they'll like try to talk to you while I'm playing a hand, and I'm just like, come on.
It's kind of annoying.
But after playing Mafia and getting sniffed out like many times, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be talking while I'm playing. Maybe I'm just an outrageous tailbox.
Right, it's a bit demoralizing when someone just gets like the stone read on you. and you're like, wow, I barely even said anything. And like, oh, she's definitely a bad luck killer. I'm like, oh my god, I should, yeah, pretty much just wear a full face mask when I play.
Sanders, I'm just gonna retire. I had a good run at poker, but
So Olivier chooses a full pot size bet on the turn after hitting his eights. It's a call.
$21,500.
Pretty close. What does Linus have to think about here? Just how many draws have missed?
I think the jack isn't a good one to call with. Straight draws, I think, are some of the more obvious bluffs.
Someone in chat said Linus is on Tinder right now. That's hilarious. He's playing the tournament from his phone. You could play from an iPad, a phone, whatever. There's different options, but he chose his phone.
For Dan, what is your measurement?
Of course it's Lappin. I told David Lappin that I would just read Twitch chat like it was a teleprompter today, and he really believes it, and he just keeps spamming it.
I don't have any sort of skin fatigue.
Naturally beautiful? Wow. Wow, what a life.
He's Lappin. I'm feeling good about myself right now. I do try to use sunblock on my face, but most because getting sun sucks.
Yeah. I did that the first day I was here, and I was like, lesson learned. Now I stay in the booth, just stay in a closet all day.
Be my motivation to win all my matches. Just I can't get a sunburn if I'm.
Yes, you win all your matches just to avoid premature aging.
I think Olivier just looking out the window because he's like, "Am I supposed to play 8-5 there?" I think it's the cusp-hand.
It is, yeah, it's probably close right to 2.5x.
8-4, I would say, is a clear fold. 8-6, clear call. And 8-5 means you look out the window and
contemplate your life choices and then fold. Yeah.
Was it making the stream annoying when I was hitting the dude with the emojis, like laughing at him?
I was just saying, I hope no other players discover the emojis. It had that weird, like, whatever.
It was pretty jarring when you're like playing a hand and then you just hear it.
Okay. Ooh, okay. So maybe other players will use it to just throw people off.
There was a time when there were some big games going out online with a website that had these emojis and people were playing like 12-hour days. Like Dan DeVoris was just he would just hit you with like after like 10 in a row, and it's just like, hey man, I've played 60 hours this week. I can't be dealing with this shit.
What, does it make noises too every time it hits you? Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't turn them off. You know what? It doesn't actually make noise, but like some of the gestures are kind of ridiculous, and it's when you're like 10 hours into a session and you're stuck, it gets you. I would say these emojis seem a little friendlier. So maybe it was just a different atmosphere, and if I was 16 hours in and stuck 400,000,
yeah, you'd be like, these are the most annoying things ever. Makes the card fold.
And looks up, makes a face, stares out the window.
And it swipes right on the queen 7. What do you make of the difference in raise sizes between the two players? Does it matter at all, or 2.1x versus 2.5x is like negligible?
They are very, very close in EV.
Does it affect the ranges that you're raising very much, or not too much at all?
A little bit. And maybe a slightly more pronounced effect when you're like certain hands. Like if it's a mix versus a 2.1x and the person 2.5x's, you have a pretty clear fold. At 100, I'm a 2.2x guy.
Okay.
You're playing MJ. We were 500, 1,000. And we were just talking about like not having $100 chips.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, sorry, dude, I need to raise to 2,200. And so, and then he's like, okay, well, if we're playing with them, I could see Linus going for it here.
Because he's blocking a good queen and the straight, or what is your line of thinking right now?
So the 2 unblocks all of the marginal stuff that Olivier could be sticking around with. Okay. When you have the flush draw that isn't out there, now it's going to go check, check. Because Linus, yeah, he could beat Ace-High now. Olivier's talking to himself. Maybe he's going to smash his laptop.
Oh.
When you unblock backdoor flush draws will often be like the most marginal continues. So not having them is good.
Okay.
And also like the king is like a little something to go with, but like you got to bluff with something.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to see at the stack sizes in which people feel obligated to start limping. Like if you are not limping above 50, I think you're losing almost nothing. And then with shallow stacks, it just becomes an important play. Olivier finding the low, like the free betting with big card, little card is just like a part of heads up no limit. Olivier finds it.
At an inopportune time when Linus actually has something he can defend with, and then flops trips.
Yeah. Hello. Neither player looking up at all. I was trying to look at Aoki a lot. And
yeah. This seems just like a more serious, like these are two online guys that
I'm not saying like it's a lack of serious thing. I think if you're playing poker, you want to be looking at your opponent.
Yeah. Depends what your background is too. Like if you've played a lot of live poker and you think you can actually glean some information off of looking at someone, but if you're primarily an online person, you might rather just have your face like this and not be giving off anything, right? Instead of trying to pick up on tells that you may not even be able to rely on because you don't have the experience.
I remember once seeing Olivier tweet something along the lines of like that he doesn't believe in live tells.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes with a small bet. I think it's gonna work. And this is gonna bet all of it, and it's gonna go. And then I played a live World Series 5K with him, and he was just like very much in the hand over shoulder, not move. And it's like, hey, if you don't believe in live tells, you can just like chill out a little.
I think a lot of people say they don't believe in live tells. Like Doug will say the same thing, or that people put way too much stock into live tells, where like theory is more important. Like there's you don't have to stare someone down or like try to look at their like throbbing arteries and things like that. But I just think it's like a blanket statement way of saying like don't put too much stock into it when other things are more important.
I think that is fair and accurate, and like, I guess it's like somewhere on a spectrum, and it's definitely has some merit, and I guess some people overvalue it and some people undervalue it, but I think there is a ton of information to be derived when you play live poker.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've ever looked at certain sims, occasionally you add like having one combination of pocket pair that'll like say it's the board is big card, and for whatever reason, if you could have 5-5 but not 4-4, it'll be like a pretty pronounced effect in what you choose to bluff with, because you want to make sure that you're like unblocking that pocket pair that will definitely fold. And then if you just think about it, like, can you get one combination of information via a live poker hand? And I think most of the time you can, and then that's just huge intel.
Also, there's just a lot of times where you have a really marginal decision, and why not take in all the information that you have and try to, sway yourself one way or the other. I think that sometimes people do relax a lot when you're like waiting to make a decision. You're like, okay, people don't relax more when they're bluffing. They stay like rigid. There are little things that like your brain processes. You just have this like instinct of like, okay, this person just seems super uncomfortable and whatever. I don't know. I think back in the day, it was like a way to not ever study. You're just like, I'm good at reading people. I'm just gonna be good at reading people forever. It doesn't matter if they study and they practice GTO and look at PIO.
Bring it on, nerds.
I definitely enjoy that part of poker for sure.
I think it's one of the coolest parts of the game. You have to make decisions. There. In the heads up match, I definitely feel it in a way that's very different from tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Well, because you're one opponent and you're trying to like get everything you can out of them. Like it's just one person to focus on. And then strategy wise too, it is really cool. Like watching you adjust to Steve Aoki was cool. A lot of those, that he was folding after limping too much. There was no limp raises, and you attack that pretty heavily. We're joking that you're not going to be invited to games or to concerts.
My old roommate playing his game. He was like, "Oh, it's a 5-10 game," and
I heard all about that
ginormous.
game. Yep.
It was challenging to think about when he was in bet from Linus. Like he was talking about how he is gonna, like he was aware that I was raising a lot, and he was just like, "Oh, I gotta stop limping."
Yeah.
And then I'm curious to be like, okay, is he actually going to be limping less or not?
Or is it just like he's acknowledging that he's getting punished in this spot, but he doesn't really have a way to navigate differently through that spot? Like it's just a frustration to say it out loud,
My assumption was that he was going to be, rather than combating with aggression, I thought he was going to start open folding more.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't know what would actually happen. I'll have to watch.
It was
It'll be
over
fun.
pretty soon after that. The blinds went up so high.
That's true. Yeah, then the blinds got to
Yeah.
20,000.
Yep.
And I went all in with 9-7 and 1. Easy game.
Oh, interesting bet here. Is this a block bet?
Yeah, 30%. And he is probably going to get raised.
You think so? With just the 10? Because the jack paired?
Yeah, if he had a good 10, he would absolutely raise. 10-5 is tough. Hope Linus puts in a re-raise.
Why do we want our friend to be punished like this?
There was once some advice I was given that it doesn't matter who wins or loses as long as there's blood.
Okay, I heard a different piece of advice that it doesn't matter who wins or loses as long as everybody had fun.
Nope. They're not gambling big enough. You want to see somebody get wet.
Okay, all right.
I mean, also if there's like a comes over the top, Olivier can then make the genius call.
He can, especially when it was a block bet sizing and he raises that, and Linus knows that it appears that way. Like it could be a really cool hand. You're just rooting for it to be a cooler hand, it seems.
Yeah. This might be like way too niche for anyone to care about, but imagine if there was like a form of poker that you could sweat where you could see what RNG is also to have like a better idea.
Well, all right, so we kind of got to see that versus the Doug Polk versus Daniel Negreanu match. We see him roll certain things, and he would just then, take the aggressive play, whatever. Like you don't exactly know what the threshold was, but you did get to see.
Yeah, that's a huge point. I know that there was a discussion where Doug is like people who use like low numbers for aggression or crazy. So he is
I always thought that was weird too. Like I think Crook does that, and I was like, what? It just seems like high number aggressive. You roll like a 6, you're not like 6 sound like an angry number. 96 does.
Point. That is cool to actually get to see. And then it's like, oh, I guess I'm trying to think if there's somebody rolling a 99 out of 100 and still not going. And then it's like sometimes you do have pure hands. Early on in the solver era, I was playing the super high roller bowl, and Isaac Haxton in like level 2 of the tournament put me all in for like 3x pot on the river, and I had top pair, top kicker, and I just remember thinking like, okay, you want to mix, like it doesn't matter a ton with, so I just estimated that I call 80%. And then I like rolled my number and I rolled. I'm just like myself that the first one didn't count because like I rolled, done it. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna do the 80% starting now. And I rolled another fold. Then I used all of my time banks, and I was just like, man, he just looks really uncomfortable. I think he's bluffing. And I called and he was bluffing. And I told it to Nicky P on the break. He's like, I think you just have a pure call, bro. And he was right.
Oh, that's amazing.
But it was a great. Okay, check raise with the flush draw. Totally makes sense. It was a great memory
funny.
to just be like.
And also, your heart knew what it wanted, right?
Yeah. I even needled Mike with that, like at the table. He was pissed.
Or it's because you gave yourself 2 chances to fold to him, and he was bluffing, and then you turned down both of them. overrode what your plan was, and then told him about it. See Olivier running into it right now, 2.2xing into aces.
14-8. 14-5.
That was gonna be your next guess. Much for either player here, but Linus puts me at one big blind. I think that's it. What do you do with ace-5 off here?
I think you mix small bet check. I don't think you use a big bet.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're playing against an opponent that you think isn't gonna raise enough, you can just get greedy with small. It's an okay flop.
Yeah. Olivier just flops the world. Straight
Predict
and
a small bet.
Mhm.
That is in a hand that precisely doesn't want to get check raised. But and if you think your opponent isn't going to really check raise you enough, feel okay about it. I think we will see a tiny bit of leading blindness. That he's tanked. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, and
5K.
so if the 5 or 6 paired, you expect leads from the person you called on the flop, right? That's the thing we see come up a lot.
Yes. And it's not like every hand does it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a hand that it could bluff out better hands, and it does want to see a river, so it's more interested. He bets full pot. Olivier is going to put in the rest of the money, and then Linus is going to erupt in emotion. It's going to be very exciting. It might look scary to just call there. Like, oh, the guy bet pot, but Linus could very easily have an e6. I think in this case, like, if we could just so.
Oh, Liv's gonna take down the second game, tying it up. Oh, or it looks like 2 big blinds left.
3.7K
Uh-oh, I
left.
hope I didn't just jinx. You know, it's one of those where like if you celebrate, you just end up losing. Minus the best of it, king 6, queen 6. I find the double up.
300. Did Linus just have a dog that?
I don't know. Oh wow, that's really gonna sway me to his side if there's a dog person over there. Jack 8 off, all in versus 10-7. Olivier flops top pair. And that'll do. So now we have 1-1.
Like a couple minute break, is that okay?
Yeah, perfect. Oh,
okay, cool.
So like 2 to 3 minutes.
All right, so 1-1. So this is a couple of these matches now going the full distance. Thought there was a chance there'd be a very fast work, especially with 2, you know, online pros going at it. But actually, like somewhat long matches and going all 3. Who do you got in the third one?
I think betting against Linus in heads up no limit is not a good proposition right now.
Okay.
So I would bet on him.
Yeah, and you know, chat, chat's angry with us, but we're going to have Hafu and Botez as soon as this match is over. We're going to show you every single hand they play and all their crazy antics. So don't worry and don't go anywhere. And yeah, stay tuned. We have, I mean, a ton of amazing matches this whole week. So stay tuned to this channel.
I've never played with Linus before. No, obviously I know who he is. I know he's incredibly good. I've done some studying and gotten some coaching from one of his good friends. So I think I probably have some sense of his approach, but I've never played with him before. Yeah, sure. I mean, my first round matchup is terrible, and my overall bracket is not great. But at the same time, it's a super high variance format, and I think regardless of anybody's path to trying to win the tournament, like they just have to get lucky. So I'm not super worried about it. I probably have more experience in this format than the entire rest of the field combined. And I think that experience will give me some advantage, but at the same time, almost all of my experience is quite a while ago. Like I haven't played this format in 4 or 5 years. So, you know, I think the precision and the overall level of strategy, theory, and work that's gone into poker has increased a lot. So, I mean, I've had to brush up and learn some stuff as well. But hopefully, you know, I'll have some advantage based on my experience. I've been so lucky to be able to work with Hafu. I adore her. She is such a positive, like, great presence, and then also just one of the most talented people I've ever worked with. Like, it's not surprising at all to me that she won PogChamps and that she's been able to go from game to game. She's picked up really quickly on a bunch of, you know, reasonably sophisticated poker concepts, and I wish I had the opportunity to work more with her if she had wanted to, or if she wants to in the future, because I think if she wanted to, she could have a real future in poker. So I haven't really played anybody in the field specifically heads up. Obviously in different cash games and tournaments and just being around poker for the last 16 years, I have gotten to know and played in different formats with different players. But it's, you know, it's a great field. There's some well-known players, obviously some super high-level players. So I think it should be a great event, and I'm excited to play. But I don't have so much direct experience playing heads up against anybody. Yeah, so there are a number of people in the field who are heads-up specialists, but specifically heads-up cash game specialists. And so I played a little bit with Doug, but not that much. And to be honest, when you get below 50 big blinds, the game does start to change quite a bit. So I think one of the really interesting questions will be how some of the cash game specialists adjust to shallower stacks. Yeah, I think honestly it really depends how much specific work those guys put in. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, when I was playing heads up sit and goes for a living, the heads up sit and go regs would crush the tournament and cash game players who came to play without experience. But the really talented cash game players, for example, that put in time and work to learn the format, they got very good. So I think it really depends on these guys. I think a guy like Linus, for example, who is really theoretically based, clearly works very hard. I assume he's put in some work and will be quite good. But there's a chance that someone like Linus has made so much money from poker that he maybe doesn't have the hunger or desire to put in that kind of work. So it just really depends on the individual.
even invited me to the margarita party. Oh, hurry up.
Hey guys, we're back. We have Linus Olger versus Olivier Bousquet, an amazing match, Clash of the Titans. And it is 1-1. Linus took the first match, Olivier took the second. So this is the one that'll decide it all, who will advance to day 2 of arguably the worst part of the bracket, the hardest part with the most pros. And you've already said you won't bet against Linus, so I will have to take Olivier. And we'll just have to fight MMA match, or what are you into?
Well, if it's a bet, that means the loser doesn't get to protect themselves, right? It's
Oh
just like
no, that's a pretty sick.
I mean, it
bet.
was your idea, not mine.
It was that part wasn't my
Okay.
idea, but all right,
So
yeah.
the winner gets to punch the loser in the face.
And we'll do it on stream. And if you guys can't tell, we're next to each other, so I could literally punch him, and you could see it from here. So.
Oh my God, they're gonna get all in the first hand. It's gonna be 3-bet, 5-bet.
All right, good luck.
Look.
Either one of them means it. Liars. Where's this graphic of percentage here the whole time? Like the 51-49.
I don't even see where you're looking.
It says above the 9-7 suited.
I think so. I haven't really noticed it either, though.
You know, I hadn't noticed it, and I was like, it wasn't there when I was playing, but because y'all weren't showing me. Oh boy.
Whoa. Linus just off to a nice start
There's
with an
gonna be some
inflated pot.
checking going on. Linus will certainly do some more checking here. These very coordinated boards, you have to be a little sneaky. With less checking than on the flop.
Linus disagreed with you. Big bet. Olivier said nope with the 4s. And wow, right off the bat, just inflated pot going Linus's way. Another matchup right off the bat with Liv having an open ender and Linus turning 2-pair.
We're gonna see some raises. There'd be more with the club, but still think some.
And Olivier ends up making his straight, but on a 3-club board.
$7,500. You know what? 8,000. He goes down. Against a full pot, I am not sure Olivier would raise.
But against this sizing, you think he will?
Yes. 3-2-5. I don't know why I feel the need to like make my guesses. I think I just have like such a severe
It's fun
entrenched
being
gambling
right. Yeah.
addiction
Yeah.
that I just like need the extra sweat all the time.
It's very fun being right too. If it's like exactly 22.5, you're like, oh my god, it'll be like high five, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's like 24,000, and like I don't feel any satisfaction.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like Linus is definitely going to be 3-betting 5-7 suited pre-flop sometimes, and called there quickly. I am curious how he's making these decisions. Like, got to be something very methodical.
He may just have like a suit that is his like passive suit or something. If you think he's supposed to be raising that more often.
That is very sharp.
Thanks.
So then, yeah, if you have a, yeah, you just have preference. Then with offsuit cards, it could be like, okay, if I have like, if I'm offsuit, if I look at the diamond first, then I do it, and you could really just you can get to most convenient. And then at a certain point, whether you think about like 8% or 6%, like it doesn't act.
Yeah. Interesting. You see people looking at their watches or the clock, like for odds and evens and things like that too.
Playing a big cash game recently against Chris Brewer, and he kept looking up at the TV, and like he was clearly like trying to do his randomizing routine.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's just there's no clock over there.
Yeah, what is he looking at? It's pretty funny.
He was just like clearly like his routine.
I always like I don't get to see the chat that often because there's just with heads up there's just action all the time. But when I do, I always read the most out of line comment. It's great. I run really good at that. I look over and I'm like,
Are you gonna share it or is it
no.
Oh man.
But I just think I run good at that, or I'm like, oh, comic relief, back
Or
to
maybe
action.
that's just what the chat is all of the time.
I like this. This is a good. I'll be asleep. I'm wondering why Linus is like sepia toned. Is this a filter? Are we looking at Linus through a filter?
I have gone through phases where I kept my phone in black and white, and it's supposed to be like less addictive. And, like,
Is that true?
The like using Instagram is much less satisfying.
Okay,
so you're not
that
just
makes
gonna
sense.
be mindlessly swiping.
Instagram is like the least of my addictions. I spend almost no time on it. Don't enjoy it that much. Somehow they can make Twitter less fun. That'd be great. Pretty interesting turn card.
We are going to see some large betting here, I think. Not exclusive. But it seemed like a good candidate for it. And this is a hand that is going to be very live to empty the clip.
Oh, really? Interesting spot.
The cards are just not super relevant, so they are good bluff.
Oh, wow. The craziest turn and river cards that you can order up.
I'm gonna check my face.
For
25,000 all in call punch in the face. I'll take
yeah,
off my glasses.
except that you're actually free rolling, so I'm never actually punching you. If you punch me like 5% of the time, like you just wow. He goes for full pot.
Olivier is going to stick it in, and Linus is in a terrible situation. And I would go double or nothing on punches on the face that he calls.
Leaning towards the nothing that I'm probably not going to get you. Just an interesting spot to have that feel. King Jack gets there as well. You're not just worried about flush, right?
It's hard to figure out what to go with here, and I'm gonna like having a club.
He does make the call. Wow. He gets to punch you twice? Is that what's happening?
No, I was betting that he was gonna call.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
That was quick.
All right, brother.
Big sigh relief from Olivier. So there you have it. Olivier Bousquet defeats Linus Loliger to advance to round 2. He's going to have a very difficult round 2 as well, as that side of the bracket is insane. But yeah, well played and bit of a cooler last hand. Do you agree? Yeah, there's nothing that can be done. But still.
I'm curious if Linus mixed any folds or if he just was like, that you have to pay off.
Gotcha. But yeah, and so congrats to Olivier. Well played by Linus. as always. And the chat, you're gonna get what you want. You got the Hafu Botez match. You get to see every single hand. Call off the dog. You get your streamers. I'm super excited for this match, so please stay tuned.
I'm about to play Hafu in our first round. She's one of my friends, so whatever happens, I think we'll both be happy. I always find it tough to go up against somebody I know, and even though she's not one of the poker pros, I know she's actually very good, and I saw her 4-1 a pro poker streamer. Between facing a pro or facing Hafu, the two of us agreed that it was better that we got paired because it actually made it more likely that we'll go more forward in the tournament. I started playing poker when I was 12. My dad actually taught me how to play. And there was this really famous story where he was playing all of his colleagues at work and he had to go, but he already paid for the buy-in, so he put me to play. And then I beat all of his colleagues because I was bluffing and they didn't expect it from him. And I remember I thought that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be really good at poker, but of course I feel that every amateur has that when they get a little bit lucky. So I've only played for fun in social situations since then. This is my first tournament ever. My mindset going into this match is that given our levels and that we're both amateurs, it's probably something like 50-50, and it's really gonna depend on who gets the luckier cards. Regardless, if Hafu makes it forward, I'm gonna cheer for her. If I make it forward, I'll just assume I had some good hands.
My first opponent is Alex Botez, and it's kind of good, but it also kind of sucks to play a friend. But it means that one of us has a chance to make it very far in the tournament, so I think it'll be fun. So I dabbled in poker a couple years ago when poker started being a category on Twitch. And I think I got invited to a couple of like influencer fun tournaments, and I did pretty well in some of them. But I, since then, haven't played any poker in the last 3-4 years. So yeah, it's been a while. So for this event, I had Olivier coach me a little bit. Unfortunately, we didn't have that much time because I got invited pretty late and I already had prior arrangements. But for the 2 sessions that we did on stream, I learned so much. Heads Up is so different than normal poker.
Hey guys, we are back for the long-awaited match, Hafu versus Alexandra Botez. We have an esports streamer who's been at the top of her game with a massive audience, and we have a chess streamer who is, I think, 5-time girls chess champion. I was reading her bio and it's like, okay, everything's more impressive than the last thing. But you are from the chess world. You you had Alexandra Botez as your coach. You got to work with her quite a few times and stream with her. Let me know, what are we in for here?
So my main thing was the only mistake you can make is playing too tight. The very broad strokes of the strategy were that I was suggesting that you play 85% of hands in both positions, which means if you have an offsuit 2 or 3, you fold. If you play the hand, come in for a raise to 2.5x. If you in the big blind, you either re-raise to 11 or call and fold the bad hands. Try to encourage her if she specifically has like ace-9 offsuit to go for a 4-bet bluff.
All right.
And I tried to have some sizing be kind of obvious. Like I was just like on the flop, bet half pot.
Okay. Yes,
like half
keep
pot's
it
never
simple.
that bad.
Yep. So yeah, here you see Alex Botez versus Hafu. It makes it extra fun too because I got to sit with them and have dinner with them last night. They're friends. They're chill with each other, so I expect it to be a very rowdy match. I expect them to be staring each other down and talking some trash. And it probably couldn't be more different than the Olivier Bousquet versus Linus Lulliger match we just saw, which is very serious. I feel like this one's going to be lighthearted and fun.
At least they were friends coming into this. Maybe.
Now they're enemies.
Wow, she re-raised me with 7-4 suited. How dare she?
Yeah, can happen. You see Alexandra Botez, chess champion, Twitch streamer, and chess commentator, graduated Stanford University, smart cookie. And her sister actually is going to get into Mexico in a few days, I believe, and I would love to have her in the booth even for a short time, especially if her sister makes it deep. Then we have Hafu, professional gamer, over 1 million Twitch followers. That is really, really hard to get. And she was the 2020 Pogs Champs champion, which is pretty cool. I watched some of that this year. You probably watched that, right?
I didn't.
Okay.
I don't really watch anything.
Okay.
I've had some people who are serious games players who told me how impressed they are with how quickly Hafu picks up games.
That was something Olivier said multiple times yesterday, that her potential in poker, if she really did want to pick it up, if she has fun in this event and wants to continue, that she has a lot of upward mobility just for her having dominated a bunch of other games, strategy games, and she just showed propensity to just be very good at learning things quickly, and you know, maybe she's the future in the game. I don't really want to suck her in if she's in some other like more pleasant community. But
more pleasant? Are you suggesting that the poker community is not all sunshine and rainbows?
I am, yes.
Well, let's see a 2.5x. I mean, that's just, it would be a great start if she just nails this 2K open here. Boom.
She's listening to you.
Can you guys see my cards? Yeah, you can. It's not great, but at least it's something. I'm nervous.
Now let's see a re-raise out of the big blind.
My heart is going boop, 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 boop. Yeah, wait, I know. You done already?
Set the tone, Alex. 10,000 to go.
Oh, okay.
Just a huge flop for Hafu, flopping an open-ended straight flush draw the first hand she plays. That's it. She's gonna be addicted to poker. That's all it takes. And it goes brick, brick, and she's like, I hate this.
Yeah. Another thing I tried to instill was just like, if your opponent has the initiative, you never
like
bet
into
into
playing
them.
chess. She's so intense right now.
So like the fact that she, I mean, may have just been like getting her composure, but I hope she's not, they wasn't considering a lead. I think a slightly loose but good deal, but I'm not sure. Just backdoor flush and straight draw, and I would expect it goes bet fold.
who takes down first pot of the first game in what's going to be an incredible match to watch. And we get to just pick apart. If Alexandra does anything wrong, it's completely Dan Smith's fault. He taught her everything she knows. If she does well, it's because she's a fast learner and she has like all this potential and it was her the whole time. Do you agree?
Really, I'm in a terrible situation. But I will say she's 2 for 2 and getting that 2.5x on the button.
Okay.
And we're going to see a half pot bet on the flop. You know,
I love him with the big plays.
oh, we're just talking shit with aces. It'd be kind of funny if they're both big tail boxes.
Get the emotions out somewhere.
No, I know.
And you guys, if you want to chat with us, I feel like it's only fair since they're two huge streamers that
Okay,
we pay
who's got
more
one
attention
hand?
to
Oh my God,
Twitch
I need
chat.
to, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. I didn't think I'd be this
See, I'm like
nervous.
concerned that she might not have
You didn't think
given
you'd be
any thought
third?
to
Yeah.
raising here.
I
with
actually
six
thought
suited.
I would. Physically shaking.
And then she
Oh my
leads
God,
in, which was something
folding
that we
my
were like, hey, that's not something we're doing.
You can have that one, okay? You're very nice, thank you.
I mean,
No
honestly, they're playing
problem,
for
no
a lot of
problem.
money, and like you're totally gonna
This one I
feel
don't think I
the
can play either. Unlucky. Oh, the blinds are up. What? Okay.
Oh no. I'm not ready for this.
Wait, what? Am I not allowed to do 2000
Oh man,
anymore?
Hapu running good.
Oh my God, it's not letting me do it. Okay, I don't know how to. I got scared.
No, it's okay. I have some issues with the buttons sometimes also. So I'm just using the presets at this point.
Or one of the things when you can possibly win on the end to keep betting, but it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Just making him interesting. You're
I'm like,
passing a little bit back.
it is easy to try to be super judgmental. They're playing super high stakes and their first time ever playing. Like, they're definitely feeling it.
Stealing the blinds. Just coming in, stealing the blinds, and running away.
But I like that a lot.
Thank you.
It seems fair.
It's
That
just like,
does
hey, I'm
seem
stealing your
fair.
blind right.
I'll take the next one too.
There we go.
If you don't mind, if you don't mind.
First, I was bummed out that they drew each other because I wanted a bigger chance of all the streamers to get through. But actually, it's pretty cool to be sure that one will get through to the next round.
Like they want good content, but we're just looking so focused.
Another situation of bet, like when
Ooh, there comes that
betting,
jack.
you just checking. I mean, poker is really hard. That isn't a concept that I would have thought would be challenging, but like I'm probably just biased
my
because I've played poker like 18 years.
What is the concept?
When it's the other person has the betting lead, you just check every time.
Yes.
And like I don't necessarily think that's the best way to play, but it is close enough that like by trying to bet, you're more likely to make mistakes rather than gain any extra EV.
Yep. I taught my mom how to play. She was playing a Put Her to a ladies event for Mother's Day. Know what the fuck.
It might be really dumb that she folded 6-4 off in the pick one.
Oh,
thank God.
I flopped this straight.
Oh wow.
I got really lucky. No.
As she flops another straight.
I'm dead.
Oh my.
Oh jeez.
Well. Okay, well,
I guess we're gonna go.
I have to all in
Honestly,
here.
okay, all in. Let's see what happens.
All in.
Oh,
I thought she was serious.
The comeback. No chips, dude.
Okay, now there's like
What?
Alex is definitely chatty.
You're coming back.
How many all-ins do I have to win?
I feel like you're just gonna keep all-inning me now. That would be the comeback story.
This would be the comeback story.
It's a pretty brutal setup, but also a very strange way for it to have played out.
Oh my gosh! Stop it! Stop it! It's just too tempting. Oh god.
I think it's supposed to.
Wow, full
Yeah,
pot.
I know. I have to
This is
take
gonna
it
be a
at
quick
some
one.
point. Hopefully, nothing happens.
Not gonna raise. She's
Okay.
gonna call. But
It's a.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that was.
I think this is fake.
Though.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was faking it.
You are smart and I am dumb, and I'm sorry for not anticipating this. Just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I had Jack Ace, Sag.
So, yeah, we have Hafu only 3 big blinds left. She's got the best of it
Hey,
with this
chat,
one.
I would do it for the
She
memes.
just makes a call
but
instead of a jam.
I can't even see chat, so as much as we like 69, we're gonna say fold.
That one's good Hafu.
Deck stuff.
Oh, really? Uh-oh.
It was gonna be session 2. We just didn't get around to it.
Gotcha.
Sure, so
Um,
happy.
what are-
You get like a burst of
Here, I'm really screwed, so I have to just all in at everything. Like, you
Yeah, I
completely
know.
beat here.
No,
I need to
that's
get a 7 jack or no. GG.
Okay.
Dude, that hand, I flopped
was
this
so
straight.
lucky.
I flopped this straight, so I was like, you know.
I got so lucky. You know,
No. GG, I got wrecked.
Oh man. Yeah. I mean, you had a straight. You weren't like you had to play
I
that.
couldn't get out of that one, right? I was
Exactly.
like, oh, she has a jack. I'm fine. Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm okay to play.
I'm good. Keep going. Yeah. So
Keep going as if the match is
do we
over.
go for this
What
one?
a second.
Yeah. Register.
I think it might not be
Like,
synced.
I see it.
That's what it's actually.
Okay, it makes sense that.
Yeah.
they were
Alright,
talking.
good luck. I have to tie this otherwise.
Confirm. Okay.
And then
Okay. I do not see it. I think Hafu has to be in that one too, right? Oh, she's here. Okay. 50 seconds countdown. All right. Well, we got lucky that time, chat. I don't know if we're gonna get as lucky the second round, but told you guys, Romanian luck is all that's gonna carry us.
countdown hits 0.
Where she's
Okay. Well,
predict that the family is Romanian.
going into round 2, Hafu is in a need to win situation because it's a best of 3. But Hafu is the coolest, calmest person. We've seen her play
I am
Among
so
Us.
calm. You see
You've
me
seen
in
her.
no emotion. What do you mean? I'm just totally zen.
Exactly. No, Hafu's actually scary. Scary and zen. All right, 8 seconds.
All right, guys. So there's a syncing problem, but you saw Alexandra Botez take down that first very quick match with such a setup. She ended up flopping a set versus Hafu's flop straight. Board paired on the turn. They got infinite chips in, and that'll do it for game 1 of 3. So we're going into Hafu having a must-win situation, or Alexandra Botez will advance. She wins next game. How you feeling, Dan Smith? Coach Dan Smith?
I am historically very lucky and glad to see that it's carrying over here. I am glad to see that I was wrong and that she did find the river raise all in. That might seem obvious to a non-serious poker player, but when a person just bets 40,000 chips like that, clearly like suggesting they have a good hand, I could totally see being worried about running into a bigger boat.
All right, well, we're going to get back to the action in just a little bit.
What if women had a seat at every table? A seat in every classroom, every interview room, every boardroom. What if women sat at every table and played a game? A game that made them strategic, decisive, resilient, analytical, influential, unapologetic, and confident. What if this game was a game changer to change the stats? To change our stories? To change the future? This game is played at a table. Flip the table. Raise the stakes. Play to win. We saved you a seat. That game is poker. And the players? They're fearless. Poker power. Join us.
Hey guys, and welcome back. We're having one of the most fun matches right now of this WPT Heads Up 25K, sponsored by Poker King. We have Hafu versus Alexandra Botez. Alexandra won her first match, made quick work of Hafu, not Hafu's fault. Hafu ended up flopping a straight against Alex's set, which ended up turning a boat. All the money went in, and so now it's Alex is up 1-0. You have her coach in the booth right now, Dan Smith. How are you feeling, Dan?
Winning the first game is a huge edge, and I think it will take some of the pressure off. It will be interesting to see how they both play.
Yeah, how do you feel about the way she played her set, turned boat, that last hand?
I am pleased that she got all of the money in, but like it's an important concept to not be worried about, like, oh, what if the person is better? You're just,
yeah. I
have a really, really good hand. I'm going to bet all my money, and if something bad happens, that's just the way it goes.
Cool. So we're going to run right into the second game. This is a must-win for Hafu. If Hafu cannot pull this one out, Alexandra will just sweep her 2-0. We also have a special incentive for the influencers and their coaches. If the influencer is the last remaining one out of the three, we had Shifter, Hafu, and Alexandra Botez. He or she will win $20,000, and the coach who coached them also wins $20,000. So, you know, Dan Smith may become a lot richer in this booth. He may just walk out. He doesn't need this job anymore. Peace out. I don't know. But also,
later, losers.
Yeah.
I'll be on a yacht.
Just remember that I'm allowed to punch you twice whenever I want. So I did win that bet.
Go for it. The number of viewers would go way up.
Yeah, I'll let you know. You guys, if we get to 2,000 viewers, I'll punch him in the face. That's all it takes. Fine, you could share that on Instagram, on Twitter, whatever. Like, if you want to see Dan Smith get punched in the face, just tune in.
Okay, I think it's loading.
All right, here we go.
All right, round 2. And we're off. You guys, I think, can see the card.
Oh, this is scaring me.
Be interested to see how much 3-betting goes. I mean, I guess they're not going to play. It's another lead into the other player.
I'd say very little 3-betting because it's complicated.
Totally.
It's a little scary
and
to inflate pots.
I was just like, hey, I think I was even like, if you have King 8 offsuit or any suited connector, just re-raise. But I don't know that it is also different than the way that people typically teach poker. But I just think the only mistake you can make is by playing too conservative.
Yeah. Oh, I've made myriad mistakes that are different.
Okay,
I can
I'll
show you
take
sometime.
that. I'll take that.
We had a raise with the ace-king suited from Alex and a defend from Hafu with 6-5 offsuit.
Funny when I have the same hand, we play for minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
Our coaches probably were like, these are, you know, new, let's give them the same stress.
Actually, that's like all of the good players are mostly playing the same strats, and but it's just really hard to play those strats. I'm going to be trying to pay attention to the Twitch chat, so if you have any questions, I'll try to be paying attention to it. Assuming that y'all are nice. If you're jerks, less inclined to respond.
Well, if you guys are jerks, but it's directed toward Dan, I'll read everything you say.
Fair. Someone said I was a great commentator.
They must be really drunk.
Must be really drunk.
Got Alexander turning the
All
best of it
Dan's
here.
notes have actually gone out the window. He wrote down stuff. I just panic.
That's amazing.
It always happens when I'm nervous.
Yeah, you gotta just go off.
Exactly.
That she's like at least aware that she isn't doing what we
Lines
discussed.
are up again. Uh-oh.
If all you taught them is proper bet sizing, that's
Hafu
a
is
lot.
playing more aggressively here.
Am I?
No, actually, you've been playing aggressively
Not
most
even
of this
like
time.
good bet sizing. I think it was like, hey, if you bet the flop, bet 50%. If you
Okay,
bet the turn, bet
simple.
70%.
Yep.
And if you bet the river, and you should have a good top pair, bet 100%. I think it was even something along the lines
I'm
of,
actually a little bit shaky.
if you have like a bad top pair, check the turn, and then bet 100% on the river. Who would want to punch Dan? I think there would
I
actually
bet
be
my
quite
dad
a
is
bit.
watching, which is actually really cute.
I used to have a very serious temper, so I probably have some enemies back.
All right, well, I'll just settle the score for all your old enemies.
Okay, so she didn't. She thought about betting, but she didn't there.
Mhm.
So if she makes the next round, I will just be like, hey, when the other person's betting, you got to check. I hope. So I mean, this would be bad for my interest, but seeing how like Hafu bluff here would be kind of exciting.
Yes.
Oh man, she hasn't folded yet.
Alexandra strikes me as a very sticky player. Yes, like.
Oh my!
I should have done this. I don't know if I should have done.
No, I think you had to call.
I thought I did.
I think
based
you
on
had to
the
call.
size, even though I didn't think it was great.
I just think though, like player profile wise, I look at Alexandra, I'm like, not a folder. Doesn't look like a folder to me.
I basically told her, or I explicitly said the only thing that you could go wrong is that you fold too much. It's like you don't have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Lappin, what part of Dan's face will you hit?
There's no wrong answer to this.
Somebody asked if there is a schedule for the matches online, and I believe that the World Poker Tour has tweeted on those
Yes,
lines.
the whole bracket is published on World Poker Tour on their Twitter, and I think also on their website. We have Alexander rivering the nuts. Twitch Sousa says the commentators could do the commentary inside a hot tub. I agree. I like where he has that.
Yeah, the music
Instead,
is
we're in a really
kind of a jam.
I've always dreamed of playing some high stakes live poker with my shirt off, so a hot tub online thing would get that done.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, Hafu scared me.
I wanted satellite to a big event in a hot tub
Okay,
before.
I'm
That was
glad I
cool.
folded.
I was just
What?
playing. Oh, I didn't want to interrupt them. Sorry. There's one they're talking about. I won a satellite to the first like 1K I ever played when I was like a little baby poker player from a hot tub at Foxwoods. I felt it, like I was like, this is great. I'm invincible. Yeah, and also I was like, how tilted these people be if they knew they're just losing to some girl in a hot tub? I was like, clicking buttons, no idea what I'm doing. Those are the days. It was fun.
Okay, so she leads in on the turn after calling the flop. I'm just actually I'm gonna point it out every time.
Maybe she misinterpreted what you told her.
I had a
Hafu
feeling the
punishes
ace
her.
came for you. But I also thought you might be bluffing.
Yeah.
Got flustered,
It
didn't make it
is,
2.5
is.
bets.
I was scared you had the 6, but I don't think I could back that with my ace.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you
It is-
for folding. I had 8-3.
Like they don't feel the
sorry,
urge to be
because
like, hey, I'm gonna
True,
hide my
true.
strategy. and you know.
Yeah, it's just like a friendly game. Like I feel like this is
And
what
now
home
we're
games
back,
are like.
back
Just
to
talk about
even,
hand
although
how
I'm a
you
little
play.
down.
I will say
Okay,
on the
even.
bubble of $1 million tournament in London, the guy Aaron Zhang who won, like basically
Alright,
never
chat.
played.
And
We were on like on the bubble,
audio. I'm
and
gonna
he
be
was like,
very
and
quiet
then, or
now
like
because
at the
I'm
final
very
table,
nervous.
there's huge ICM
I'm nervous.
concerns.
I've been
And
nervous
he's like
on the
asking what he
pro.
should be doing. I'm like, hey man, I can't teach you how to play when you're playing against me.
Yeah.
So I guess it does happen at all levels.
If you're in locals. So I'm going to register that. Thank you.
Generally, seeing who wins these spots where neither one has anything
Yeah.
will be telling.
I mean, this is where I like your whole like aggression speech that you gave her multiple times.
That was a sad
Oh, and I
fold.
saw my
I
mom
was
play.
excited to play
I
that
just said
hand.
no limping,
What do you have?
and I
10
20th
suited.
anniversary.
Oh, that's a nice hand.
Just pretty hand.
I came over to a table, to her table, and it went 400, 400, 400, 400, and she just goes 800, and looks at me like almost with like a wink, like I raised. I was like, she technically followed my instruction.
Pair and a flush draw. There's a lead in on a set.
Mhm.
Okay, she didn't raise when she had a good hand. That's okay. Would love to see a raise here.
Let's see if Hafu pulls off a bluff here. She does. Pretty much snap half pots it.
I did the same time.
She's pretending that was a mistake.
Oh my.
No.
And she doesn't. Oh my goodness. I could totally see the game.
I had fours.
You had 4?
Yeah. Did you push me?
Wait, what do you mean you had 4?
I had just a pair of fours.
Oh, I had a full house.
Yeah, okay.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I had the flush draw, but that if I hit the flush, that would have been worse.
Yeah,
I think
no,
doing the
exactly.
opposite. This is optimal.
Okay. Just no matter what. All right. So I shouldn't punch you in the face.
I tried to rob you maybe a little too much there.
I would at some point I want to watch the replay of like what you're like, oh my god. But
I
like
think that was a little pretending she misclicked. I was like, whoa. Did you go over that? Was that part of the teaching?
no. Dan, you said this was the first time you coached someone. How was the experience? I thought it was fine, and I could see myself doing it if I like enjoyed the person's company, but I will absolutely not be doing it as a way to make money at any point. But like this context was pretty fun, and she was like eager to learn.
His hand. I'm being bullied.
I guess it's like a slight exaggeration. Like I taught Chewy how to play skill draw years ago, and but like that wasn't coaching. That was just like me talking to Chewy, you know.
Yeah. That's a good way of looking at it. If you like enjoy doing it, you're like, I don't know, not that serious.
Both come up with a little piece here, and she's just leading in. I do appreciate how
demolished.
I had an 8.
he's like, hey,
but nothing else.
Dan's
but I
prepped
felt like
herself, window.
you know.
I think for sure.
The analysis, they're just supposed to like so sweet. Oh, of course you had to bet with the ace. Imagine if Hafu just like completely goes off on her. Oh, how'd you play the hand like that?
No, I feel like that's like year 2 of poker when you learn to just be kind of a jerk. You know, you don't learn it right away.
So bet and a call goes in with Jack high here. I mean, it's not like completely ludicrous to think that your Jack high is ahead. I mean, it does beat bluffs. Shit. Oh, I think this is good.
Wow. Hafu says nope.
Say both.
Not gonna bluff me, bro.
He's last four. Got lucky.
I just like both think they were like in the ballpark of how the hand was supposed to look. Okay. The double 3-bet. I was just basic. Yeah, I mean, of course, I didn't suggest that size, but you know, she's just doing her best. Only $20,000, you know. I think inexperienced players, like their range after the check on the end. As I was really looking
I'll
to
take
bluff
more of the
river
gifts, please. I
he
can't be that
like, one
generous,
check, check,
sorry.
check, check, check. Because he would typically have bet
I
if he
need
had had
about
something.
30
When you're
more
supposed to
gifts.
still be trapping sometimes.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised that was like a common thing amongst less experienced players that they
I've been bluffing too much lately.
just get excited when they bet when they have it. So then when their
Yeah.
check range is weak, you could really attack.
Yep, I agree with that.
Good bet. Right, but
The ace. Damn. Damn. Okay. Okay. The comeback.
you know how much they're feeling the money.
Dude, it's like hard to tell because in poker you sort of have like a handle on where people are in their poker life. Like if someone's playing 100Ks and stuff, you're like, if they're playing 25Ks, like, yeah, whatever. They don't think about it too much.
Blinds are gonna
With
carry
people
a
outside
lot.
of poker, I have no idea.
Like
I've
the
heard of
Aoki.
people playing 100K, like literally 2% of themselves.
Okay.
That's like a one-off thing. Like if
Uh-huh.
it was a super tough 100K and a guy got a 3% or 2% free roll or something.
Damn, big blinds.
It's really hard to say, but like I don't know, you can kind of tell. I don't know. It's just interesting to see how the money affects people. When people say it doesn't affect them, there's always a inflection point of pain.
Yeah. With this too, it could also be that they've been coached, they want to make their coach happy, they want to like play the way you taught them to, and like there is another layer of that where like someone's put time into you. I feel that way when people invest in me. Like if I play a tournament
I mean,
and
you
sell a
came
piece, I
back
always feel
almost
like
A
a layer
little
of
bit,
like
a little bit.
sure, yes.
Honestly, I've always felt like, man, these people are so lucky to have a piece of me. Like, I am so good at this. Like, sure.
I thought you were gonna 3-bet
Alex,
me.
think she had 8.
I could feel it. I was like, she's gonna 3-bet me here.
I'm always like, even if I blast it off for huge money, to be like, well,
My potential
doing
is
this is
there.
actually just the reason that I'm doing well in these tournaments. Do you think being in chess tournaments prepared Alex for being in poker tournament pressure-wise? The pressure I felt playing chess tournaments as a kid
Just returning
was
the
much,
blinds,
much
thank you.
less than any felt in a tournament. Yeah, I used when I was 10 years old, I would puke matches.
Holding my good hands again.
I think it was unbelievable preparation, and then by the
Can't
time
tell
I
if it's
started,
cold or if I'm just
like,
still nervous.
no one's trying to win. It's okay to lose, like all of these things.
Okay,
So I think
you
it is
folded
okay.
my ace queen. Stop
It is
it.
different.
6 off. Can't do it. And the blinds are getting so big.
And you should teach Alex to check raise rather than lead. She will be unstoppable. Tech racing is just a good play. But oh gosh, she just bets every time she has a good hand.
It's working out though. Getting called. Oh baby. Oh, no.
Show me what you got.
Wow.
Oh, and she
Wow, that's it.
celebrates. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Hafu thought it was, yeah. Oh man.
Good game. Congratulations. I got wrecked. Oh my god, you had so many full houses.
I've got so many full houses.
Good game.
I didn't know that was possible.
So well. You did so well. I got crushed.
I did so well in getting full houses.
Cool. I feel bad that Hafu said she got wrecked. She ran into a lot of big hands. Like that's unfortunate. Flop a straight, one of the first hands you play in a 25K, the first time you ever play for real money like this. You know, that's a rough way to lose your first game. And then the second game, like, look, she took a shot. She was up against 2 pair and lost to a boat. Like, you know, she didn't really get wrecked. It's not like she wrecked herself, at least.
Totally.
Yeah.
From the school of being aggressive is never that bad. She nailed it.
Yeah. And Alexandra ran well, played well. Congrats to you and Alex for taking down 20K apiece. Congrats to Alexandra for making it to the second round. I mean, she's going to end up facing some killers at some point if she continues down this path. But what an amazing experience to be like a pretty new poker player onto round 2 of a $25,000 buy-in against a field like this.
Awesome. And winning $1,000 is sweet.
Great. Well, guys, stick with us. Thank you for the people who tuned in just to see your favorite streamers. We really appreciate you, and we hope that you watch some of the matches coming up because they're going to be awesome as well.
I've never met Anthony. You know, I've done my due diligence. I've looked him up online. You know, he's a world-class player. He's super elite. Many achievements. And you know, I'm a little scared going into him. You know, he knows his stuff. I'm a little bit of an amateur, still learning the game. But hopefully, I can at least make it a close game or even take it against him. My background with poker, I've always played it pretty casually. You know, pick up games with friends. Never really got into the theory of poker. I've always wanted to get into it, but I guess never got a chance to. And this was an amazing opportunity to figure out the game a little bit more than just, playing with your on a table with your friends. Getting thrown into the game, I love it. I don't really feel that much pressure, I feel like. I used to play competitive esports, so I'm kind of used to the competitive nature of these kind of things. Maybe not to this level, but, I'm feeling pretty good. Out of all the other streamers, I guess I know Hafu the most. We go way back. We've probably known each other for since 2013-ish. Yeah, going into this event, I've been getting a few coaching lessons by Darren, who's been amazing, by the way. He's kind of went with my pace, I guess you could say. Yeah, he's helped me a lot. We've had 2 or 3 lessons, but he's been just jamming information into me and making sure I kind of understand on the way. Yeah, going to the match I feel way better. I think if without the lessons, I'd be, fish out of water, I didn't realize how different heads up and just regular poker is, I guess. So I guess with the crash course, I feel really good.
So I guess like Hey guys, and welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that last match, especially the Twitch streamer community. It was amazing seeing Alexandra Botez defeat Hafu and Coach Dan Smith winning all the dollars or whatever. But
I am biased, but I would say I enjoyed it.
yeah, so you see, take a look at the bracket, who's advanced so far. We have Dan Smith advancing from the first round in the top left, Alexander Botez right under that. We have Stefan 11222, and we had Olivier Bousquet.
Me and Alex both win. We play in the next round.
That would be awesome.
Oh my god, that's gonna.
And you
great.
taught her everything she knows, and like, what if she just
So maybe I
reverse
shouldn't.
reverses?
I should be like, hey, just keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, it got her the win the first time. Better be
Totally.
careful.
And just not being scared is worth a lot. And
Yes.
clearly a gamer.
Yeah, so we're gonna see the highlights of the Shifter versus Anthony Zeno match. They just got done playing, and we'll see. And we also are gonna still be in the chat if you guys want to Twitch chat to us. We are following it. Because I know Shifter has a large audience as well. He is, well, I'm sure his bio will come up, but a video game streamer, and we're very happy to have him too. It's been nice having some non-poker players, new faces around. Bios I don't know about. Like in poker, we see, yeah. He's a former League of Legends pro, Twitch streamer from Canada. Super nice guy that I just met a little while ago on a break. But yeah, he's facing off against Anthony Zeno, who has won Player of the Year at WPT. He has 10.3 million in tournament earnings. So that's kind of a rough opponent for someone who's pretty new to poker to face. What do you think?
I'm also just gonna add that I think Zeno is literally the nicest guy on the tour.
He is super nice.
Like, uncanny nice.
So you're saying he's faking it, is what you're saying?
No, I don't think he's faking it. Like I actually had this discussion with somebody.
They
who
thought
like,
he was faking
it has
it?
to be a fake, and then after like 2 years, like
Yeah.
Dan, I think he's just a really genuinely nice
Isn't that
guy.
how you become nice? You just like fake it until it's your real personality?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right, but I don't expect to be getting like knowledge dropped on that
Yeah.
on this. So I'm just gonna interrupt very quickly, and somebody in this chat went Alexander Botez, but Boatez. Easy.
Nice.
I love puns,
That's
and that was
beautiful.
just that was great. If I knew how to use Twitch and I can give you like some free subs or something, I totally would. I don't know how to use technology, so you just get this shout out 514-sub-0.
You're getting tagged out if you would like to get tagged out. Olivier Bousquet's coming in. He's going to do a little bit of a victory lap from having crushed his competition. And then that frees you to actually go do at 7 p.m. There's drinks at Pacific Bar and then dinner,
Yeah,
which
I would
I have
Drinking and
missed.
eating at the
Yeah,
same time
yeah.
is one of my favorite things. So that's
Gotta,
great.
You know, can't win, so you got at some point.
We see Shifter here with the aces.
I keep
32 big blinds.
this slider keeps messing me up. The bet slider.
Dan trolling hard. I don't know what I'm trolling about. I guess I haven't had any trolls.
It's nice too that all three influencers actually showed up in Cabo. So we get to hang out with them and like party, and they're hanging out together, and it's so much better because we did talk to people who are going to be playing from outside of the US and just playing remotely, and that's just not quite as exciting.
Yeah, it is cool. And I guess if they are people who professionally deal with other humans, they're probably good at dealing with humans.
Yeah. True. Yeah, to be a streamer, you have to have like super big personality, it seems. So you see Zeno here, just making Broadway on the turn. Four shifter, just a pair of nines and a gutter ball.
Let's see this. I think that may be a pretty good hand. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no, brutal.
anyone isn't super fluent in poker. So it's like the second nut straight to the nut straight, and like when you have a jack, you think it's unlikely to run into king jack and probably just get stacked. When the person bets full pot, it's possible that you aren't supposed to lose your money. Actually, no, that's not true, because then you would just bet full pot to not get raised. Yeah, you just gotta go broke. It's just unbelievably savage.
You can, buddy. Yeah,
On that note, I think I'm gonna tag out and let Olivier come in. But this was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm gonna punch you later.
You have,
because I wanna
you have
bet.
been eliminated in number one. You have been eliminated in number one.
Thanks, Dan.
All right. No.
All right, so we have Anthony Zuno
can
up
jump right into
1-0 to nothing now. We're gonna jump into the second game, and welcome to the booth. It says Dan Smith, but we got Olivier Bousquet. Dan did his commentary duties. He's gonna go do a victory lap over coaching Alexandra. Sorry about
At
Hafu.
least his victory lap is over his own victory. What do you mean? Why would that be
Well, that's
his
the
victory
freshest
lap?
victory.
Wow, this seat is really warm. Thanks, Dan.
It's the only thing warm in this room.
This is nice.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
And
what's
also
up?
congrats
How's it
on your
going?
match, and thanks for slow rolling me.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah,
I actually do appreciate that. I don't like spoilers at all.
you got it. All right. Wait. They're
Game 2.
and they're
So we're
pretty
getting
deep
the
into it, yeah.
highlights. Yeah, so for Shifter and Zeno, we're getting the highlights of their matches only.
Good flop. Oh, right, the highlight one. All right, so just like the fun part. Cool. 11 big blinds. Did this go limp, raise, call?
I don't know, I was introducing you.
Who is Shifter working with? Who's helping him?
Shifter is working with Darren Elias.
Oh, cool.
They did a couple of streams together as well. And Darren will be playing one of our qualifiers tomorrow, 6 p.m. if you want to catch him. What was it like playing Linus?
Good, man. I mean, I don't know. I was hoping maybe I could have potentially an edge in like shallow stacks, but we never really got to shallow. We never really played
Oh
shallow
yeah, they were
stacks.
fast.
I think I
Your
played a
matches
hand really, really badly. The ace. Did you? Did it?
Commentated it, yeah.
The ace 5 hand. I don't think I played that hand very well.
Okay,
I
we're
think I'm
king
supposed to
queen
jam the
5.
turn.
King queen 5.
Queen jack
Oh, sorry,
5.
queen jack 5. River was a king. He had king 10.
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to jam the turn there.
Okay.
I think. I don't think I'm supposed to jam the river. I don't know, but yeah, wasn't super happy. But besides that, I thought it was fine. He's real tough in 3-bet pots, but you know, sample size. I don't know. I don't know what he had. Did he have it when he jammed on the queen 10 on the river?
He made Broadway, I think. Wait,
Oh, no,
wait
no,
a
no.
second. Which
I
you guys tell me
blocked
which hand it
king
was.
4 as a bluff. It was like queen 10 3-bet pot, check turn, and then
Queen 10?
maybe.
Queen 10. He had king queen against your king 4.
All right,
Yeah, I was saying how unfortunate you picked one spot to like, take a stand. He ends up having king queen and fluffs trips.
Yeah, okay.
People in chat asking when is Brad Owen. He's playing now, and he will be a match in probably about an hour. And Joey Ingram is going to be in the booth for that one.
You're just in the booth all day?
I'm getting out that one.
Oh,
I get
nice.
to, yeah.
Okay.
I'm only in the booth from like 12 to 7
Okay. Who's Joey doing it with?
himself. Joey's the best.
Oh, what a legend.
hmm
I had lunch with Joey. It was really great.
I would hang out with Joey, but I'm too cold.
Oh, you're cool too. All right. Let's maybe talk about some poker, yeah?
Sure.
8-5 is pretty loose defense. You've been playing really loose?
We've only seen highlights, so I've literally seen maybe 10 hands so far.
I mean,
I'm not
he's going to turn a 5 now? Because this is a highlight
Or
hand.
max punishment? Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. These are always interesting spots when the second card pairs. Obviously, the big blind player sometimes mixes and leads here. And it's never super clear like what range and sizing and frequency the small blind should be playing here because the card is so bad for them. So now choosing to bet really small, which I think makes a lot of sense. I tend not to have too many in position bets of that size, but I think on that card it's reasonable.
This one's much closer. Oh.
How old is Shifter? Seems young.
He seems young. I'm not sure though.
Yeah. Jack 5 is also reasonably loose. I mean, I guess to a min-raise, not really. Would not mind a check back here from Zeno. Oftentimes the top pair when it has like the worst kicker, worst couple kickers, people like to check those back so they still have top pairs in the check lines. I think you have such an advantage on this board that you don't really need to check back like at all, basically, but I mean it's definitely totally reasonable.
Nico Matter said who's commentating with Bousquet? Jamie Kerstetter, and they'll have graphics up and commentators up in a little bit. We just changed our schedule around a little bit, so it'll take a minute. For anyone just joining us, this is the highlights of the Shifter versus Anthony Zeno match. So we're only seeing the big hands as we saw the. Oh, hi. Hey guys. This is Olivier. He won his match today. So, we invited him on for a nice victory lap and hang out. But yeah,
we look at each other and they can't see that we're seeing each other, so they just think we're turning to the side.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What happened in that hand? All of a sudden, Shifter has 140K.
Something really big happened that hand.
Yeah, I wonder if he called that 3-bet and cracked kings somehow. Interesting, Zeno's limping at the stack that I think he limped 4s at 50 big blinds before, right? That's more limping than I'm doing. I'll tell you that. Oh no, he's at 13 big blinds. Yeah. You can consider an ISO there would do 7. What?
I was suggesting earlier too that like maybe if a player is a pro and they're playing a recreational player, that they may just be trying to see like play a lot more post flop.
Dan was definitely doing that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, 5 ace 10. Good luck. Nice one.
Look for it.
Oh. Ooh, nice.
I'll do it 2 games to nothing,
Damn. That's rough.
Sorry, not 2 games to nothing. A double up for Zeno. I know how math works. So who picked this format? What's that mean?
That was a joke, is that,
Yeah. Shifter ain't dead yet. He's got 19 big blinds. It's plenty. When you were coaching Hafu, what threshold were you giving her for shoving? Like, did you say 20 big blinds, any ace?
No, I think, if her first round match had been against a pro, I would have given her a much simpler all-in or fold strategy at a reasonably high blind level. But I thought because she was playing Alexandra that it would be better for her to try to just play with her instinct and play at shallower stacks and just not focus too much on trying to force the all-ins.
Yep.
Because she's not trying to minimize a loss of edge, Oh, this looks dangerous. Both having an ace with this stack depth. I can't imagine this doesn't get all in. I mean, maybe, yeah. Pretty tough. It's a pretty big size bet. Head to win. Just can only chop. It's not a great spot. This one's a pretty dangerous card because you don't expect Shifter to have many ace X.
Wow.
Wow. Like he knows what he has.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just not. Oh.
With
Wow,
five
the five
and
is
she present
interesting.
one big blind.
It scared me from one. Good game, brother. Good game. Good game.
It's not
A little
over.
cooler at the end there. Look at the ace. Oh, is it a
Not even over. No, my man's got 4K. You can come back.
I didn't notice. Oh. Ace eight.
Oh, I thought you thought.
Oh.
That'll do it. It's a bit anticlimactic, but
Yeah, good game, bro.
good game Shifter.
That's awesome.
Eliminated to Anthony Zeno. So Anthony Zeno will advance the next round. I'm not sure his next opponent is going to be. They're going to have to play. But what do you think of all the influencers? How do you think of Hafu's play and your coaching experience with her?
You know, I didn't get to watch the match because I was playing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So my experience of coaching her was like great. I mean, she's just a lovely person and just a really talented like game and strategy person.
Mm-hmm.
Like she picked up stuff really quickly, and yeah, I had fun. I had fun working with her. I would have loved to have a bit more time. It would be cool if, I mean, I don't think these two particular women would be interested, but like if you could pick somebody like them and do a much longer kind of real challenge.
Yeah, for sure.
That'd be super
and you guys stay tuned. We're going to have Brad Owen and Daniel Dvorak next in just a few minutes. Guys, and welcome back. I'm joined with Olivier Bousquet, and we are bringing you some more heads-up action from this 32-player, 25K buy-in WPT Heads-Up Championship, sponsored by Poker King. How's it going? How are you feeling after your big win?
I feel great. I feel great. I got the hands I needed to against Linus, and I'm excited to see who I get to play in the next round.
Awesome. We've had a bunch of really cool people in the booth today. We saw Dan Smith as well. It's been easier getting the people in who've won their matches, you know.
I'm sure that's true.
But we have Brad Owen versus Daniel Dvoras coming up. Brad Owen.
I like the picture of Dvoras. He looks
fierce,
intense right here.
Do you know about Daniel Dvoras that he's like a survivalist? He'll just go outside for like a week and catch fish and only eat that. And like,
oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's
I've
cool.
already liked that guy. Now I like him even more.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And Brad Owen is one of the most popular poker vloggers. I think the most popular, actually. He gets 500,000 views for video, and just a very down-to-earth guy who is very relatable and has brought so many new players into the game. So I'm excited to actually see him play poker, you know, a high stake. Number one poker vlogger.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was hanging out with him yesterday. He's such a sweet guy.
Yeah,
really genuine dude.
I think there's a typo here, but he always calls Jack's GACKT. I don't know where that's from, but it's his like signature move, I guess. Yes, so Daniel Dvoras, known as Oxtoda Online, 15.9 million in live earnings, which is extra impressive because he's more of an online guy, and he's an ice fisherman, which we've already covered. He'll just like go hang out on a frozen lake. Not really my thing, but you know, each their own.
It's amazing. I mean, you really hit every niche, you know.
Wait, hold on.
Great.
I'm already confused.
Here we go, right into the action.
Oh wait, okay. No, I'm in. You are at the top. You'll be able. To,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Okay.
A lot easier with the app to hit 2.5 big blinds.
Is it?
Then
Because
to scroll
noticed...
to 2.2
gotcha.
or 2.3. All right, they both have a 7. Seems like a really good hand to barrel for Brad. Got to be careful not barreling like all your straight draws because you have so many. But I think the Jack-7 is a pretty good candidate there. Let's check back, and they both have a straight.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Okay, fair start.
Yeah.
I think if I was Dvoras and I saw that, I would assume that Brad is.
So I had the presets figured out when I was just like dunking around in some like 10-cent, 20-cent game, and they just went back to default.
Okay, so you don't have him going for this then?
No.
I don't have him either. I'm not sure if I'll have time. I probably won't.
I think it's definitely worth the time to choose the presets.
Yeah, what did you mess with in the app? What were your presets?
30, 50, 80 pot, and
yeah, I'm trying to do it like as we go.
Yeah. I guess I'll just.
If you go to the second tab to customize, and
go to the second tab.
Yeah, and then there's like a thing where you could do 5 buttons for the bet sizes. So that should have
really
your
bases
covered.
Yeah.
I was thinking it's pretty sweet that
Hard
of
to
course
do.
is helping him.
Yeah. When Linus and I were gonna play, Linus was just like ready to go right away, and I was like, "Man, have you tried to play with the app?" And he was like, "Oh no," and I was like, "Bro, take a few minutes." And then he did, and then the app froze, and it took 40 minutes, but it was funny. Yeah, I was like, maybe you should consider that. This is a pretty interesting check raise. I mean, the raising with tens, you're gonna probably raise with some weaker top pair than you would in some other spots because protection's more important. 9-10 though, I assume is some sort of mix. If you raise all those hands, you're gonna run into some tough spots, and then you're kind of weak in the check call lines too.
Linus playing on his phone was one of my favorite parts of the match because people in chat were, I think he's on Tinder.
It does kind of look like he's, you know,
Yeah.
because he's using his phone. So it's like,
Yeah.
it looked like he's swiping or whatever.
But now I have an excuse when I'm on Tinder. I'll just be like, I'm just playing in app.
You're just playing at 25K?
Yeah.
So we'll see what size Dvorak goes with in his 3-bet. Pretty standard, 10 big blinds. I think you could consider appeal with Jack 4 suited in position.
We'll do quite so far. Do we have 2 levels of 400, 800?
I guess so. Like, we've played more than 7 hands.
That's what I thought, yeah.
I guess this is the
It's weird.
8th.
I mean, it should say it. When you play in the app, it says how many hands left at each level.
The Dan Smith Aoki match was the funniest one that I commentated today. Because they just played till they had like 12 big blinds.
Oh,
You
I watched
watched
some
it?
of it. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. And you and Doug had great energy. It was fun.
Thanks.
Yeah, Dan was really pulling out the stops. His 2.5x ISO with what was it, 3-4 off or
Over and over
something?
again too. One was like, I think 10 deuce.
Yeah,
8 deuce.
probably.
This one where I was like,
I'm actually
buddy.
still trying to figure out if there's a way to like. Oh, there is a way to raise to like less than the minimum suddenly at this blind level. Not than the minimum, less than 2.5x. I mean.
Yeah.
The button's changed for you, right?
The what? The buttons?
Like, yeah.
No, I still don't have the preset stuff in.
Oh, okay.
But I just feel like I don't have time.
It's all right. At least you played some live poker in the last few months. I haven't played any live poker since, well, I guess like a year and a half ago now.
That qualifies live
I don't
poker?
know.
Because you can see the guy's face? I don't know. It was funny with Linus because Linus is on the phone.
not
But
even
I couldn't
looking up,
see
right?
how much he was, like, you know, if I'm looking at him, you can see that my eyes go into a different
Yeah.
place. But he's just looking at one
Yeah.
narrow
I wonder if you
thing.
could even have the
I
camera
wasn't
view.
sure.
Probably
Because I
not.
was going to ask him, and then I was like, I'm not going to even
Yeah.
get into it. Oh, he kind of showered me too. I was like, at the end of the second, after the second game, I was like, oh, that was an interesting hand with Queen 9. Like, just making conversation.
Mhm.
And he goes, oh, was it? I was like, nah, that's okay. I
Wow.
was like, oh, forget it. I was like, forget it.
Like, apparently not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I literally go apparently not or something. I was like, okay, cool, let's drop it.
Awesome.
I was like, yeah, Linus just showered me. Oh, this is a crazy hand, by the way. Okay. Yeah, I think this King 8 suited could definitely be checked here. Like, wow. This is partly why. So annoying. This is so incredibly
Let's
annoying.
go.
Wow.
That's a tough one. GG.
So you think check
Alright.
would be better just with
Not
that
fun.
exact situation?
Yeah, it's just like you really, really don't want to get jammed on. So
Yeah.
that's, you know, I mean, you have a good hand, but you really would like to avoid that. So check calling with that type of hand makes a lot of sense. You have a ton of equity. Like, the value of your hand is actually also quite durable too.
Yeah.
It's not like, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. But
Gotcha. So Dvorak takes game 1 over Brad Owen. Sorry for the people who follow his vlog who are really rooting for him, but he's still got a shot. He's
still alive. I lost my
yeah.
first match. Dan lost his first
Yep.
match. We can
So
come
yeah,
back.
so
Let's do
he's
it.
got to win the next one. We're gonna take a 2-minute break, but stick with us. So we'll be back.
Sorry, Art.
Hey guys, and welcome back. We are playing the 32-player 25K buy-in WPT Heads Up Championship, sponsored by Poker King. Here with Olivier Bousquet, and we are covering the Brad Owen Daniel Divorce match. That right now, Daniel Divorce made short work of Brad Owen on the first game, so it's 1-0. Brad Owen has to win this one if he wants to continue. What do you think of the first match?
Yeah, like you said, it was pretty short. It was mostly that big 3-bet pot. And, you know, like I said, like Brad had top pair and a flush draw. It's a good hand. And I you know, I think you got to give Divorce some credit. Because Divorce easily could have called, and then on some rivers, maybe Brad can find a check fold or something like that. But I think Divorce probably is thinking a combination of trying to deny equity realization, plus, you know, like just from the very, very small sample, when Brad doesn't barrel the Jack 7,
Okay. All right, I'm gonna
maybe
try and set
his
this
barrels
up
are
real
a bit
quick.
more value heavy, and you can kind of take advantage of that by jamming a bit
Shit, I
more
can't actually.
in spots like that, where you expect him
Yeah,
to be
I'll
bet
just,
folding less often.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take match time on my first few actions, and then once you're done, let me know.
It's not going to take as long as I thought. Okay. I think it's good. Yep. We're good.
You're good? Okay.
Yep.
Actually, interesting that he just calls here with ace-4 suited. I guess there's going to be some mix, but I would prefer to 3-bet at least more often than call.
I think I just messed that
Again,
up.
think you can mix there too. 3 to a straight flush, but definitely ace high is some showdown value, so check calling is pretty reasonable. Or Divorce will go for. Whoa, I don't like this bet. This is a bit too optimistic with a7, I think. I mean, you need a worse hand to call, right? And you got a better hand to fold. I don't think he meant that as a bluff, but that's partly why I don't really love the play, because it seems somewhere in between. I mean, I can't imagine ace high is a bluff there, but Divorce did not think he was bluffing.
Yeah. So what percentage of hands with no ante, 125 big blinds deep, should the button be folding? What types of hands? Is just 7 deuce, 8 deuce, like 3 deuce off?
Button be folding.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you can get away with some different stuff. I mean, you know, some players are going to say, hey, what does the range that I bought or that my solver did like tell me, and then be like, this is the answer. And I don't really agree with that approach very much. I think I would say somewhere between 80 and 90% is very reasonable. I think if you play 73% of hands, probably sacrificing a bit of EV. And if you try to play like 95, probably as well. I think anywhere in that range, whatever feels comfortable is fine. But like hands like Jack 4 offsuit, you know, Queen Deuce offsuit. These hands are kind of close. You can kind of figure out what you want to do with them. Bottom 2 is always like just so nice. Because it's like unblocks top pair, and you could just bet huge, you know, on clean runouts and just like. This is a decent, that's like reasonably interesting size to me on this board. I would expect this board to have a kind of small and a big size if you wanted to have more than one size. But this was kind of like an intermediate size. Sometimes when players understand that spots can have two sizes, one of their simplifications can be to use one size that's somewhere in the middle. I don't think that board is a board I would ever do that on. What blinds here? Oh, this is a 4-bet. Oh, what a gangster 4-bet with king deuce suited. This is a really tough spot for Dvorak, actually. I think you're supposed to peel here, but it's never fun to peel like a quarter of your stack out of position.
Especially if you think that your opponent is not going to be 4-betting light almost
I
as
would
much
say,
as he should.
I would say if I were to have predicted one of the nodes in which Brad is more likely to be aggressive than others, it would have been pre.
Okay, makes sense.
And this is a board that both players hit, and Dvorak can just absolutely not fold. I expect something like somewhere between 10 and 15k. Yeah, 16. It's about a third of the pot. I think it's a bit on the bigger side on this board, but you know, totally fine, totally reasonable. I mean, yeah, I don't think you could fold, so.
Oh,
And
man.
you can't fold now either. This is a really interesting spot. This is cool. Cool hand. I'm Brad. I mean, yeah, I check quite often here. Because you don't expect to get called by that many worse hands, and it's nice to have a king when you check back. Obviously, if you have like a hand like ace king or some king queen that you might 4-bet with, you might just jam. But this is nice to be able to
Have the best hand,
check
Joel.
back and then jam. Oh no, I think you need to jam for sure. You cannot let Jack 9 suited, Queen 9
I
suited.
should probably be more disciplined pre.
You didn't give me a lot of respect, Stan.
It's like 40% of a straight flush.
Yeah.
I mean, at theory, that's clearly a call. And it's if king deuce suited is like, I don't know how disciplined Brad is with his ranges, but like when you start coming up with potential 4-bets, sometimes you can come up with a lot.
Yeah,
you know,
sneaky
just like
top pair.
random
Well, not
suited
really
kings.
a sneaky top pair, but a sneaky kicker with it.
Yeah.
It's one of those ones that solvers like. King deuce.
Yeah,
king
I
deuce
like how
suited.
you're like, I don't give
Brad's in
you
the fire
respect,
streets.
and like there you are 4-betting with a 2 in your hand.
Right. What did I just do here?
Oh, that's
like
really funny.
min-raise.
That is amazing. That's so funny.
Oh no.
That was a misclick.
Oh gee.
That's a nice flop.
He just told him that was a misclick mid-hand.
Yeah.
I think Brad Owen is incredibly unlikely to fake this play.
No, I know.
What?
The more
I agree.
likely it is
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
a fake misclick.
I had 10-6 offsuit. I flopped
I
too
am
fair.
out of there.
What was that?
I am out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, people in chat are asking about Joey Ingram. Our schedule got mixed around a lot. He's going to be doing the Chris Kruk and Nick Schulman highlights after this. He didn't get too drunk, guys. He's going to do his job.
He's coming. Joey's
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah. I just
Joey
like
would
that
never
that's-
abandon y'all. He loves
No, he
y'all too
wouldn't.
much. He's too committed.
You don't have anything.
It's just a limp.
Don't act like you have king 10 or ace. What are you even pretending to have here? I have 6 high, so. I don't have anything
What are you
here.
pretending to have?
I know. I'm not gonna have anything.
I
I thought we were
Great.
not as deep as we were. I thought we were like 40 big blinds deep. So that's why.
I mean, we will be in like 3 hands.
Right. I have a lot going on over here.
It's a great format, actually. We need to play more tournaments in this format.
I like this a lot. And you know what? Like
Introducing like app bugs or like, discomfort with the app is actually a great
I was value 4 betting
component.
that king deuce, by the way.
Like min rebetting by accident is just awesome.
Well, I just called because pot odds.
Yeah.
and maybe, the real winning is the friends you made along the way.
True. I think Jack deuce of hearts could definitely bet this flop. I mean, Queen 4 was in position, sorry. I just got really weird deja vu. We've been here before, Jamie?
I've been here 7 hours.
That's fair.
Oh shoot, my
You're good?
yeah, just my percentages went away for some reason.
Like the preset bet sizes?
Yeah, they're back on the flop, but
Yeah, I had that happen for a couple of hands too.
That's interesting.
This is aggressive.
What kind of turns are we barreling on? Like a diamond, 4-6, something like
This
that?
one?
This one,
This one
obviously.
looks like one of them?
Yeah, but that's the plan, right? Like anything where he's turning equity, like a straight draw or flush draw.
Yeah, 6, 8, 4 diamond. All seem like reasonable candidates. I mean, 7 and 9. I assume you would bet often as well.
Yeah,
Weird
what'd you
spot
have
for
on that
Brad.
one, Dan?
Improves his hand and has to fold.
You'll see in a couple of hours.
Am I gonna like it or no?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah, he had 9 high. Probably
Great, though.
not.
I love the truth telling that's going on.
It was a misclick. I meant
This
to do
was a limp and then a
3,500.
2.5x. Yeah, okay, that makes more
Alright.
sense. Divorce limping at 60 big blinds with 8-4 off. That's interesting. Seems like he's been looking at some stuff. Alright, this is a board that we could get some.
I fully expected Brad to study for this. This is like the biggest buy-in he's ever played. And he was really, really excited to get the chance to play it. So I would be shocked if he came in without having been either coached or just studied a bunch.
I think without a club here, this is not a super high frequency check raise. But I could see him leading this card. It's nice to have a club in your hand when you bluff. It's an easy simplification to take a bunch of your non-club straight draws and give up with them.
It's actually the worst thing that Daniel Forrest could have in his hand right now, right? You have
I mean, he
exactly
could
what your
maybe have
opponent
hands
should
like
have.
5-3, 5-7. A large bet. I wonder what his bluffs are there. Maybe he has some straight drop zone.
Chat said, Olivier beat Linus Love, half supercomputer, half man. You got the man side today, I guess.
I'm the
No, I think Linus is half supercomputer, half man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm saying you're lucky he was half man today.
Oh, yeah. Wow, this could be a big pot. They both have the diamond too. I think Brad's hand gets check raised like basically every time. And yeah, Divorce chooses a large size. Not super huge though. in part because like you want to be able to bet some 5x for protection. That 5 was a 9. You'd be happier to check back more of your 9s. You probably have a more polarized strategy and choose a bigger size.
Oh, baby.
I mean, at the same time, I think this card, even though it gives both of them equity, it can also be a card that makes them less willing to put a ton of money in on the river without another diamond. Yeah, I
An action
could
killer.
imagine check potentially. Oh wow, wow. Dvoris is not going to be happy about this because this really doesn't look like a bluff, and it's not a lot of hands that are value betting that are worse than. I mean, maybe
This
this
is
might be the
surprising to
only
me.
hand. What?
This is a surprising bet to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is. I agree. This is a bit probably too thin. I mean, you can see that Dvoris has him pipped and really does not want to call.
Yeah.
It's also the type, I think this half pot size also signifies a kind of like unsureness about what to do. Like he definitely doesn't want to check and then have the guy blast.
Yeah.
I think this
Man, that's sick though. It's that it was like a value bet.
I didn't really know what I wanted to do or if I wanted to call or not on that one, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds like I'm going to be real unhappy.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yep.
that's
not gonna be
correct.
good.
That was a good read by you too.
That's so bizarre. They don't know each
Yeah,
other's
really
hands,
bad,
but they
but I guess
immediately.
not.
Yeah. I think if you're gonna bet there with the king 10, I think a block is the most you can do.
You can get a 1L lead,
But
so
that was interesting. Was interesting. Yeah.
and you've got a 1L lead.
That's why everyone likes Brad though. Like he feels bad that Dan feels bad about folding. He's like, "You're still winning, bro. Don't worry."
Really want to rip here, but
Desiccation asks, do blinds go up in
That's
this
like
format?
the hand
Yes,
where I
very
check raise,
quickly.
where you're like, you can't have anything.
I know.
A little
Unless
bit
you're
different
trying
board.
to trap me pre-flop or something weird.
Yeah, blinds go up every 7 hands. Very quick. Yeah, some of the matches still lasted 45 minutes or so, which is surprising.
Yeah, especially because there's a decent number of limps that child stacks, and if the lead goes back and forth a couple times.
Ace-X offsuit here.
It's still go quite long.
Ace-X is good.
Wait, do you have like a 10-8 suited or something?
Not that good.
What's the match that you're looking forward to watching the most?
A Crux Showman match since I'm playing the winner.
Okay.
But tomorrow, oh man, there's a bunch of matches. Obviously, Doug and Tom, I mean, obviously.
I can't wait for that one.
Stevie and Chewy should be fun.
Yep.
And there's JRB and Lynn. There's a lot of good matches tomorrow. You guys did a good job with the matchups. It's a good mix of people. You got me in there, and you got some other people. A good
have
group.
that one.
I wonder if he's gonna have multiple sizes here. I think this would go in my small ISO size. Yeah, 3x size seems right.
Canadian Luke had a question for you. He said Dan only had a half pot size left. You still blocking there, Olivier?
Sorry, in which spot?
It was current, so whatever the last hand was, I guess, but I don't know. Oh, okay. I think the hand, the king 10, ace 10, I'm assuming, right?
Asking if I ever bluff in
Yes.
Dan's spot?
Would you? No. When saying Dan only had a half pot size left, are you still blocking that king 10 value bet? Like, are you gonna put out
Oh,
a block
given
bet?
the SPR is what
Yeah.
he's asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think you can. I mean, am I personally? I'm probably checking that turn a bunch, but I think it's fine to bet. Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard when I can see the hands. But yeah, with king 10 and the king of diamonds, yeah, it's in somewhat weird spot. I might just check and fold, to be honest. 'Cause it's hard for Daniel to
You
have
had
a
any
bunch
good
of
hands?
bluffs.
Any good starting hands?
I don't expect him to call much worse.
Good starting hands?
No, have you gotten any? Like any premium hands?
I mean, depends what your definition of a premium hand is, I guess.
Yeah.
Is this how other people have chatted?
You guys are the most silent match, obviously.
Yeah. You mean,
watched
there was no one that talked less than no talking at all?
Yeah.
Ace queen suited? Ace queen suited for me. I might be forgetting something though.
I was somewhat tilted after the ace-5 debacle.
It's really interesting though, because that's just you in your own head thinking you played a hand badly.
I'm glad Doug was not in the booth for that.
Oh, I tore you apart.
You tore me
I was
apart,
like,
yeah.
wow, I've never seen such garbage.
I heard Doug
was like,
laughing
I can't
from his
believe it.
room.
Obviously, like Botez, Hafu, we're chatting the whole time.
Okay,
Stefan and Timothy Adams, just a few words here and there. That was quiet as well.
Fun and
Stefan, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard his name pronounced like 12 ways, by the way.
Oh, this is
Stefan
interesting. This is an interesting check here, and this is seems fine, yeah. But yes, yeah. This is why I think people who, especially if you, this is a really interesting spot. I think generally speaking. Oh wow. Yeah. So it's an interesting dynamic. I think people who play live and who play at lower mid stakes are much more likely to make this kind of bet. This kind of small in position value bet. And part of the reason is just because in those types of player pools, people are just much more likely to just be like, fine, I pay. And you just get way under check raised relative to theory. And that's one of the reasons that you don't want to reopen the betting in that spot with that size and potentially weak hand. So that's why block bets are much more generally played out of position than in position. And Dvorak made him pay, and looks like Brad bet with a plan. So I don't really like that hand to bet call. I would like to have some more relevance to the board, like a straight blocker, if I were to bet call 6. But really interesting, and I think part of the reason that Dan checks is because he unblocks the top pair. So there should be some king X that Brad can play that hand like that with. I actually think that hand might be blocked in Dan's spot often, in theory, because the king X will raise. But in practice, people under raise, so I think it makes sense to check this instead. But I think there's a lot going on in that hand, actually. It was that was an interesting one. Pretty high action card, obviously.
You're actually the only one.
This is a somewhat surprising float bet from Brad, I think. I think the first What does that sound?
Background noise, people talking.
Yeah, when it comes to another club like that.
Do you have a club here?
That's tough. Interesting that Dvorak did not barrel that king.
Fuck. Wow.
It's a very
Yeah, that's
reasonable
unlucky.
call, even though he didn't.
Yeah. I thought you would have bet turn with the club that high.
I think I somewhat agree that often that would happen.
Is it impressive to you that Brad Owen got up to speed so quickly?
I just don't know enough about his like experience and what he's normally playing and stuff. I mean, he seems to be, you know, like pretty competent. So
Yeah, he
if
was playing like 2-5 for a couple of years. He was, starting a vlog. He started playing. He would take shots sometimes at higher, but really like a lot of his content is based around like mid stakes live cash. But I've always felt like he was a good player and like worth listening to, and a lot of people agree apparently. Really, like he gets to do so.
yeah, definitely tough to get thrown into this. I mean, obviously there's some better spots than others, but Dvorak's not a great spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how like the field overall is like reasonable, but the distribution is very
It's
skewed.
ridiculous, yeah.
And I guess that's reasonably common in high roller events. But
Oh yeah, just table draws everything for sure.
I can get bluffed here too.
Yeah, so just
All right,
another like
nice
nice value.
Nice bluff, Daniel.
I remember
Hello.
Sitting down for the main event one year, and my whole table was accents. I'm like, I was like, that's brutal. Just drew like a really bad day one and just sat there and played super tight to make day twos.
Just broke my heart.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks.
I guess I should have preset these to have a min.
You can't. I tried.
It's like the battle of
tried
like
to
the
put it
most
to, like,
sincere poker
20%,
players.
I
and it
know.
doesn't let you.
This is really great.
Yeah.
So you gotta drag it to make the small raise sizes.
I already messaged WPT to be like, can we just advance them both? They'd probably be terrible at Mafia. We should get them involved. Werewolf Mafia games. Just like, I am bad. I'm sorry.
Just throwing in the random Mafia reference. There's probably a group of people playing a drinking game, and every time that game is referenced, they have to take a
Oh
shot.
man. I've killed some people this year then. People are really enjoying your insights.
My insight?
Yeah.
Sweet. Thanks, people. Oh man, that's a tough card. Poor Brad. Foldable, obviously. This is a card that maybe you can get away from a lot of the straight draws of a pair of eights or made straights. Jack 8, Jack 9, 6, 8, 6, 9. 8, 9.
Go check back.
I think the implication there is that he's saying, do you have a 3? But no. He's just reasonably thinly value betting a 10. Good fold. Yeah, I think that's a
painful now.
Fold in the spot.
What'd you have on that one?
Stuff.
Did you have better than
I had a respectable hand.
Okay, I made a good fold.
This is a thing, by the way, that is not very often done in higher stakes games. That people like kind of ask what other people had very often. But it's funny to see him like kind of like really want to know.
Yeah. Also, I've played cash with Brad. He's not like this at all. Like,
Oh, of
he's
course.
actually like, what'd you have? What do you have? Like, he's very
No, of
chill.
course. Yeah, he's like comfortable. And when you're just playing one person, obviously, like their tendencies and whatever, it's just, you just want to know. You're just like, what? Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, I came in here, asked you about the hand with Linus.
Yep.
Somebody even texted me that he had it. I was like, oh, thanks.
It was very optimistic of you to think I was gonna remember those hands.
I should remember.
I'm just saying.
Is Dvorak going to go for this one? I think this is a very reasonable candidate. Looks like Brad has queen high or 4 or this type of hand. And when it comes 9-9 like this, Dan is going to definitely have hit some 9 that he will check back.
So weird.
This is why this massive sizing. He's choosing this sizing to just saying I have a 9, basically. And it does make some sense. Like, it's a credible story because, like I said, he will just barrel like he did with 7-8 with just 9x, hit a 9, check, and then hit ribs. So that's why he chose that. It was because of that very specific run out that he chose that size. I would mostly raise this hand when I get limped into at the stack size. I'm kind of surprised that he just checked back. It's obviously not a big deal, but and this is whoa. What is that? He has absolutely no equity, and the story doesn't make a lot of sense. It's interesting that he's picked this spot because Dan has decided to make a somewhat, I guess because it's limped, it's a bit of a different spot, but betting the second pair there is not like super typical. Typically have a more polarized turn probe strategy.
Wow, full pot. Let's go, Brad.
Wow, this is really strong. And this is a thing where I think the Dvorak's sense of Brad's frequencies might let Brad get away with this, even though Dvorak is clearly super skeptical.
Wow.
Not gonna like that.
Yeah, that was a weird hand because it didn't really make sense. Yeah,
And you're not gonna like that one.
yeah. I don't know why he told him that.
There.
So funny.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was a bit of an emotional play, it seemed like, from Brad.
He'd lost a couple pots, or what?
What'd you say?
Because he had lost a couple pots, or what do you mean?
I'm not sure. Maybe he just felt like Dan was kind of running him over, and because that's like the language taking a stand.
Yeah.
But also just the idea that like the way he played that hand doesn't really make that much sense given the nature of his actual hand. And I'm not saying it was a bad play. I mean, he got away with it, and I think in part because he played it so strong. And sometimes your actual hand selection doesn't matter as much. And if you're not making these really strong plays like that often.
Something I'll say though that I'll give Brad a lot of credit. I think a lot of people want to follow through on the river and they choose too small a sizing. He was like, I'm following through and I'm just gonna go pot.
Oh yeah, no, I agree totally. Yeah, he didn't just like half pot it and then just sigh when the guy calls. He was like, I'm gonna make you make a tough call. Yeah, and I think Dvorak was probably like expecting to freeze that kind of bluff with his turn call, and Brad was like, "Not today, bro." But yeah, that was a cool hand.
Yeah, I think you're projecting
what I was
a bit though. You're projecting a bit by putting bro on the end of all this stuff. I don't think they're saying that. I think that's you.
I'm sorry. Tone it down. What happened in this spot? This is just he just 3-bet with a 10-6-0. Okay, he probably just does this at a small frequency. This is, I think, a fine play. But Brad flopping top and bottom. I think with this small size, you might. Oh no. I don't like this raise.
You would have just called, yeah.
This is just a really greedy raise, I think. Just really trying to just hopefully cooler a hand, basically.
Yeah, me beat there.
You gotta let Dvorak barrel into you there.
Well, I mean, did you have?
I had 2 pair. I had king
You
deuce.
want to be able to call that king deuce 3 with a bunch of hands, a bunch of ace high hands.
I had not a very
some
good hand.
queen jack and queen 10 hands. And you see Dvorak had basically no outs. Like he just can basically not catch up to you unless he hits a ridiculous miracle. So you really want to play a mostly call strategy in position there. And if Dvorak happened to have a good hand, like you're gonna get all in with him anyway. I think a little bit of an experience there from Brad, and not just that, also just a bit of like, I mean, it's exciting.
Rush, like getting in a rush.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Match.
Yeah, just a bit of a reaction, like, please, can we just end this hand now, or like just get all in and let me just win. But Dvorak still at 20 big blinds, and Brad really in control of this match. This is large size. No, actually, no, it's not. Yeah, I forget how big the blinds are. Yeah, I like betting ace queen there. It's a hand that actually is mostly betting for value. I mean, you get a bunch of worse hands to continue, and it's unpleasant when you get check raised, but you can't be afraid of aggression all the time.
Ooh. Most in.
Yeah, at 17 bigs. I mean, this is a play that will make money. I don't love that play, but it's not losing.
I would say that that's probably a good play against Dvorak then. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends what your approach is. Like, I think Brad has to try to come into this with confidence, right? And Jack-10 suited just plays so well. I mean, can you think of a prettier looking hand? You know, a hand you want to see a flop with more. If you check Jack-10 suited, you're also going to make money. If you 3x, you're also going to make money. It doesn't really matter how you play it. It's such a good hand, you're always going to profit with it. But I would just prioritize hands that have less playability in my all-in. But, you know, 17 bigs, it's not massive difference. It's gonna be interesting. I think you have to be a little bit careful about this, about betting with what looks like a really natural bet because you have equity. But what do you do here if Dvorak makes it 9,000? I mean, you call.
Yep.
And then if he jams and you have to fold. I mean, I can see Dvorak's hand. So, I mean,
Yes.
not that this is such an obvious raise, but I mean, wow. I mean, you got to call.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
And you can see like how well played that King 7 is. I mean, okay, there's other spots in which he's like a big dog, but that's partly why you do that.
Better.
And you put 6-5 in a hurt locker there, and it's partly why 6-5 probably wants to consider checking a little bit at that stack depth to avoid that spot. And you got to give Dvorak credit. I mean, a lot of people I think would, even experienced pros, just call there. And again, there's trade-offs to calling and raising, and it's not like every time he's in that spot. But that's Dvorak is tough. Clearly, like how naturally he made that play, without being like you know, a guy known for playing a ton of heads up. He's really that's very sharp, in my view. That's a straight. Man, these connected monotone boards, man, it's like playing a different game.
Those are the ones where you're saying you throw out like one big blind when you do bet, or just
I don't even know what to do.
don't even know.
I just ask someone who's better than me, and I just do what they tell me to do.
Not a bad policy.
I mean, what do you do? What am I supposed to do?
Sometimes I check back good hands.
Yeah, I mean, you could study like 90%
I had
of
another
flop decks,
respectable
have a
hand.
sense of what to do,
Sure you
and then
did.
look at that and be
I
like,
did.
what? Like,
Oh,
what is
cool.
this mess?
Cool
So I
story.
go to, and then like just all the ridiculous potential turns, you know, board pairing, straight making, flush completing. Just come on, just don't make me do it. I think this hand. Oh wow.
Wow.
Also a straight without really some flush danger. That's just so like it's so pure, right? I popped a straight too in a big pot against Linus. It wasn't as pure, even though I had the flush draw. But like
7-4 of base.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
Fuck, I
pure.
popped a straight
Obviously
there.
heartbreaking. Yeah, real heartbreaking.
You're supposed to,
That
you're
happens.
supposed to raise.
I probably should have
So
done
if
the
you win one, we gotta make it a match for the people.
It is a match, man. What are you talking about? It's a great match. I think with the 6 deuce, you actually can consider doing some aggressive stuff here. Free, not now. Who wants it more, Jamie? Who wants it more? That's what I want to know. I wish Phil Hellmuth was here because everybody knows he wants it the most. Did you know that? How much he wants to win? That's my favorite thing when people say that. The other pros in the poker world, they don't really want to win.
I was really thinking
As
about
someone
doing
who's
the
kind of
same
chill,
thing.
I think there are very.
So I can't
Sorry,
hear
I
you
didn't
all
want to
the
talk
time.
over them.
I mean, I guess
I was
it's
saying,
full.
as someone
Okay.
who's pretty chill, I think there are varying degrees of wanting to
Got me
win.
off the chop. Nice hand.
Always so suspicious, Brad. Always so
First you
suspicious.
take his side.
How do you have anything there? You have a jack there sometimes? You have a king there sometimes?
Brad's really great.
You have a king.
He's
Could
so
I have a queen?
sincere. So wow, deuce 4. That is, you could fold that hand, guys.
Respectful
If
to
you
Mr.
want to
Dvorak.
fold the deuce 4 offsuit, like that's, you know, you can do it.
Yes.
Don't feel obligated. There's no ante. But, you know, straight, wait, I think you should probably bet most of the, wow.
Whoa.
What do I know?
You don't know anything. Just
Now
let
divorce is a
Brad
straight
do
draw
his
too.
thing.
This is just genius. That's a nice card too. I mean, it's just, you know, sometimes you have these hands and then the card slips right in and you're just like, I got it. It's such a good feeling. You just like want to hold on to it, you know. And then he keeps folding. What? Yeah, it's like, what's
I don't think
happening?
he had a straight. I had
You shouldn't
I
tell him.
I believe him now.
less likely that you had that specific hand.
That's fine.
Yeah, why would you tell Divorce
that's
that
what
you
I
have
had.
board that you
I
lived
don't-
in with
I
board
don't lie
juice
on these
off?
things.
He's not gonna believe you.
I don't really,
Come
I
on.
don't really lie in
I
general.
think at this point, Divorce.
I don't
really
know
lie
if
in
I
general.
believe you, but I'm
What is-
inclining to not.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, no,
Oh, now
I
Brad's
think
being
you.
so-
I would guess that you don't lie in general, like in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going pretty far
in
there
real life.
to with my story that I
Oh, this
that
is
I
they're playing Q4.
don't lie.
Ace of heart. Nah, man, these guys haven't even implied something that was untrue about their hands. You know, it's been a real completely on the up and up, and they've given some really unnecessary information too. Just like
I'm thoroughly
I had
enjoying
a straight.
this.
Like he didn't even
Yeah.
ask you what you
I can
had.
hear the
Wow, he just folded a 6 there.
timer.
Without a heart. That makes sense.
You know when it gets down
Man,
to like
where's the
3
sharp?
or like 5 seconds or whatever on your end,
Mhm.
and I just I realize that subconsciously I just associate it with getting raised.
What are you trying to say?
I don't hate Phil Hellmuth. I actually really like Phil personally. I do enjoy, you know, giving him a hard time. I hope I get to play him so I can show
There,
people
bet
that I have genuine.
to try to
Yeah, you want to play the high
de-associate those things.
Sure, how much you like him.
That's cool.
I do have affection for Phil as a guy, as a person, but I also enjoy giving him a heart. It's pretty close to float here with the Queen 9.
Man.
I wonder if he would call with the Queen.
That was impressive.
Well, what did I do?
Just you came back big. I think you were down to like 12 bigs or something, or maybe even less than that.
I mean, I was down to like 30K, I think.
Yeah.
So it's really only I've doubled.
Yeah, but
in this game where we have like even less big blinds now that the levels went up. And
Blinds are up now. So it's interesting that, I don't know if it's related to the blinds going up, but he limped the 4 deuce, but then he just folded the 4-3.
Well, it might just be because Divorce is like, you had what? You can't have that hand. And he's like, oh crap, I guess I
Did Divorce say that? Oh, I missed that.
He's
I
like,
missed
you
it.
don't have 4 deuce off. No, you like, yeah.
That's illegal.
That is what it sounded like. Or he's like, oh shit, I'm not supposed to have this. Okay.
Yeah, I wish Linus would have given me tips like that.
Seriously.
Like you can't play ace-5 like that, bro. Wow, this is a nice play. This is, I think, the correct for like a good hand to choose.
Yeah, there's lots of turns he can
Bit
continue
unlucky
on.
that Divorce has a 7
Yeah.
with diamond. That's
Yeah.
a bit unlucky. We'll see what the turn brings. Yeah, this is a tough card to just barrel on because Divorce, well, he's not really got a lot of ace highs, but Brad is committed to his bluffs, though. We've
Yeah.
seen. He's not necessarily somebody to give up. Wow. Tough spot.
This is
for
a weird
Divorce
spot
here.
for sure.
Tough spot, for sure. Divorce has made some big folds, some big laydowns. And he continues to
And
make
Brad's
them.
gonna be like, you're not gonna like that one. That's happened every time he's laid something down. Uh-oh, no talking
Oh, here we go.
anymore. We got
This
serious.
is it. I mean,
Yeah.
limp is my guess and my suggestion. Wow. Doesn't matter. I mean, I assume he could flat here. This is not the ace I would use to flat. Yeah. All right.
Fuck, are you kidding me?
Oh, that's painful.
Oh.
Oh, that's painful. That hurts to watch. That hurts me. I'm sorry, Brad. You can see it hurts him too. Poker is a cruel game.
Oh.
This is not gonna work.
Something I really like about Brad's vlogs, the few that I've seen, is that he will go over like horrible losing sessions. Like a lot of other people pretend to win, and he showed downswings where he was like really hurting for months and stuff, and it's like what makes people like him a lot.
Yeah, it's cool. He's just honest and
Mhm.
open about what is like the real poker experience. I think that's great.
Yeah. It also probably takes less out of him because he doesn't have to be fake in a vlog. Like the people who pretend to win or pretend everything's amazing, like I think that takes a toll.
And it's just, I mean, I assume people just tell when someone's being real with them. And yeah, Divorce
Nice
just feels
hand.
so obligated to call when he review. Nice value bet, Brad, getting paid. That definitely is going to feel good, like taking the lead again after that bad beat. That's going to be a nice little boost of the confidence. Big sizing. Hands are huge.
Oh, I saw in your interview you said you like the sand if you can't have aces. That was a
Yeah,
tough
yeah.
interview question.
It's a nice. I mean, it's a good hand. I don't have like favorite hands. You know, like
'Cause you're a professional poker player. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of pros are like, "Hey, 10-7 suited. That's my hand." I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll have kings. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not attached to it. Oh my God, he's got a queen. This. Oh, he called him in raise with queen 4. Yeah, that's interesting. Probably pretty close. 16 big. Oh, wow. This I'm not as much a fan of. Obviously it's fine, especially like theoretically, but I'm not a huge fan of this. I don't think you're really going to get a lot of action for more sands. Even though they're so short and this is a strong enough hand to play in this way. He's just going to go all in and call. Like, if you got it, you got it, right?
Fair enough. All right. See you in
That's got to
round
feel
3.
good. After that bad beat,
Do you want to take a little break
come
for a
back
second?
and still win. And
Sure,
really,
yeah.
Do you want to keep it going?
that's got to feel
Oh, we can take a break. How much time do you want?
10 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Well, what time is it right now?
10 minutes.
Go, whoa.
We come back tomorrow and finish. We'll just finish
Yeah.
tomorrow. I gotta eat dinner.
Yeah, so that was awesome. I'm really enjoying this match, not just the like friendly banter, which is how I wish poker always was, but that Brad has like definitely brought his A game and that he's not afraid. And that it's 1-1 now. Who you got? You still going Dvorak?
I mean, yeah. I think Brad is playing impressively for his lack of
Yeah.
experience, and he clearly such a decent and down to earth guy. It's hard not to root for him, and I'm not rooting, but Dvorak I think is playing quite sharply.
I think we're allowed to root for him as long as we each pick a side.
Okay. I don't really want to root for these guys. They're two really nice guys.
Yeah.
And I think both represent poker in great ways. So it should be fun to see the third match. I think it's Dvorak is playing quite sharply, so Brad's gonna have to keep his game at a high level to compete.
Cool. So stick with us, guys. We'll be right back. Hey guys, and welcome back to that WPT Heads Up Championship presented by Poker King, a 25K buy-in, 32-player bracket where we are almost done with day one. We have Brad Owen right now playing Daniel Dvoris. Brad Owen, probably the biggest buy-in he's ever played, maybe his first Heads Up event ever, and he is 1-1 with one of the best players in the world. Are you surprised by this, or what do you think this match so far?
Well, I mean, format super high variance, and I mean, Steve Aoki and Dan Smith were 1-1. So obviously it's not the same, and Brad has shown himself to be, you know, totally competent and to understand a lot of what's going on and be able to play at a reasonably high level. But you can never be like super surprised by anyone beating anyone else in this format. Not just one game, obviously, but like.
Okay.
I mean, I beat Linus, you know, so
I was
obviously
gonna say,
anybody can win.
Yeah, the Aoki Dan Smith thing. I was like, I was also surprised that Dan Smith was in the running for that one at all.
That's true. That's fair. Did they switch sides? Wasn't Brad on the left?
Assuming the app just does it randomly when a new game starts. Or, you know, I thought Dan Dvoris is like, listen, left is my lucky side.
Yeah, he does seem like that kind of guy. Wonder if Dvoris will go for this. Doesn't have too many kind of worse hands than this. Hard to imagine. Yeah. This is not fun. It's not fun if you're Brad. Obviously, the bluff catcher, you beat bluffs and you beat nothing else.
Nice.
I think having an ace is like a reasonable card to have, actually, because Daniel will never bluff with an ace in his hand. So you unblock potential bluffs by Dan. But can't really fault him for folding. He's going to have plenty of other candidates that he can call. These are two very playable hands. This often goes 3-bet call. And on a bunch of boards, we can see a big pot. Wow, just a call. Okay. That's a fine way to play the hand, but I think mostly want to be 3-betting hands like this for board coverage, so you can have good hands on all different types of boards. It's just a great playable hand. But here we are in the single raise pot. Doesn't seem like you really want to check raise this type of like hand class at all. Just doesn't really play that well, and just a card that could freeze the action a little bit. I think Dvoris is going to want to be barreling some straight draws. This one does not seem like a great candidate. The king and the jack of spades are both cards that you kind of want your opponent to be having. And he's going to have a bunch of worse straight draws to barrel. I think Daniel, I'm not really sure what Daniel's thinking about. I think you have to call always with a straight. It's a very thin value bet by Brad, probably too thin.
Wow.
And there's been a number of situations in which Brad has attempted to make, I think,
I guess, would you value bet that?
Too thin value bets.
Yeah, you just
I think especially
if
you're not.
If you check to me. Yeah, I think
probably not. You do? I guess I lost about the same amount. I don't know.
Are you going?
I don't know. I think if part of your style is to try to value bet really thinly, I think it's important to really be able to combine a bunch of bluffs into your strategy. And I think at lower levels, value betting really thinly is super important, and having bluffs in your strategy is not nearly as important. And so you can really get away with that asymmetry. When you start to play really good players, I mean, you see Dvoris sometimes folding better hands because he's just like, I want to overfold. And that's part of the danger. People will, like, good players who are paying attention are gonna make the adjustment. And I mean, I'm not faulting Brad in any way. Like, understanding the nuances of hand strength at different formats is incredibly complicated and takes a lot. And like him just playing and battling itself is super worthy of respect, and he's doing great. Decent flop for Mr. Dvoris. Again, it's just like, oh, it's just, you're just like, wow, did that really happen? Like, that's 5 cards in a row. Then, you know, assuming Brad folds. Oh wow.
I was gonna say it didn't look like old face.
It did not look
Oh,
like, and this is a very
no.
unlucky card for Brad, obviously.
Yeah.
I think this is a card that Dvoris should be making some reasonably sized bets on the turn, and by that I mean very large bets. I wouldn't be surprised if he bet 12 or 14,000. Yeah. And obviously, Brad cannot float Queen 3 of spades on the flop and then fold when he hits a queen. And it's just really unfortunate for him. Oh man. Oh man. This is a card that, I mean, he could bet 50K here or something, and Brad is going to be in a world of hurt. And you got to be a bit careful with your floats here on the flop, right? This is all in. Yeah, that is. Wow.
I had a legitimate hand.
Did you? Doesn't sound like you. Doesn't sound like you.
That's great. They're both so skeptical of each other, and like they haven't really had that many.
They've literally told the truth 100% of the time, and they're both like, I don't know about you.
I was thinking.
Yeah, Brad.
Is the
And it's just a bit unlucky.
Turn, I guess, for me.
I think you should be 3-betting this hand if you're Brad Owen, some percentage. You know, like many other situations in poker, you know, you're going to want to mix some stuff. But I think this hand plays pretty well. The 3-bet. It's a good hand. And again, we could have a bunch of interesting stuff here. An open ender, bottom pair, and a backdoor. A strong backdoor. But this presumably will go bet fold. I think the 5, since it completes 6-8, is not a card that will be overbet as much as, let's say, a 4 or a 3 or a deuce or a king. But with an 8 in his hands, he still elects to go for the very large size, and that makes a lot of sense. Pretty much nothing Brad can do with his hand.
I had a slightly less legitimate hand, but still a worthy hand.
I don't even know what that means.
It was just amazing because they are speaking in code. They're speaking in like truth code.
You know,
They don't want to tell each other what they had, but they're like talking around it now.
I'm like, this match.
The most
Oh
wholesome
my god.
ribbing I've
I
ever
want to
heard.
be friends with both of them. And then I want to
They
beat
should
them
do
at
like
every
a
game
they should
where
do like
there's
a
any
open
deception.
mic night where they like have to roast each other, and they're just like
No.
the most wholesome.
Have you ever heard one of those compliment battles?
You have a lot
It's like
shorter hair
a
in your picture.
like a rap battle, but you just say nice things.
I don't think I've
They
heard
always-
that. I did.
Oh, they're
when
awesome.
hair salons were
I did see.
open.
You see Andy Sandberg at roast where
And,
he was like,
now
"Oh,
not,
he
so
did this."
It's actually longer than it looks. It's just very curly.
Yeah.
Like a whole.
His hair. I
situation.
did notice his hair. I wonder if this is a quarantine thing, or just a new look. I did notice it.
Cool.
His hair was longer and he was shaved. He looked less like an outdoorsman than he did in his photo.
I'm down with that, but he chooses very cold locations, and I'm not. I was like, I'll go regular fishing or like go live on like
Down with what, like
a mountain.
wilderness, the wilderness lifestyle.
Yeah, I think that's really
You
cool.
do a
but
lot
he's
of
like,
hiking.
yeah, I do, but like he's like freezing himself on a lake where I'm just like, no, I like being warm. Like this room, I can't believe I didn't think like, hey, let's try to warm up this room. So you guys.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like,
It's because of the way
it's
the
the kind of thing
buttons
that feels like you
I
can't change
wanted to bet
anything.
a little
And you
bit
realize, wait, I can just hit a button.
I thought I was changing out there.
Oh, maybe.
Give me that much respect.
No, I think it's just for the.
No, it was either that or half pot.
Just for-
I should really change that.
You're a genius.
I think Dan can actually 3-bet that hand at some frequency. Which is probably fun for people at home. They're like, what is some frequency? Like, what does that even mean?
People at home, what about people in the booth?
Did he just fold the 8-9 with a spade there? Wow. I mean, I guess he bet a reasonable size, but still, that's surprising. I would not have folded a gutter with a spade ever. I wouldn't even considered it, I don't think. $55 big blind limp with 10-4. And just so people understand, like, the reason that the Dvorak is limping, because you can very reasonably play a strategy without limping at the stack depth, and like I play a strategy without it. He's limping because he wants to play more hands. So like when I get 10-4, like I fold it. But you can play, you play whatever 83% of hand. You only raise. If you add limps in, it really complicates the strategy because you can't just limp bad hands. But you can play more hands. So you can play, probably upwards of 90%, and that's what Dvorak is doing. I'm a big fan of reducing complexity in the game, but people disagree, and some of the very good players are able to handle it and still perform or execute at a high level. Credit to them. Yeah, when Brad decides to go for it, he goes for it, which is nice to see, and important and valuable in a heads-up context for sure. Just being able to put pressure on your opponent take you a long way. It was like 80% of my strategy for 90% of my career. I just made those numbers up.
I know, I was gonna say, and then what's 100% of the
Oh,
time
look at
you're
this.
bullish.
This could be a hand. I think King Queen is 3-bet at this stack depth. Often, maybe not always, but often. I think the larger the size, actually the more you want to 3-bet. Get that wrong. You're just more incentivized. There's just money in the pot. And here we go. Oh, I really want Brad to just call. I don't think he's going to, but it would be so nice.
You think he's not going to?
I think he's going to make it 18-5 or something.
On this stack depth?
Oh, that's way too big anyway. I mean, it's a super annoying spot if you have King Queen off, but I think you just fold. This is I think way too big. And he's bet like over 40%. Yeah. That's a shame.
That's interesting though, like the way too bigness of it just makes it look like a weaker hand, like 8s or 9s, doesn't it?
Better than King Deuce that time.
Say it again.
I was saying the large sizing makes it look weaker, like a smaller pair or something.
Best it could.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I mean, it's just unclear what Dvorak does if he has.
That's fair. I fold one, take 3-bet one.
But it also
evens out.
Could look like very. So,
yeah.
With King Queen off, I think it's a pretty poor decision, but.
Just if we weren't doing cards up, I'd be surprised that Brad has aces there. Like if I was
no,
playing
that's
versus
reasonable,
him,
yeah.
I'd be like, whoa, really?
But it reminds me of the King Deuce hand, where he flopped top and bottom in position, and he's basically just saying like, I want you to have something good enough, and we can just agree that we're gonna go all in now. You know what I mean? I think this is a hand that gets barreled at a reasonable frequency. Brad electing not to barrel here. And even in this check line, I assume Daniel will check ace high. I think you should strongly consider bluffing here. A bit more passive than I'd like to see, Brad, but
You doing aces at all?
definitely understandable.
Or any premium pairs?
I don't think I've had jacks plus, but I could just not be remembering.
Yeah.
I think he's right.
Daniel, okay, bet super small. Yeah, I guess. I think I'd probably check this hand, but it's definitely reasonable to bet, especially if you think your opponent is under check raising. You just deny equity. Ace high figures to be the best hand a lot. This is interesting. I would not really do this very often. It's like if he has a straight draw. Whoa, what is happening? Can they see each other's hands? This is crazy. Just the small check raise with ace high. This is partly why, by the way, I do not want to bet this ace high for us. Well,
Wow,
what a hand that was. But it's just I'm just so confused about by both plays, but especially the I don't know, all the plays confuse me. The ace high has real showdown value. Like
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
it's not really a bluff, it's not really a value raise. I'm not sure what's happening. But like you want other hands if they don't have pairs or if they're not good hands, you want to keep them in the pot, don't you?
Yeah, but divorces fold. Like, do you think Brad earned that by just following through with massive bluffs? Like
In other previous
any
spots?
previous spots, yeah. If he has the follow through,
I don't know. I think what Dvoris is doing is a bit of an exploit, to be perfectly honest with you. And I think it's based on an assumption that Brad is under bluffing in some of these spots. So I think Dvoris is reaping what he's sowing. Is that even right? A little bit, because even though I think he's right about Brad under bluffing, Brad is still putting him in awkward spots with these kind of, people like to say mergey type hands.
I think I pulled the best hand,
so
but it wasn't that good.
You should be a little bit careful when you try to go with some of these exploits, because the unforeseen consequences sometimes. Luckily for Brad, he has an easy check fold here when Dan flops bottom two. And bottom two, he chooses the really large size. Again, that's the kind of board where I think you can play a bunch of sizes, small and large makes sense. And bottom two on blocks top pair, so it's like, a pretty good candidate for the large size. So it'll be interesting to see how ace five plays. I think Dvoris has been choosing reasonably large 3-bet sizes, which might ace five. Yeah, this is pretty large size. But perfectly fine, obviously. I think just a good size, but I might find a fold, yeah. Interesting too that there's a 2-hour delay, right? Because oftentimes when we see streamed content, the guys are like getting text messages because the delay is 20 or 30 minutes.
Yep, he's getting no information.
Yeah, I actually really like this.
Yep.
Because I don't like that dynamic at all. The fact that it airs after, so there's just no overlap.
Yeah.
So you just can't.
However, with these guys, they just tell each other in real time what they have.
That's true. Very funny. You're funny, JB. You should do some comedy stuff.
Yeah, I like the 2-hour delay for this too, because we're able to see the other match. Because all these matches were great. It was really hard picking out the ones that were going to feature versus the ones that were going to be basically the side event.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And it made it so that they could compile clips of the best hands, and we got to see how people got through or how they lost.
That's another great point. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting bet there with the deuce 7. Obviously, a bit of really just trying to protect your hand. You got to be careful. Like if you're betting that hand, are you betting a bunch of your other pairs? To what extent? How often? How weak are you when you check? There's a bunch of questions to ask there, but you can definitely understand why he wants to bet. Both players with backdoor clubs and a straight draw. Obviously, Brad's hand a bit stronger. This check back, I think, is okay. But in general, it seems like Brad's inclination is towards more passivity. I'd like to ramp up some aggression. I mean, like we found though, he is able to kind of turn that to his advantage when he does decide to put pressure on. So that's great. But
he does seem a little bit deflated or tired, but I think that's understandable playing heads up. The times I've played, I've been like, this is so much more intense than sitting around playing live cash where it's like full ring and you get to chill.
Totally, yeah. And he's not just playing. It's not just a different format, right?
Yeah.
It's
huge buy-in.
We've traveled to a different country.
Yes.
He's playing an incredibly strong player in a high stakes event.
Yep.
On an app that he doesn't have experience with. I mean, there's a lot going on. And we were out partying last night, so I expect him to be tired.
That is true. That was a funny thing to start with. Like, big welcome dinner. There's handing margaritas and tequila shots. We're like, oh no. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the tequila shots weren't sponsored by the people playing remotely.
Well, I had one of my I do work with one of Linus's good friends and roommates, and I had him stealthily force Linus to party until 6 a.m. He sent me a picture of Linus like drinking at 6 a.m. I was like, thanks, bro. Appreciate that.
Are you
Appreciate
being serious?
Yeah.
That's
I didn't show it to you?
No, it's really funny.
Oh yeah. He was like, I'm helping you out or something, and he showed me a picture of Linus at 6 a.m. morning. Yeah, deuce 3 does not like getting called. You're just like, come on, man, don't you ever fold? Let me have one. No equity turned. No straight draw, no flush draw. Really don't want to barrel this king, because like you just expect Daniel to have been floating with some kings. I mean, you expect him to be betting some of his kings on the river. So when he checks, less likely to have like a king, but still can have some, and I not expect. Okay. Wow, betting the 7 is ambitious. But like when the 6 turns and he checks, okay, maybe he's got sometimes 6. How often he pays with the 6, I don't know, but also if you're Dvoras, right, and you're thinking about how you want to play your hands, like on the river there, if you think your opponent's under bluffing, then that turns thinner value bets or like thinner hands, more marginal hands into more thinner value bets, right? Because you're not going to turn those hands into check calls, or they don't make as much money as check calls. So if you think your opponent's under bluffing, it makes more sense to try to value bet thinner in that spot, I think. Going for the gusto. Obviously, I think you'd prefer to have a diamond, but I don't think it's mandatory.
6 is all right.
What?
Having a 6 is okay. Oh geez.
Oh man, not having it.
Whoa.
Oh
nice,
my
whoa.
God. Not having it. He was like, I've had enough. Like, I know you're trying to pull some stuff sometimes, and divorce. I mean,
dude, how are they not talking trash? Like, divorce should be like, is that gonna make your vlog? Can you imagine if you started?
I don't want to play you in one of these. Wow. It's like win the big pot and then the roast after.
Yeah.
Oh, you're brutal. Nice call by Dvoras too, especially given the context, I think, in which in which we've been talking. I think, kind of sniffing that one out. That was pretty good. 2-7, Jack 10. Ah, the 8 plays. You gonna try to get value here, bet like 2,000 or something? That's thin. That's thin. Just pay. Come on. You got the better hand. Oh, seeing better hands.
There's been a lot of accidental bluffs.
There's been more of that
at least,
than is typical, I think, for sure.
Yep.
2 playable hands here. 25 big blinds. This should go limp. I assume it'll go limp like all in. I don't think you need to go all in with this hand, but okay. This actually the SPR here is not great, and this could be very uncomfortable for Brad. And this is actually this is like an important issue with the stack size, is you get into deuce 3-6 is not as scary because you just don't expect Dan to have many deuces or threes. A little bit of 6x, obviously like 4-5 sometimes, and some other stuff. But this is such a low board that if the force goes all in, I think you need to be bet calling ace queen without a club. Just the deuce and the 3 just don't interact with it very much. But you can see there how there's a bunch of boards where ace queen is in no man's land, and that's a function of the raise size. So you have to be a bit careful about that. Expect Brad to bet this 8. It's not the strongest hand in the world, but it does benefit from protection, right? I mean, there's a lot of backwards. I think you very clearly need to bet it now for value. Yeah, half pot seems fine. Ace high with a diamond. I think he probably expects Brad to bet a bit bigger if you rivered a queen. And he probably expects Brad to bet a jack at the point in the hand. So might be why he was considering it, the half pot size. Ultimately makes the correct results-oriented correct decision. It always tilts me when commentators say things are correct just because they happen to be right in the hand itself. So I try to avoid that, but it's hard to avoid actually. So we see another spot here where we could see a similar SPR issue. King 7 off. Like, yeah, this is the problem. Obviously, a bunch of good turns for Brad, but maybe Dvorak will raise here. I think raising here is very reasonable. Obviously, you want to be protecting your hand because of all the potentially bad cards that come, and your hand is quite strong. The issue with raising here is that Brad's range is somewhat polarized. So a lot of times Brad has fold, and then if Brad continues against you, like you might be in a problem. So again, part of the issue there is the SPR. I think if you have a hand like ace 9 of spades and you're going to bet fold it, I'd like to check because you can just check call that hand because you want to realize your equity. You don't want to bet fold it. So check call I think is reasonable. And also it's not like he's going to bet every time. He's not even going to bet that often. It's just going to go check a bunch. So I would prefer to bet like a different hand class if I'm in Brad's shoes. How's the chat doing? How we doing,
good.
chat?
We're all a little sleepy.
Everyone's chilling. It's been 8 hours of poker.
Yes.
How you doing, Jamie? You've been here for a long time.
I'm really tired.
You
I'm
hungry?
trying to...
You ready for some food?
Yes.
Ace Jack, King Jack suited. Wow, this could be it, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I think calling here is very reasonable. I don't think Brad's going to do it, though. Yeah, he's had enough. Let's do it. And unlucky spot for Brad, but he's going to get some luck here to survive. Oh, that's a nice spot.
Oh, man. Dude. You played well, though.
Good battle. Good battle between these guys. Battle of sincerity.
Though.
Yeah. I think I ripped 20 bigs there, right?
Yeah.
Or no?
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you can't, like, not get that in. Like, your only options are, like,
I like that, though. Like, I feel like Brad's going to be a really good player if he continues, because the first thing, he's not like, I'm so disappointed I lost, whatever. He's just like, was that correct or not? I feel like that's a good
he's got a great attitude,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we lost Brad Owen. He can go back to making vlogs that all you guys love. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat were tuning in for Brad. But Daniel Dvoris advances, one of the tougher players in the field. So, you know, bad news for you, but good news for him.
I mean, I already have a tough opponent either way.
Yeah.
And my entire side of the bracket is tough. So, but
That's
I
true.
mean, look, if I could beat Linus, I got a
Beat
shot,
anyone.
right?
It's true.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, but well played by Brad. Seriously, going the distance, going that long versus Dvoris, and having him respect your play is a win in itself. But yeah, that's it for him. Dvoris moves on. We'll have the bracket filled out tonight, updated for you guys. We are going to take a break, but coming back, we're going to review the Chris Kruk and Nick Schulman match highlights. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I've played a lot with Chris. And we actually also been talking, you know, about some poker related stuff recently. He's fantastic across the board. So it's a real tough match, but you know, here we are. It's a great format. I mean, this is it's, as you said, it's a tough tournament, and it's a bit of a mixed bag, and the structures are a little bit quick, but you know, I mean, it's really nice, single elimination, best of 3 matches. It's just a solid heads-up structure, yeah. I mean, it's hard not to look at the bracket, so I have looked at it, but kind of just taking it one match at a time. There's enough to think about with the poker that I'm not, you know what I mean? So it's like, whoever it is, kind of. I've played a lot of heads up over the years. I do some battling playing cash, and I used to play sit and goes back in the day, like really back in the day. But I would say primarily now I play 6 max in tournaments. You know, the heads up world is a little dry, but I'm in there. That's a tough one. I mean, heads up specifically, not that much. Lucky Chewy, probably, we're real close. We study together and stuff like that. So, I mean, you know, I'm familiar with him, you know, as of late. But I think a lot of these pros I've played with over the years, you know, we all sort of know each other. So I don't know. It's hard to say who I have the most experience playing against, but, you know, I know these guys. Played a ton with Ivey and Patrik Antonius. I played a lot with Kruk, who I'm about to play. I've played a lot with, honestly, because we play mixed games together. He's a regular in kind of that world, so we've really played a lot. Tom Dwan over the years, Polk, you know, where's he at? I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? We are back. It has been a long day. If you guys stuck with us the whole time, we are doing the WPT Heads Up Championship sponsored by Poker King. 25k buy-in, 32 players start, and we are almost done with day 1A. I have one of the people who won today, Olivier Bousquet, who beat Linus Love. He's doing a weird little dance for you guys. We have one more match that we want to cover, which is the highlight of the Chris Kruk Nick Schulman
I got a lot of
match.
interest in this one.
Yes, the winner of this match is who Olivier will play in 2 days on day 2.
These two legends,
amazing,
beast of the game.
Yes, Nick Schulman, the most beloved commentator of all time, my mom's favorite commentator. Just he's the he's the best. And we have Chris Kruk, who is an instructor, just an amazing poker player who plays every single game, like every variant, plays in Bobby's room, just super good player. We have Schulman, who's a Champions Club member for WPT. Pool Shark. There's actually a pool table in this suite that we're commentating from, so perhaps he'll show us something later.
You guys really got some killer bios here.
Chris Kruk is Apotheosis Online. He's been at the top of his game forever. He once won back-to-back 25k tournaments, so, you know, pretty good.
I'm sure he's thrilled about that being his like claim to fame. He's a brilliant guy.
I asked him what he wants in his bio. Thank you very much.
And that's what he said?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, fine.
I was like,
I stand corrected.
I said, what's a fun fact? And he said, I won
fun,
back-to-back
fun,
25Ks.
fun
I was like,
fact.
that is
Okay.
so fun, Chris.
Fun fact.
Thank you.
Yeah, fun fact. That's fine. Yeah, Chris is the man. No doubt about it.
But yeah,
I have no rooting interest, and I don't really have a preference.
I only watched
both these guys are great.
the last half of the second one, and
They were just here forever.
yeah. Alrighty, loading resources one more time.
Yes, it's your button again, if you were wondering.
Fantastic.
Chris is playing remotely from Canada, so he might be having an issue or two
I feel
here
like we
starting
should
this
play
match.
The third one mix or something, you know?
Yeah.
Or we should have played all of them mix.
For the fan.
Badoogie for the fans. I don't know. I feel like introducing some mix to the Poker King crowd might be good.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Good luck, buddy.
You too, bro.
10 gets 3-bet a lot. 7-9 suited. Yep.
People in chat who are wanting Joey. Joey gave up on us after like several hours of trying to commentate. He's
yeah.
going to be in tomorrow. Don't worry. You'll get your Joey, and probably for much longer tomorrow. And I agree with Ghost of M, who says, give Jamie some chips and salsa. Thank you.
Jack Deuce. Opening the Jack Deuce. That is notable.
Would you say that's disrespectful?
Oh, like I said, you can play a variety of open frequency, like, you know, ranges or whatever. It's just, that's notable that he's opens the Jack Deuce. Checks back King Queen 4. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I don't think this is going to be the chatty kind of match where they tell each other what they have and hug it out.
Are you sure this is just highlights?
It was supposed to be just highlights.
Because these don't seem like highlight-worthy hands.
I will agree with you.
If we're here for 2 hours, I'd just like to know.
Me too. I would also like to know.
Just curious. I mean, this looked like it could be a highlight-worthy hand. Though. Maybe they just had a couple one start and then. Because if it's yeah. Actually, this is a pretty interesting spot.
Right, that. You see how much I care about your ears, chat? I didn't cough right in them. Love you guys.
That is aggressive.
Okay, so I'm being told that this is the highlights from match 3. So they're 1-1. This is the rubber match.
Got it.
That makes sense.
Got it. That was an aggressive play from Chris with the queen of clubs 6. Interesting. Hmm. Well, the 10 of spades is a really interesting card, right? It completes straights and flushes, and because of that, the imposition player is often betting a smaller size. Nick really electing to bet a quite small size here, and going for thin value / protection, I guess, this queen of spades. Chris choosing this ace of diamonds, 9 of spades hand as a bluff. The 9 of spades clearly a relevant hand. This is a pretty strange pot, though, I have to say. This is not the way I would envision these hands playing very often. I mean, yeah, he doesn't really get here with worse hands. Pretty tough for a queen 8 to call here when any jack is a straight and there's 3 spades on the board. Chris really showing some aggression though so far. With his bet size too, I think not really saying he has a straight very often, mostly just a flush or not.
Oh, and thank you, Cookies, for raiding with a party of 69. Nice. Appreciate you. For people tuning in now asking about Brad, yeah, Brad lost in 3, went the distance with Devoris, who won the 3rd match after that was probably a 3-hour match. Crazy.
Pretty high action flop for these 2 hands, top and bottom for Chris, and top pair, backdoor flush draw, and a king kicker for Nick. Pretty dynamic board, flush draw, 3 cards in a row, even though they're low cards. Interesting check call from Chris. Obviously, on this type of board, a lot of hands want to protect, charge draws, etc. Top and bottom is a common kind of trap on a bunch of textures, and because it's so connected, I think Nick should be betting a somewhat polarized range, and you have to be a bit more careful. And he apparently waits for this rather innocuous looking jack, and then now decides to raise this hand.
What would balance this out? Are you going to have like combo draws and things like that with this value 2 pair, or what?
Yeah, I think also you could use some hands like 3-5, and what else? Not sure exactly. Maybe like deuce 5, and maybe even some random, like some 4-6. That seems ambitious, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't do that. That's an interesting spot. Poker's hard, you know. We see Nick get into a little bit of trouble here trying to value bet the turn twice, somewhat thinly, and Chris taking some really aggressive lines. I think that I would assume if we could get some population data that the turn node in barrel spots is somewhat under check raised by the population, and so like it's just a tough spot, and those are some of the spots that the very best players are able to find edges in. Easy to barrel when you have a flush draw, you know. Wow. Wow, that's an interesting call, man. Seems tough. Seems tough to play against. Obviously, Nick hitting a flush here and Chris having ace high with no heart. It's going to go bet fold. I cannot imagine Chris doing anything but folding here.
A 2400 sizing range and a 2500 sizing range. Instead of just my buttons appear sometimes and sometimes they don't.
Correct. I came locked and loaded with 14 different pre-flop sizes.
I was experiencing the same thing they're talking about. It's like, because you have to use the slider and you just like, got to push it just a little bit past its first.
Yeah, is that the excuse you're using for losing to me, or?
I did that once.
Excuse the what?
You're using for losing to me we played, or?
Oh.
Or what happened?
Like for real? I mean, Jamie, you got skills.
At the 100K at PCA.
By the power of poker transitive properties, you are now better than Linus.
Wow, that's such good news.
And then the next orbit, it was 7-handed, or like it was 8-handed by the way. And then the next orbit, somebody has busted and it's 7-handed, and he opens to like 2.25x or whatever. Like, just shaves 100 off, playing like 2,000, 4,000 or whatever. And that's when I knew I was in trouble.
Right into trip.
That's when you knew you couldn't win.
Right into trip. Interesting again that Nick decides, like this is clearly part of Nick's strategy, like to take these turn cards that are favorable for the big blind and to down bet them. I'm sure he's looked at solvers and has incorporated that into his strategy. Chris that time taking the aggressive turn line, but also obviously having turning trips with the 6. And I assume Nick will also include some nutted hands in that range, some like full houses and stuff. I mean, it's hard to get a full house, right? But what if he did? And that's part of the value.
I don't think he's playing much
you get first value hand to raise and build the bigger pots for you.
On a lockdown.
Really interesting spot here. Chris flopping the open ender and Nick with the top pair. I think quite often Chris raises this hand. There's no flush draw on the flop, so you're like more incentivized to raise the open ender. You always just, if you hit a straight, you just.
It's a really small raise.
Yeah, I think he bet pretty big, right? Bet 60%. Was there 5K in the pot? Yeah, not a huge raise. And I think on this 8, when 5-7 gets there and Chris has a 5 in his hand and 5 high and it's still an open ender, he always bets this and potentially quite big. I cannot imagine Nick folding top pair. Yeah, this is a pretty standard size bet, but still like 80% pot. And just nothing Nick is going to do, I think, here besides call. It's not fun though.
Yeah,
to call
especially
here.
on his stack size. Like hitting.
Oh.
Wow.
There it is. And Chris, having shown a lot of aggression, I think it's just, again, it just feels so nice when you're out there on a limb with 5 high and there's the deuce. I mean, not on a limb. He's got open ender. He's playing the hand. Obviously, perfectly fine. But yeah, unfortunate for Nick there. Pays off with the Jack 9 right into Chris's straight.
The deuce was a pretty
Unfortunate
bad
for
card.
Nick.
Yeah, unfortunate to lose Nick. Nick's like everyone's favorite, just super nice guy, best commentator in the land. And yeah, I know he's like very disappointed because this event rules to be out so soon. But happy to see Chris Kruk, who's one of my friends and who's a very good player who literally plays every game. I was asking him how many variants he plays, like a zillion of them. Take a look at our bracket though. We have Dan Smith advancing, Alexandra Botez.
It'd be wild if Dan ends up playing Alexandra.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Stefan 11222, Daniel Dvoris, Olivier Bousquet, Chris Kruk. So that's your new matchup.
Lucky me.
Button Clicker and Anthony Zinno. So I mean, our bracket's starting to get filled out, and
Looks like we're halfway there.
yeah, we have 1B tomorrow. It'll be all of the matches that did not play today. We're going to be featuring half of them, but we'll give you highlights from all of the other ones. Similar
matches.
schedule as today.
That's some great matches.
Yeah, what are you looking forward to? I want the Doug Polk Tom Dwan match.
Sure, that's
Let's
you
go.
get to get that one. Honestly, Sam Greenwood, Kevin Rabishow, neither of these guys are like super like well known to like the more casual or broader poker audience, but both really elite guys. I'm sure they're gonna play at a super high level. Anytime Phil Ivey's playing, I think the whole poker world holds their breath and watches. And Manig is again a guy maybe not as well known, but very good. Bunch of great matches.
For sure. So we can't wait. We're looking forward to another big day of the WPT Heads Up Championship sponsored by Poker King. Join us tomorrow, same schedule. Find it on the WPT Twitter, and I hope to see you guys there. Thanks for tuning in.